God's will. Orders carried out nicely. One day, all of this will belong to the boss. I hope the boss finds me worthy. CookieRun, OvenSmash.
Coffee is a magical substance. Any counter-arguments? Be sure it's worth wasting a busy cookie's time. If you want bitterness, I'll oblige. Do not interrupt me again. Witness the pinnacle of coffee magic. Drawn in by the aroma, were you? Everything proceeds according to plan. Let's move. Satisfactory. CookieRun OvenSmash.
This gun teaches manners just fine. Time to give them a taste of my action scenes. Step forward. Consider it an honor to fall to me. Time to clean the stage. The grand finale begins now, darling. That was better than I expected. Cheese is all you need on a platter. Don't you agree? Darling, that was hardly a challenge. CookieRun, OvenSmash.
All hero stories are the same. They come, they win, everyone's happy, the end. And the audience still buys this rubbish? Makes me want to say, seriously? I am the beginning and the end. I was, I am, and therefore I will be. This is not some mere revenge. Oh, it's so much more. The perfect narrative. And you know me. Who am I if not a cool playwright?
What a curious development. Looks like it's finally time to stretch this dough.
Behold! The curtain is about to rise! Noble heroes, revered elementals, ancient monsters of all kinds, and the ever-so-busy witches. Please, take your seats. Rejoice, for you are to experience a brand new vision of the world.
Well, well, the clock of fate has started ticking. Let's see what it has in store, shall we? The Arcana of Truth and Deceit! Wish to see a dimensional rift? CookieRun Kingdom.
My convictions will not falter. I'll follow the blade's lead. With that skill, you were never going to win. Breaking through. I'll cut you down to nothing. Not bad. Almost fun. Meat Boulevard will be safe under my blade. CookieRun, OvenSmash.
With these fists, I'll reshape everything. Time to show what an enforcer's really made of.
Now!
You thought you could run? Ha! Now you understand my fists. One day, I'll claim the top of lactose. Victory was decided the moment I stepped in. CookieRun, OvenSmash.
Care for a taste of my fizzy swordblade? I should always lead by example. If you assume I'm all soft, you'll pay dearly. Ha! Found an opening! For the apparatus! I'm not leaving anything behind. This is nice for a change. What a refreshing day! Good snack! CookieRun, OvenSmash! I don't lose my prey. Oven crown, mine. Don't come near. Jump. Hunt begins. We strong. Mother Tiger, come with me. Good. CookieRun, OvenSmash.
By my blade, you shall be vanquished. The light shall protect us. I shall not falter. Judgment by the light. Do not fear, my friends. I can already hear the cheers of my fans. Ha-ha! A new adventure awaits! May the light guide my path! The divine blesses our triumph! Ha-ha! CookieRun OvenSmash!
Move and I'll blast ya! Pew pew! Time to make it burst! Nice and cool! Huh? Are you one of my subs? Woohoo! Valentine! With all my heart, go! Keep this pace and we're golden! Woo! Time to go live again! Feeling refreshed now? CookieRun, OvenSmash!
Oh, you called for me? Time to show what I can really do. Told you not to mess with me. Don't underestimate me. Rise, my ultimate licorice minions! Keep it going! Maybe I'll mess with those clueless cookies a little. CookieRun, OvenSmash!
Well, good afternoon or good evening, depending on where you are in the world. Welcome into CookieRun OvenSmash creator Crumble. I'm going to be your host today. My name is Goj, and I am so excited to be with you because CookieRun OvenSmash is a blast. And we've spun up a crazy tournament with some crazy creators. You're not going to want to miss this entire event. We've got 3 stages. We'll talk all about it. But I'm not going to be casting about all of this amazing gameplay by myself. I'm going to bring in the Cookie, the Myth, the Legend, Common Cookie, to join me here in the booth. Common Cookie, how the heck you doing?
Yo, what up, man? Hey, jelly in my veins, all right? I've been training for this moment for my whole life, so I'm locked in, I'm ready, and, you know, I'm looking forward to seeing who gets this $10,000 here tonight, my man.
That's exactly right. Common Cookie in the booth casting with me, but we got to talk about the format because you're right. $10,000. $10,000 on the line. Holy cow, there's a lot going on in this competition, so let's break it all down. To start, like I said, there are 3 stages. So move over to the left side of the screen. Bracket stage is where we're starting. This is 3v3s. We've got 8 teams of 3 creators, all in a single elimination bracket. They're all going to be playing best of 3 matches. The winner of stage 1 will skip stage 2 in Wild Royale and go all the way to the grand finals. A huge boon if you can make it through the gauntlet that is our single elimination bracket. If you don't, we then move into the last chance Wild Royale in stage 2, where we'll have 10 players battle it out in Wild Royale to see who the best player out there is that could maybe bring their whole team with them to join the winner of the bracket stage to be the second team into the grand finals. The way that'll work is it's 10 players in Wild Royale, and 7 of those eliminated team captains, the teams that didn't make it through bracket stage, will move into this stage, and then the 3 creators from the highest placing teams from the brackets will join them for a total of 10 players. So we'll break that all down when we get to stage 2, but we're going to be playing a total of 5 games there in Wild Royale in stage 2, and the player with that average highest placement will be moving their entire team over to the grand finals, where in the grand finals, folks, we're playing a full best of 7. It's going to be so much fun to watch as we move through all the maps and modes that they could possibly play if we go all the way to game 7 in particular, but the winning team will walk away with $10,000. Common Cookie, you said it was 10 grand on the line, but it's winner takes all.
Hey, I love it. Winner take all. I was talking to some of these creators and they were already telling me, like, listen, Common Cookie, I need this money. Carbon Fin, he told me if they win, they're going straight to the Philippines, baby. So a lot of these creators already planning trips. You know, they already got that ticket on layaway.
I love it. Well, you can play CookieRun OvenSmash maybe even on the way over there. So I'm loving it. You can take your travels, keep playing the game if you can walk away with $10,000. We're going to talk about those teams, though, because we've got some heavy-hitting creators from all over the world, quite literally, competing in today's competition. We brought in some heavy hitters. We brought in some experts, and we brought in some newbies as well. So Common Cookie, walk me through maybe your favorite teams, some of the favorite players on these teams. What you got for me?
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at a couple of these players, and like, for example, Nat with Heart, she played in the first ever LAN event in Korea for OvenSmash. So, you know, they got that experience in the pocket, but my favorite team has to be Team Dredge. We got Dredge, a professional esports player, Sir Tag. My dude loves making guides and builds, so you already know they're going to be locked in. And then, of course, the GOAT from CookieRun Kingdom, Hyrule Legend, showing up as well. And you know, I've been playing some games with him as well, so you know, a little favoritism goes a long way on my part.
I love it. I love it. Hey, look, everybody's got to have favorites. We're certainly biased in the booth. I'm going to be taking a quick look at Team Ray in particular. I've seen Ray and G-Beb play quite a bit. Juicy J, one of the most competitive people out there in every title he gets his hands on. Excited that he'll be joining us there in Team Ray. And then, I mean, Team Crying Man as well. Team Crying with Crying Man, Carbon Fin, Royal. Carbon Fin was dropping guides and rankings of each of the different cookies that you could play in the general chat for all the players to see. So I don't know if he's misleading or if he's just that nice of a guy. I don't know. But both of those teams definitely have got my eye on.
1000% misleading. I saw that tier list. I was like, oh, heck no, this ain't it, champ. This ain't it. So, hey, if it is, that's the strat right there. Because remember, $10,000 is on the line. And like you said, only one team is walking away with that cash money. So I get it, man, and I appreciate it.
Yeah, 100%. Well, let's take a look at the bracket because stage 1 is right around the corner. And folks, to kick things off, we already have our bracket placements. We've got Team Ray versus Team Connor in the top left-hand corner of the bracket to kick things off. And then we'll move down the line to see Team Corey versus Team OJ, and then swing across to the other side of the bracket with Crying and Bobby and Drage and Ash. So some fun matchups across the board. We'll be watching all of these matches, by the way, as we go through them. We'll kind of go one after the other. Everybody will be watching on because it is single elimination. Common Cookie, it is winner takes all in the overall competition, but just in bracket stage, you have to keep winning over and over again until you are the champion of stage 1 to potentially be the champion of this entire event.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you got to win it, but then they got that last chance Wild Royale thing, which is kind of like a unique twist. So even if like one of these teams loses early on, they still got that chance to send in their gladiator into the ring, sort of say, to try to keep that dream alive. So I do like that second chance mechanic. And not only that, like if you do get eliminated early, you kind of watch your opponents and kind of see what the metas are, kind of see what cookies they're picking and what team comps work as well, right? So yeah, obviously you don't want to lose early, but if you do, it's not over yet.
Yeah, no, that's a really good shout. And by the way, that works is that if you just get to round 2 in our bracket, you'll be sending in an extra cookie, I suppose, into Wild Royale. So we'll talk a little bit more about that when we get there. But folks, I have to remind you of a couple things before we hop into the gameplay. The first thing is, well, you gotta download the game. CookieRun OvenSmash. A really dang good time. I've had so much fun playing it in the lead up to this event. I'm really excited to commentate some crazy action, but you need to get your hands on it. You can go download it for free right now on all of the different app stores you can think of. You can scan this QR code on the screen. Little pro tip, if you're on mobile right now, you can actually just screenshot it. Boom, there you go. And then you can click the QR code if you're on a smartphone, and you can pull up that link and it'll send you right over to the download. All right, so go get involved, but also drop a follow on all major socials here with CookieRun OvenSmash. They've got a lot going on. They've been dropping new cookies left, right, and center for you to play with. And I gotta say, there's a lot of news about this game right now with all the new patch updates, balancing, and everything you want to know about this game. So go drop a follow on all those socials down below. And all those links are going to be down below as well on YouTube in the description. So that'll be nice and easy for you. But we've got a lot to talk about today. And I am really excited to reveal that there's also one other rule we haven't talked about, Common Cookie.
Uh-oh.
I got to bring this up now because this starts our strategy talk, okay? One rule that is different in this competition is that if you win a round, whether it's in the best of 3 in stage 1 or in the best of 7 in stage 3, if you win a round, whatever your cookie comp was, you can't use those cookies again. So this will really change up the strategy if we've got some one-trick wonders out there.
Yeah, and it's gonna come into play come those grand finals too. I know I'm getting a little ahead of myself, but yeah, if you win that round, you can't use that cookie either. And this one cuts deep, it cuts deep. I'm crumbling out here, man, because I'm a one-trick cookie. I'm blueberry pie all day when it comes to ranked mode. So, if I was in here competing and I win that game, of course, because I would with my blueberry pie, I can't use her no more. You know what I'm saying? So that rule alone is going to be a game changer.
Yeah, well, I'm excited to see what Team Ray in particular decides to do with their comps. I saw their chatter in their team chat just a moment ago. Let's talk about Team Ray because they're about to be up into this competition quickly. We've got Ray, we've got G-Bab, we got Juicy J. Any insight onto this roster? Any tidbits, Common Cookie, on you think they may win this matchup?
I think G-Bab is going to be the most sweatiest, right? Coming from that coach, that competitive mindset, and just kind of checking out their channel a little bit. Then, of course, you mentioned it, Juicy J, a super competitive player. So this team, they got those competitive juices going. I think it's only a matter of like who's going to be the IGL and if everybody kind of follows suit, right? Because with 2 strong personalities, it might be a mess in those team comps.
Yeah, I think it's a great shout. Let's talk about their opposition, though. You already shouted them out. Team Connor. What do you love about this trio?
Yeah, I'm thinking that the MVP right now, playing in that first ever OvenSmash LAN at Korea, day 1 player, been playing the beta. So I think her experience is going to come in clutch for the squad.
I like it. I've actually had a chance to cast over BD Legend as well and no Connor from the scene. So I think it's a great roster as well. I don't know if one team necessarily has an edge over the other, but I'm just excited to see some fantastic CookieRun OvenSmash action. And this will really set the tone for the competition, right? This is the litmus test. How sweaty is it actually going to be? Let's talk a little bit about maps and modes for our first round. This is going to be the same throughout the course of the entirety of round 1 of our bracket. So you're going to be watching our matchups across the board on both sides of the bracket. All play this exact same maps and modes across the board to make it as competitive as possible, frankly. So we're going to be starting out with Castle Crasher, moving into Smash Fight, and then coin rush if we do get to game 3. As a reminder for everybody at home, this is a best of 3 in each of these matchups. So if, let's just say Team Connor wins game 1 and then game 2, well, then they've won the round and they'll be moving on to round 2 and waiting on their competition for a little while in the bracket. But yeah, Common Cookie, you got a favorite of game 1, game 2, game 3?
Oh, I love me some Smash Fight, man. I love just getting in there, just straight up PvP. I don't care about coins. I don't care about jellies. That turtle can do whatever that turtle wants. Smash Fight, right, is my game mode.
Okay, well, you'll definitely see it in game 2. Let's talk a little bit about what Castle Crasher is. Maybe you're tuning in for the very first time. Maybe you're a fan of one of these streamers. You don't know what Castle Crasher is. Here's the simple explanation. You're trying to push the turtle to its destination, but Common Cookie, break it a little bit more down for me of how this works. What does this turtle do? How do you move it? What's going on?
Protect the turtle. You know, the turtle is the point, essentially, and you want to stay on point and move with the point. Castle Crasher, it's a very interesting game mode because it comes down to whose base is destroyed the most, but you can also go into overtime, and the overtime continues to reset as long as you have one of your cookies on your team inside on the point. So that overtime, it can last. I've been in overtime for like 10 minutes. Like, this has to be one of the sweatiest game modes out there because of the overtime clock here. So we'll have to see who could push the turtle the furthest here in game number 1.
Yeah, a great breakdown. This is actually one of my favorite game modes. I know a lot of players are playing it because it is so unique in that way. It's that classic objective-based game mode where you're trying to kind of control the hill, if you want, the objective, trying to push it along. But at the same time, it's also doing damage to your opponent's castle. So there is a little bit of push and pull, not only with where it is on the map, but also how much damage you're putting out and how long you've controlled it. So the overtime clock is a blast. I don't think I've ever been in one for that long, Common Cookie.
It happens.
I've played quite a bit, but I have been in overtimes where just the overtime lasted about 5 minutes, which I thought was very long, but you've doubled that up and passed to the next person, I guess.
It gets frustrating, man. You start screaming at your teammates and you're like, hey, just get on point. All right, what are we doing here? But, you know, hey, I'm looking forward to it. Game 1, Castle Crasher. It's going to be fun.
All right, well, we're jumping into it. It is Team Ray versus Team Connor. And I'm excited to see some Castle Crasher action on main right now. Let's see who can control the turtle better. And we're straight into gameplay, folks. Ray going to be in the blue. Team Connor going to be in the red.
All right, we got a String Cheese out here. String Cheese putting in a lot of damage. Melon Soda, one of the best supports. You know, she can heal up as well. But it's really who stays on point, like we mentioned, so that way they can push that turtle and get that base chunk down.
Yeah, Ray comes in and drops the ultimate, try to clear the point, and like you said, should open things up a little bit. Nice push from Ray, but Nat with a heart, I believe, just picked up a triple, so that'll do. Pushing back for Red. It's still fairly even, and there's the efficacy of Melon Soda. My goodness.
Ooh, nice heals from Melon Soda right there, but the Fruit Punch just got taken down. But Ray with the follow-up on the Peach. Beautiful ultimate right there, but I think that poke, that damage from Connor's String Cheese, just too much to handle right now here, Coach.
Yeah, String Cheese can really lay down some covering fire to help out the team and kind of zone off the opponents, which you desperately need in Castle Crasher. But still a fairly even game, and well, nice over the top ultimate coming in that'll help clean up some of the health of, looks like Team Ray, who are now in a bit of trouble. Melon Soda doing everything they can to help their team stay alive, but Nat with a heart yet again, just holding down the point.
Yeah, Cherry Cookie and both String Cheese, super squishy, but they output a lot of damage. So you got to have the Fruit Punch on point with the heals, and then send the Peach in the backline with that ultimate, and just try to take those squishies out. I think that would be the play over on the side of Juicy, but let's see if they can accomplish that.
Yeah, I think somebody's going to have to jump into the backline and try to pick up Cherry, but Cherry's special does send you pretty far across the map, so one way to kind of dip, dive, and dodge across as you continue to rack up some damage on the opposing castle. It does look like now we've got a fairly clean lead here for Team Connor. Decent push for Team Ray, but unfortunately, yet again, they just cannot put out enough damage.
Yeah.
Or maybe there could be a slight nod towards the support. I feel like some of our support action isn't kind of landing as effectively as it could.
I think BD is doing a great job on the Dark Choco, just outputting that damage, that 360 swing, not really allowing Team Juicy to get on point. Meanwhile, we keep talking about the string cheese in the back line with the turret, with the damage output, just doing such a good job. And they can't even touch Connor. They can't even get to Connor, and that's the issue right now.
Nat with a heart on 9, by the way. Absolutely. I'm not even sure Nat with a heart has gone down yet.
Popping off,
I think she's been playing the back line so well. Just dropping out chip damage enough to help out the team. And there's Melon Soda yet again trying to keep the team alive with the heals. And it's nice, but it's just not enough. There's just too much DPS for the side of Team Connor.
Yeah, pretty much if they get that turtle to that little yellow mark over there, it's a GG, and they are right there knocking on the doorstep. There's that Cherry Bomb ultimate from downtown. Juicy can't even get on point. Juicy already chunked down and out. Here comes Ray, though, with the Peach ultimate, trying to get some damage on the board, but just can't touch them. They're so good. They're so good at just not dying here, Goj.
Yeah, they're doing a fantastic job. Nat with a heart finally in a little bit of trouble, and we're seeing some action here for Team Ray. And Nat with a heart actually may have gone down for the very first time. But yes, overtime is on the board, and what that means is if Ray goes down here, there goes that timer. Overtime dropping quickly, and nobody able to get there in time. Team Connor pick up the first game in our first round, and they're excited about that one.
Honestly, they mopped them up, dude. They mopped them up. I'm just gonna be honest right there. BD Legend on the Dark Choco, so good with just staying in the front line and allowing his squad mates to kind of be in the back and just continue to poke. And like I said, now with the heart, so many eliminations there. I mean, I don't even think she got taken out once that game.
Yeah, it was, I think her only time she was taken out was at the very, very end during overtime, actually. And because there was so much aggro swung over to Nat with a heart, the rest of the team for Team Connor was able to hold down the point, and then overtime ticked away very quickly. What a, maybe not surprising, you called them out, but a nice win to start things off, to set the tone for how aggressive and sweaty this first round will play.
Yeah, and actually kind of chat with Nat before these games started. She told me her favorite cookie was cherry cookie.
There you go.
So coming in game one, you know, rocking that comfort pick, getting that win, that's definitely going to help with the momentum. But because of the rules, now we can't use the cherry cookie on that side. So, you know, how is that going to play effect here on game number 2?
Well, let's take a look at Cherry Cookie in action here in our replay package. It's going to be a lot of that Cherry Cookie damage. And overall, there was just so much DPS on the side of Team Connor. And while that was all happening, you had BD tanking in mid and also getting quite a bit of DPS out as well. And they were able to hold it down even into overtime, get some nice value early to have an advantage, and then close it out in style. Very well done from that trio. And like you called out, with Team Connor winning that round, you will not see any of those 3 cookies used for the rest of just this matchup here in round 1. So going into Smash Fight, no cherry cookie, no Choco, the whole 9 yards for Team Connor. But we're moving into Mala Training Pit. We're going to Smash Fight.
Smash Fight, just straight up PvP. And like we said, Nat already not allowed to use her favorite comfort pick cherry cookie. By the way, that giant cherry bomb does like 1,700 damage. I mean, we saw right there on the fruit punch, who's pretty much a bruiser, just getting chunked down to about 50% HP. So I'm telling you right now, cherry bomb, we're probably going to see cherry bomb a lot more throughout the evening.
Yeah, well, we're moving into Smash Fight, and I think there's some viewers out there that maybe haven't played before. Smash Fight, probably the easiest to understand. Defeat enemies to earn points and win. Common Cookie, any extra info on this one? It's just about beating your opponent.
Hey, man, it comes down to just being better, all right? Being better and getting them eliminations. I think one team comp that, you know, we might not see a lot of players implement here tonight, but, you know, I run into it occasionally on ranked, is a Red Velvet on the squad. So pretty much Red Velvet and the squad, they hide in one bush, and the Red Velvet pulls you, and you're pretty much, there's nothing you can do. You get pulled into the bush, and then you got 3 people jumping on you, you know, and they just rinse and repeat. So I'm looking to see maybe if we can get some Red Velvets here in game number 2. But I mean, there's so many options here, Goj.
Yeah, there are a ton of options. There's only 3 off the board again for Team Connor. However, for their opposition, Team Ray, somebody like Juicy J, who's on Fruit Punch, could run Fruit Punch again. So the only limitation is if you win a round. And in Smash Fight, anything goes besides that one rule. So I'm excited to see what this team is able to do as we move into Smash Fight, what it looks like, if they are really one tricks or if they're going to be, hey, I've got some nice comfort picks through like 5 or 6 picks, and you really won't see them stress until maybe they get to the best of 7 in stage 3. But let's take a look at some of those locked cookies just to remind you at home. Common Cookie, break it down for me. Of course, we know. Charity off the board.
Yeah, so a strat here could be just Team Ray just using that same team comp. Honestly, that Team Connor used last game, and you know that's a strong team comp. Just rinse and repeat over there. You got the Dark Choco in the front, just hacking and slashing. The String Cheese with the turn in the back line, and the insane damage with the minigun, and then of course, like we kept seeing with the Cherry Bomb. So it really comes down to like Team Connor. Who do they want to pick, right, to win a straight up PvP battle? In my mind, I'm going with Blueberry Pie without a doubt. One of the cookies with the longest range, a huge ultimate that just pretty much spans half the map, in my opinion. But besides that, like, it's pretty open. There's so many options here, Coach.
Yeah, no, I agree. Honestly, my favorite cookie of all time is one of the newer cookies, Black Pudding Cookie. Okay. I love the ambush mechanic. I love the fast-paced play from Black Pudding. You could see Black Pudding here in Smash Fight just because this game style is kind of however you want to play it. You could play extremely slow and, like you said, look for some ambush moments. Yeah. I have a lot of fun trying to 1v3 with Black Pudding. It's a lot of fun when all the combos work and you're able to pick up that shield. But anyways, I don't know. I feel like Juicy J probably felt most comfortable in Fruit Punch and just didn't feel like the team was maybe as cohesive in an objective-based game mode. So maybe this game mode will be a little bit different if they're on their comfort pick still.
Yo, Ray is praying to the CookieRun gods right there that they get this game so they don't get knocked out here first, man. But yeah, hey, I'm impressed, man. Black Pudding, high skill ceiling cookie. I think one of the highest skill ceilings in the game, besides like maybe like Tiger Lily. You really need to hit them snipes down range. Yeah, super challenging here. So I think Black Pudding definitely a favorite when it comes to like rank pushing as well. You kind of get in, you get out, and you got to wait for your auto attack to kind of go back up. So all these players are in comps as well, right? So if they could just keep those team comps open, I mean, a Black Pudding can definitely come in here tonight.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, if you're also, that bruiser, more oriented, but if you're looking for more of an assassin type, potentially could see Chili Pepper has a crazy amount of DPS, could dive in and pick up an elimination here or there that could slowly rack up. Again, it really totally comes down to what the team comp is. Is it all play together, play front to back, or are we really trying to separate, divide and conquer, pick up some of those cards and, maybe just snipe some folks from a distance?
Yeah, it really comes down to the team comps, like you said here. So looking forward to it. I'm really curious to see what we pick on the side of Nat Squad here, because like we said, they already used their favorite cookies in game number 1, which is good because it gets that momentum going. And obviously you're up 1. But the thing is, like, now where do you go? Like if you pick your best cookie in the talent pool, where do you go from there? And being a straight up PvP battle, I'm gonna stick with the Blueberry Pie. I'm gonna say we're gonna see Blueberry Pie here, game number 1. Maybe even a Brie Cheese cookie. She's got some high damage output, and then maybe like a tank on their side. So I think that's what they're doing right now, kind of just theory crafting. Who should we pick?
Yeah, I think the players are in chat saying, don't start the game yet. We're still conversating about our best comp possible. I would ask you a question, actually,
Ask me.
Expert. When you think about team comps, do you traditionally see a support used in Smash Fight?
I think if you're in like voice comms, for sure you can go for that, right? But just like randomly squatting up randomly squatting up and ranked, just like I just go for my Blueberry Pie. I just get all that damage and just hope and pray my squad mates do something. But yeah, I mean, coming in, if you are gonna pick like a healer, Melon Soda definitely like the number 1 healer. But Peppermint Cookie, I mean, you can't sleep on the Peppermint Cookie. So Peppermint Cookie could charge up the auto attack, and it pretty much lets his little bubble go even further. So Peppermint Cookie, yes, a healer, right? But can also do some really good damage Plus, homie's got a whale. You know what I'm saying? Homie just calls in a damn whale out of the blue. So, you know, it's a good ult. It's a good ult from Peppermint.
No, it definitely is. Zoning off in particular on objectives, but in Smash Fight, anything goes. I don't know. I think it's about to get started, though, in here in just a moment. And yeah, I am seeing all of the players still talking about, well, what if I run this? What if I run this? I respect it, okay?
It's nerve-wracking.
I want to see it. You could even, I mean, look, as we think about more about what these players could run, you can see them talking right now. You know, it really depends on their skill level too, right? Like we talk about that often. If they're extremely skilled in a game of this type, or in this game in particular, Tiger Lily is a fantastic option. And there's so much DPS potential, but you have to hit your spears. And if you don't, then all of a sudden you're like, wow, I really am a waste of space on the map. Let me be very clear, Common Cookie. I am solid at Black Pudding. I am not a skill shot type Cookie player. You know what I mean? I don't have the aim like some of these players do. So Tiger Lily's not for me, but I do like the skill expression of a more movement-based Cookie.
Yeah, so, you know, I put myself through the challenge of actually playing all the cookies to get them up rank number 3, because at rank number 3, you get 10,000 gold coins. So, you know, I struggled, and, you know, I was playing with the boys one night, and they were just laughing at me playing Tiger Lily because I was just missing all my shots. I'm like, hey, listen, I'm doing it for the gold coins, but Coach, we're in game number 2.
We're in. I was going to say, we talked about most cookies, but BD Legend going for Ice Pop Cookie and already taking quite a bit of damage. This is one of those game modes, though, where you really don't want to go down. So you're going to see a lot of players back off and try to heal up. And Juicy was trying to go for an early snipe there, but it's going to back off there. It's a couple trading of blows. We lose BD in the trade, but it is still 1-1.
Yeah, looking like on that squad, you got 2 tanks essentially, and then the damage dealer, the blue slushy Cookie. So Ice Pop Cookie, their ultimate could pretty much freeze you in your tracks. So if they can hit that ultimate and get that freeze going on, and then pop off with a blue slushy ult, it's a GG. I mean, that could be 3 eliminations right there in the bag.
No, that's a great call. And I actually really like this comp from Team Connor because of that potential. And there's a nice pick by BD, finding Juicy yet again. That's going to put them up 2, and BD's going to swing the Ice Pop and pick up another Ice Pop Cookie. Nice DPS. It has all 3 eliminations for that roster, but still 3-2.
Yeah, and this is pretty much a 3v4, by the way, because Strawberry Crepe Cookie has a Waffle Bot, and there it goes. The Waffle Bot has like 6,000 health, by the way, just in your face, trying to punch you down. So they're pretty much calling in another squad mate from the sidelines. But right there, Juicy with a nice response there to that push. So it's a straight up 3v3 when it comes to scores.
Yeah, nice spacing here from Ray, who has elected to follow the strategy of Nat with a heart and pick up Cherry Cookie here fairly early in the overall event. But as a reminder, if they do go down here, they won't be playing for a while until stage 2. So this is a must-win for Team Ray as BD gets quite low yet again. But Ray can't quite get close enough, but a nice double ult to zone off into Juicy's ult. And all of a sudden, we still have a very close matchup.
Yeah, Juicy, that strike goes super far from the Dark Choco Cookie, and looks like they're finally going to be taken out right there. BD super low in the health department, going to be pulling back, and this is where those team comps come into play, right? They come in, they get some damage on the board. If they can't get a pick, they back up and try to get the heals and then reset.
Connor ended up dropping Lucy ultimate just a moment ago and didn't see a ton of value from it. Tries to dive onto Juicy, and Juicy has the answer. Still very even, but Team Ray, takes the lead for the first time in this competition.
All right, here comes BD Legend. Looking for the ultimate, nice got the freeze. Yep, Connor from the backline with the blue slushy coming up with the ult as well. And I don't know, man. BD Legend and Connor's squad, they just seem like they got that synergy flowing a little more here tonight.
That was very clean pickup in the final moment. And you can see the expression on their faces. Team Connor excited about that one, and Team Ray just blown away that they didn't end up getting the win. They were up there into the final moment, and then it was a perfect lineup of the ultimate from the Ice Pop Cookie to get the freeze, and then the follow-up from Blue Slushy Cookie was able to get enough DPS to take the rest of them out. Team Connor, they go back to back. They close it in 2. You will not be seeing a game 3 in this matchup.
Nope, you will not. And well, it's not done though. It's not done. They got that last chance Wild Royale, right? So that squad, we're gonna see him again here later on, but it's gotta feel good. You know, you're the first matchup of the evening. You come in, you get the 2-0. You know, you got to play and flex your different team comp. So I wouldn't be surprised if, you know, we see that same team comp essentially, right? Throughout the rest of the night from Team Commer. Because if it ain't broke, it don't fix it, right?
That's exactly right. Very well done from Team Counter. They will be moving on to the next round. It's going to be basically our semifinals in our bracket. So they're going to be chilling for a while as we await to see the next couple matchups. But before we get there, let's take a quick look back on that matchup. Smash Fight is a ton of fun. It's a big ebb and flow game of trying to back up and heal or try to dive when somebody's low, like Juicy J here, just barely not able to get Nat with a heart. Saving that one elimination was the difference, by the way, from Team Connor picking up the win right now in the very last moment. And BD, a little bit of BM was just trying to taunt out the ult and almost got too overextended there.
So close. Yeah, he almost fed an elimination to their opponent's squad, and that would have made it a little more closer. But Ice Pop Cookie is so good, and you know, all these cookies, they have 3 different options for their ultimates too, right? So I believe right there, Ice Pop was using the freezing swing, but Ice Pop has the freezing bat flip that you can actually throw that bat out there a little further and get a nice little spread right there. So all these cookies, I mean, there's so many different options when it comes to these ultimates and even their specials that I'm looking forward to kind of seeing. And I think that's why it took so long to get the game started. They're trying to like theory craft, you know, which one they should run.
Exactly. Well, you can see it does look like Team Connor officially has moved on to the next round. As you can see, their very cute team logo. Moving on to the semifinals. We will be moving down our bracket, though, to see what Team Corey versus Team OJ will look like. Common Cookie, I think this is going to be a very fun matchup as well. And I think the question I have for you is, are we going to see the exact same comps because we're running the same games? Or do you think all of these teams have some of their comfort picks they'll start with that may look a little bit different?
Yeah. A good question. I think round 1, I think everyone's going to go with their comfort pick. You know, you got to. In my opinion, you got all these tier lists and all that good stuff, but it just comes down to like who you vibe with the most. Right? You know, like surprisingly for me, I love some of these common cookies down at the bottom. I mean, they have their uses, right? So it doesn't matter what rarity they are. But yeah, I think these players, at least when it comes to round 1, you're kind of going with that favorite cookie.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think you got to lean on your comfort pick. You got to lean on the cookie that you believe you know the best. You know their abilities. You know their exact distances. You know how to utilize their special effectively to dash in, dash out, or otherwise. Like maybe even pull people in, depending on which cookie you decided to choose. So I'm excited to get into this matchup, though, and see what these players have to offer, because everybody has different preferences on what they like to play. Are you a tank player? Are you a marksman? Do you like to hit your skill shots? Do you like to play support and back up your team? Only time will tell what they decide to do. Look, I will say one thing about Team Connor. They didn't really have a true support in the first round, and it still worked out well for them. So let's take a look at Team Corey, though, and talk a little bit about this roster before we talk about their cookies. What do you think, Common Cookie, Team Corey?
Hey, Corey, the 4 times North America champion, right? Am I right? So Corey's going to be locked in. And then we got Duck showing up. Duck has been absolutely just loving CookieRun Kingdom. And I believe might be self-titled Silent Salt's wife. So super excited to see Duck out here tonight competing. I'm looking forward. I think this is an underdog squad for me, honestly. So I'm not going to sleep on this squad on making it pretty far in tonight's event.
No, I actually totally agree. I've actually had a chance to cast with Duck before, and that guy preps for everything so well. So I have a feeling he's been prepping for this competition. It may surprise some folks on what he's able to do. So we'll see, but let's take a look at their competition. Team Corey first, and looking at their opponents, Team OJ, what do you got for me, Common Cookie?
OJ the legend, all right, aka Muscle Cookie. I mean, my dude is in the game as Muscle Cookie voiceover. So OJ CookieRun Kingdom, CookieRun OvenSmash. I mean, it just runs deep in homie's blood. So honestly, OJ, I already know he's locked in. I was speaking with Jimbo a little bit. Jimbo was telling me their favorite cookie is going to be Fruit Punch. So you already know we're going to be seeing like that brawler Fruit Punch cookie in the front line, just punching it down. So this is going to be a tough team to go up against the Spraggles, aka the content cowboy. All right, so we might see some rye cookies out here tonight.
Yeah, this is a star-studded roster for certain. A lot of legacy here when it comes to mobile gaming, but even in this, CookieRun universe that we are living in, an OvenSmash, I'm excited to see what these players are able to bring to us. And again, it brings me back to the comp question. Which cookies are they going to be running? And you're expecting Fruit Punch, and that is totally fair. We saw it in the first round as well, especially if you're hitting your jumps over the top. A fantastic brawler to kind of be up in the mix, right? Really a bruiser to kind of get right next to your opponents, cause a bunch of chaos while your marksmen are able to pick up the DPS.
Exactly, and you get like a nice little shield as well, a little shield barrier. So I think like a Fruit Punch with the shield up in the front from Jimbo, and then Spraggles really is a cowboy, obviously going with Rye Cookie with the double guns and the hats and all that good stuff. Rye Cookie does a lot of damage as well if you can keep them in the back line nice and safe. So I think the wild card for me is going to be who's OJ going to pick, essentially.
Yeah, I totally agree. I saw OJ warming up earlier with Ice Pop Cookie, so maybe we can see Ice Pop Cookie in the first rep. Let's take a look at it. We're getting started, folks. It's Team Corey versus Team OJ, and we are going back to Castle Crasher. So we're going to play a little objective game mode. Let's see who can push the turtle the best as we hop straight into it. Take a quick look at our cookies. It looks like Spraggle's going for Licorice Cookie.
Okay, yeah, Licorice Cookie, a great support. You got the little tombstone that you can plop on the ground as well, and kind of spawn little minions to kind of help you in your fight. And not only that, you can just spam Licorice Cookie's auto attack, and it has a nice range to it.
Cherry Cookie coming in from Corey. We'll be seeing quite a bit of Cherry Cookie most likely. Spraggles will drop the ultimate. Unfortunately, it gets cut down by Muyo. This is going to open things back up here for blue team, which is Team Corey, who yet again, nice ultimate as well from Duck to keep the pressure on. Blue in control currently, even though they're down on the overall leaderboard.
Yeah, Team Corey, I mean, their whole team comp is pretty much two tanks that are going to be up in the front line trying to stay on point, and then you got Corey in the back line just continuing to apply that pressure with the cherry bombs here. So it's going to come down to the tanks just staying on point, but the Black Pudding from OJ doing a good job at, I want to say, hunting down cherry bomb Corey.
Yeah, OJ on my favorite cookie. Gonna show me how it works correctly. I try my best to pilot that cookie, but OJ probably could do it a little bit better. We'll see. Currently still in the lead, even though it feels like Team Corey have put out quite a bit of damage. Have been up into the mix aggressively, trying to hunt the back line. Look at that, Muyo even off screen now, looking for their third. It just feels like they can't play on point correctly right now, and they can't move this turtle the other way.
Yeah, Cherry Bomb Cookie, though, doing a good job. Nice little three-pointer right there. Gonna try to keep him off point, but yeah, OJ on the Black Pudding Cookie. You see how he's coming in, going out, kind of playing around their auto attacks, their three auto attacks to dash in and get out. I think doing such a good job at just playing to the strengths of the cookie here. OJ hunting down Duck in the back line, taking him out on Strawberry Crepe Cookie.
I'm telling you, Black Pudding Cookie is so dang cool. I love the combo of the auto attacks to dash in, as well as the special. Everything looking nice and clean right now for Team OJ. They have complete control. There was a moment I thought Team Corey was going to be able to stabilize and push this turtle back, but now they're in a blender. They're kind of trickling in. Corey's trying to reset with his team. Muyo's going in onto the back line to hopefully help out Corey. And OJ's just hunting Corey down. He will not let Corey get away. Black Pudding Cookie potentially going to pick up a two-piece here. One down to the bottom side, one down to the top side. Black Pudding Cookie, OJ looking clean right now.
Yeah, I'm trying to see what ult the Madeline Cookie's rocking, because there's an ult called the Knight of the Guardian that actually provides a shield as well. So if Duck can kind of get that shield going, they might be able to get a little turnaround here. Looks like Madeline trying to stay on point, trying not to let that turtle go to their base. That turtle is right there at their doorstep. comes Duck trying to spawn that waffle bot. Okay. They saved it for now. They saved it for now.
For now.
But OJ is just popping off on the black pudding cookie.
14 eliminations for OJ. Unstoppable. Just playing point, hunting down the backline, making sure that Cherry Cookie doesn't get too much DPS down, and finally is being forced to back off. With a little bit of an advantage, Duck is going to push the equation and force Team OJ to back way off. But now we're into overtime.
Wow.
And now our blue team, Team Corey, cannot leave this turtle, not for 1 second.
No, Burr also is done here. Jimbo pretty low, but here comes OJ fresh off the bench coming in to seal the deal. Duck doing such a great job at staying on point. That turtle is tossing them cannon shells, getting some damage on the opponent's castle. And now it looks like Team Corey, they've woken up. They're staying on point. They're playing objective.
Nice pick from Corey there to pick up OJ. They still have control of the turtle. It's back to mid, but the total damage on the castle is all that matters, folks. It's 36 to 40%. It's going to drop another 4% now. It is tied up out of nowhere in overtime. Now the turtle's got to go back the other way, and now the overtime is on to Team OJ. This couldn't get any closer, but here's the moment. They got the damage, and Blue tries to dive, but no. What a battle in the final moments. Team OJ pull it out.
That got sweaty, though. I'm not gonna lie. It was lopsided for a good amount of that game, but that final push, it looked pretty good. I was actually thinking they might be able to pull it off. They might be able to pull it off with the strawberry crepe cookie from Duck, and then the cherry bomb cookie tossing out that damage. But OJ, if we had like an MVP here tonight, OJ on the black pudding cookie.
Yeah.
What was the final elimination count? Was it like 15? I mean, it was up there.
It was 15 or 16 total eliminations, I think, for the black pudding cookie. OJ just was doing a really good job of what we talked about in the first round. You have to dive the backline. You have to take down Cherry Cookie so you can take down a majority of their DPS, and then your team can kind of clean up the rest. Doing a fantastic job of that. But almost, we saw the craziest comeback, at least to date, here for Team Corey. And here's a quick look back on those replays and how it all went down. It was in complete control from Team OJ at the very beginning.
Yeah, I think OJ was rocking the after image flash as well, which you throw down that ult, and then you see all those little swords dancing over there as well. Those little swords also deal some damage, so it sections off like a good portion of the turtle, right? So you kind of force the funnel into a particular area for a brief moment right there. But hey, Team Corey, I give them respect though. They were coming back. They were coming back there.
Yeah, that was some real heart, okay? I don't know if I've seen the turtle get that close. I mean, it needed to move maybe a second longer, I would say, and they make it, to the end of that yellow zone at the very end, and then the game's over. It was that close. Team Corey had heart. They were able to spawn back in. They were able to move through the backside with their tank, the Madeline cookie, so... yeah, that was a very close game at the end of it, but Team OJ pulled it out with a ton of eliminations on OJ himself.
Yeah, it's not like they got mocked, right? So just looking at it from their perspective, like, yeah, you lost, but at the same time, you had a good run at the end, right? So you kind of know you got it in you, essentially. And I think, that momentum is going to play a key role heading into the straight up PvP, 3v3 battle that we're coming up with next here as well for Team Corey.
Yeah, Smash Fight will be very fun. We'll be doing the exact same rotation we did in the past. So Smash Fight will be our second round. And if Team OJ win that, then of course we won't be going to a game 3. So Common Cookie, I'm going to put you on the spot again. OJ... black pudding cookie. It's very obvious he likes some skill expression, but he can't use black pudding cookie again. So where does he go from here? Who do you think he elects to play?
100%. I'm thinking a cream soda cookie. Both these cookies kind of have very similar play styles, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Cream soda being the newest addition to come out recently in the last update here. And, she's all about just getting that wave power going. So I'm thinking OJ might be coming in clutch with the cream soda cookie here. Game number 2.
I think it's a really good read. Totally very similar kits in some ways with the combo on the auto attacks. I like that call out a lot. But you can see our 3 different cookies that are locked for Team OJ. 3 they just won with will not be used in this next rep. So watch out, of course, for Black Pudding and Licorice Cookie. You won't be seeing them in this round or even in round 3 if we do get there. But likely we'll be seeing those cookies later on with a different team.
Yeah, and you know what? For me, the best counter to like a Black Pudding cookie is somebody who can shoot. You know what I'm saying? So blueberry pie cookie. Yeah. You know, you just kind of keep backing up and keeping that Black Pudding cookie at bay. Blue slushy cookie might be good. I think a rye cookie, another one who has some pretty solid damage output. And the whole, you know, goal of that is just using your range to not allow that Black Pudding to connect. But we're in game number 2.
Oh, all right. We're seeing our first look at Red Velvet Cookie, I believe, here on the side of Team OJ. So a good read of the same playstyle, just a little bit of a different choice.
Yeah, Red Velvet, it's all about pulling. You got to hit them pulls. And you hit that pull, you can have Jimbo on the Cherry Bomb Cookie, toss some bombs. And, you know, you're pretty much going to be, you're going to be eliminated at that point. Corey's going to be looking for a pick in the back line. Here comes Corey coming in clutch with the ultimate, the spin to win here. Corey doing so much damage. Looks like they're on the right track here. Game number 2 here, Coach.
Yeah, nice combo there from the side of Team Corey. And this is what the name of the game is here in Smash Fight. Oh, nice pull from OJ, though. Speaking of the name of the game, it's all about the pulls. OJ able to get one. It looks like Team OJ is really looking for picks, and they'll get a second over the top from Jimbo with the cherry cookie. Nice combo to answer back, but I was going to say, Smash Fight, it's all about the combos, and it's all about the pulls still. Yeah. Holy cow.
Yeah, if they get pulled, it's a GG. You know, you got OJ on the Red Velvet, you get the pull, and then you got Spraggles on the Espresso. He's got the Flash Roast, and he's got the Caffeine Shock. It's a lot of AoE coming out from Spraggles, so it comes down to just OJ getting them grabs here, Coach.
Yeah, I totally agree. Spraggles, Espresso Cookie. Fantastic choice to combo up. This team has been cooking up some combos, man.
Yeah.
They have been in the lab, as we say. Oh, another pull on the top side as Corey's going to try to jump in from the bottom side, potentially. Come around for the flank through the bushes. We do see Team OJ now wildly up in our overall score.
7 KOs. Blue team, focus up.
Corey's deep on the opponent's side right now, looking for a pick, but it's tough to dive in unless they're somewhat low, right? So Corey's whole play style on the Peach Cookie, you need your teammates to be putting in some constant damage. Like right now would be a good opportunity for Corey to dive in with the ult, but Corey was already eliminated beforehand, right? So
yeah,
one more kill. Yep.
A Duck, unfortunately, I think just burned that ultimate a little too early without the team backup. Got a decent amount of damage down, but there was nobody else to come clean it up. So it didn't get really any value out of it. Team OJ looking like the clear victor in this round, which will push them into the second round of our bracket, into the semifinals.
There's the pull.
One. There's the pull. There's the potential pick. And there's the cleanup. Team OJ. 2 up, 2 down. The second, a lot easier than the first.
Too easy. And we talked about this a little bit in the pre-show, like different team comms. You got to watch out for Red Velvet Cookie, because you get pulled, you're done. You know, you are done. And we saw right there the pull, I think on, what was that? White Lily Cookie. Yeah. So squishy too, by the way. And it only takes like the one tap dirt nap right there. So Team OJ coming out strong here in their first round of the night. Definitely a team here, Coach, that everybody in the competition needs to watch for. I mean, that right there just proves it.
No, I agree. That felt like a team effort, a very cohesive team. They've been talking, they were strategizing, they were in voice chat together. Like, that is a full 3-person roster that executed well their game plan. However, I'm still giving the hero award to OJ in both reps. Just perfect skill expression on both of our different cookies. First Black Pudding Cookie, be able to use the skill expression to dive the back line and make sure you pick up all the DPS from Cherry Cookie and the opposition. And then when Cherry Cookie was on your side, how do we pull people in so that we just AoE them down and pick up all the eliminations we need in Smash Fight? Very well done from that team.
Yeah, and you can tell Team OJ, they've been practicing. You know, they've been doing some scripts. You could tell, you know, their team comms are on point, because you need team comms. OJ right there is probably like, I'm pulling this cookie, you know, White Lily Cookie, or I mean Tiger Lily Cookie. got the pull, and everybody was already locked in. Their moves were already kind of bomb, just, you know, preemptive, ready to go, ready to get that damage going. So I think the team OJ, they demonstrated it right there. And team comms and a team game goes, you know, that super scary, especially up against teams that are kind of like all over the place with muddy comms. So Team OJ, I don't know, dude. I know we got other squads to watch here tonight, but I don't know if I had to pick a team winning that 10K. They're looking pretty good right now.
Looking good in round one. Everything could change. Who knows? Semifinals could look a lot different, but I will say they looked very, very clean. Totally agree. I've always said chemistry can win you games. We'll see if chemistry can win them a tournament, folks. This is a content creator tourney. These teams were all thrown together not too long ago, so I don't know how long they've been practicing, but they're looking like they're already in final form. Let's take a look at that bracket and see where all of our teams are at. Of course, we're going to be watching all of the matchups, so we know where we're at. Team OJ has moved on to the semifinals, and they're going to be going up against Team Connor here in a little while. But before we resolve this side of the bracket, we move to the opposite side. Team Crying Man versus Team Bobby to kick things off next. And I'm excited to see what these teams bring for us, because we've seen the same maps and modes. We're keeping this kind of competitive integrity with matching the maps and modes across the board for our first round of matches. But we've seen different strategies now in our first two different rounds for round one.
Yeah, and going over there to Team Bobby, I believe Bobby is going to be the IGL from what I was told here. And then you got Ashlyn. First of all, shout out to Ashlyn, recently hitting 100K subs on YouTube. Huge moment right there. But she was telling me her favorite cookies are strawberry crepe cookie because of the waffle bot, of course. And then the second favorite is cherry bomb cookie. So we've been seeing both those cookies here played a lot tonight. Pretty solid picks as well here, Goj.
Pretty solid picks. We'll be seeing if they pick their comfort picks in round one, or maybe save them for round two with that winning round lock character component that we've got in the bag. But as the players get ready, and I'm sure they're still discussing their strategies as we move into Castle Crashers here in a moment and the other half of our bracket, we're going to take a very short break here in the booth. While we do, sit back, relax, grab some popcorn. We'll be right back with CookieRun OvenSmash creator Crumble.
This gun teaches manners just fine. Time to give them a taste of my action scenes. Step forward. Consider it an honor to fall to me. Time to clean the stage. The grand finale begins now, darling. That was better than I expected. Cheese is all you need on a platter. Don't you agree? Darling, that was hardly a challenge. CookieRun, OvenSmash.
Care for a taste of my fizzy swordplay? I should always lead by example. If you assume I'm all soft, you'll pay dearly. Ha! Found an opening! For the apparatus! I'm not leaving anything behind. This is nice for a change. What a refreshing day! Good snack! CookieRun OvenSmash!
By my blade, you shall be vanquished! The light shall protect us! I shall not falter! Judgment by the light! Do not fear, my friends! I can already hear the cheers of my fans. Ha! A new adventure awaits! May the light guide my path! The divine blesses our triumph! Ha-ha! CookieRun OvenSmash!
With these fists, I'll reshape everything. Time to show what an enforcer's really made of. Now! You thought you could run? Ha! Now you understand my fists. One day, I'll claim the top of lactose. Victory was decided the moment I stepped in. CookieRun, OvenSmash.
Welcome back to CookieRun OvenSmash creator Crumble. I'm Ghost. This is Common Cookie. We are halfway through our bracket stage, and we've seen some fantastic matchups and some great cookie gameplay here in OvenSmash. But Common Cookie, we're moving into our next matchup, and I think the players are ready. Let's talk a little bit about Crying Man. Team Crying Man. Who else do they got on their roster? They got Carbon Finn. They got Royal. What do you think about this team?
Yeah, remember in the pre-show we were talking about Carbon Finn, kind of, you know, sharing some tips and tricks, a tier list with everybody here tonight. And you know, some people are like, okay, hey, what a nice guy, and you know, other people are like, hey, don't trust, homie. You know, it's 10K, it's 10K on the line here. But all jokes aside, like Crying Man, one of the funniest content creators. You know, his content is so funny. So looking forward to kind of seeing where this team, who they pick here tonight, you know, when it comes to cookies wise.
No, I agree. I've had a chance to cast over some gameplay before with Carbon Finn. Great guy. So I don't think he was trying to mislead anybody, but you never know. Let's look at their opposition, though. Team Bobby, got to be on your screen. And again, some heavy hitters in the content creation space. You were hyping up this roster. What do you think?
Yeah, we got Ashlyn looking to clutch it out with the cherry bomb, with the strawberry crepe cookie, and then of course Bobby. Hopefully you bring in that pro esports player mentality here tonight, and we'll be also IGLing. So hopefully that experience can kind of play a role here tonight in the competitive aspect.
Yep, totally agree. Both of these rosters star-studded. The question is, who's going to come out on top in the bracket stage? We're just getting started in this competition, but the bracket stage means that if you win it, if you were able to win round 1 and then round 2 in the semifinals and then win the finals as well, which could be one of these rosters, you could skip stage 2 altogether. You could skip Wild Royale and just move straight to that best of 7 in the finals. So this is a big chance for these teams to get their feet wet in a competition of this scale. And like you said, IGLs on each of these rosters. We're talking kind of a creator-based format, but it's a sweaty, also esports style tournament as well. So a little bit of both goes a long way in competitions like this. And I'm excited to jump into the gameplay. It sounds like it's about to get started.
Yes, sir. Yeah, exactly. Because there's money on the line. There's $10,000, and only one team is walking away with this cash money. So yeah, it's all for fun. Yeah, it's a creator tournament, but we're looking to lock in here, Coach.
Well, let's get into it. Same maps and modes as per the usual. Castle Crashers to start. You got to push the turtle, and already it's going to be pushed towards blue at least a little bit. Both teams doing a good job of spacing out and making sure they don't overcommit to a play. Crying Man tries to go for the dive on the back line and gets punished for it as Stewart has to back off a little bit, getting pushed back by Carbon Finn, but putting the pressure on as it looks like Team Bobby take the early lead.
Yeah, the Strawberry Crepe Cookie's got the health, he's got the reach when it comes to that point. Looks like the Dark Choco, though, taken out right there, Goj.
Yeah, it's a nice Cherry Bomb ult over the top from Cherry Bomb Cookie, and Bobby just making sure that our Waffle Bot doesn't do any extra damage. Space it out, zone him off, and boom, take another one down. So far, in complete control here with Team Bobby.
Yeah, Bobby is doing a great job, too, on the blue slushy. Just staying in the back lines and just getting that poke damage going with those arrows.
Looks like Team... Oh, no. I was going to say Team Crying Man had a chance, but for a moment, over the top, yet again, another Cherry Bomb, another ult, and Carbon Finn is just being zoned off this point. Strawberry Crepe Cookie can be extremely useful in a map and mode like this, but just cannot get the value right now. Can't keep the health above half.
Yeah, and Dark Choco just keeps diving in pretty much alone, too, and just getting 3v1'd out of range from Royal, from the blue slushy Cookie. So Crying Man needs to tame it down a little bit and wait for his squad mates to pull up and be able to support him while he's diving deep.
Finally getting some value onto the point. Crying Man still trying to dive the backline all alone with a little bit of help from Royal this time. Extremely weak Crying Man on 61 HP in a dream. Running away from the Waffle Bot with a little bit of help from Carbon Finn. They're able to take it down, but in the meantime, what's happened? Team Bobby, complete control over the turtle. Going to continue to push this towards the opposition castle.
Yeah, and honestly, Strawberry Crepe Cookie, the moveset, the special move, the Crepe Crash, it pushes opponents back. And that's pretty much what we kept seeing right there from the Dark Choco. Is Dark Choco would dive, but then the Crepe Cookie would kind of push them back, not allowing them to get that damage output. So a perfect counter right there. And we saw it came in clutch.
Well, Team Bobby was nearly infallible. That rep barely lost control of the turtle the entire push to take down the enemy castle. And that was the most dominant win we've seen thus far. Our IGL doing most of the work here, Common Cookie, or do you think that was really a team effort?
It was Strawberry Crepe Cookie. All right, Strawberry Crepe Cookie right there doing most of the teamwork with that knockback, just coming in clutch right there, like we were talking about, just not allowing the Dark Choco to get that damage output like we saw from, I think, our round one with Team Ray and Team Connor. So solid pick. I like the pick, but the Strawberry Crepe Cookie, the matchup, just too strong.
Yeah, I agree. Let's take a look back on some of the replays from that one. It was a quick one, but still some highlight level plays from some of these teams. And I will say Team Bobby, like you said, did a great job here at the very beginning to establish control of the turtle and then push the equation by zoning them off from the point. Every time you'd look at Team Crying Man, they were less than half HP and they were having to back up and they couldn't play objective. And because of that, it was a free walk to the finish line here for Team Bobby. So a nice win and a nice start. Let's see what Team Crying Man can do on the back half into round number 2 as we change up our mode.
Well, Ashland's got a support player right there, the cat. I saw the cat right there helping play some games right there. Oh, and we got Ginger Brave in the back line. So Ashland's got all types of support coming out here tonight.
I'm loving the rep here from Ashland. My cat is also asleep next to me. Hopefully doesn't wake up. May poke her head onto the camera here in a little while, but Team Crying Man gonna have to go back to the drawing board here. They don't necessarily have to change up their cookie choices. Just as a quick reminder, maybe you just tuned in for the first time. If you win a round, you are not able to select those same cookies in the next game. So if you win this first game, Castle Crashers, like their opposition did, Team Bobby, they can't use those same cookies, any of those 3, in round 2. Team Crying Man, every cookie is available. Oftentimes, cookie choices and metas and comps will shift depending on the game mode, but you've got a favorite and you just felt like you couldn't get your feet underneath you because they were, frankly, your legs were swept out underneath you from the oppressiveness of Team Bobby, then maybe we run it back on a couple of those cookies.
Hey, that cat is locked in, dude. That cat is locked in. Yeah, no, I totally agree with you right there. But But I do feel like they're probably going to swap up. You know, when we're looking at Team Crying, they're probably going to swap up, you know, their picks a little bit right there. They have the blue slushy cookie, they have the strawberry crepe cookie, because now we're heading into the PvP, you know, the straight up 3v3 game mode here. You don't really need to play points or anything like that. So you just want to get that damage going. You want to get that damage. And I'm surprised, Goj, and a little hurt, if I'm being honest. We haven't seen a blueberry pie cookie played at all here tonight. I'm trying to tell you, the best cookie, S tier, the best cookie in game for rank pushing. Let me know in the chat right now if you agree with me, by the way. Blueberry pie cookie all day long.
Common Cookie has a clear favorite, and it's been very self-evident throughout the course of this broadcast. Here's a quick look at the locked characters for both teams. Of course, we know the Team Bobby. Here are the 3 cookies that are locked from that last round. These are 3 cookies that they cannot choose in this next round, or even round 3 if we get there. Team Crying will have their own locked cookies if we get to round 3, as they will have both won a round. But to do that, Team Crying have to win Smash Fight, which is where we're going next. And you talked about it. There's no clear objective besides just pick up those eliminations. Talk to me. What are you seeing? Are we finally seeing it?
Let's go. The evil spirit. I'm telling you, the ultimate from Blueberry Pie Cookie goes across the map, essentially, and it just mows them down. Not only that, we can see the auto attacks, that little orb. It just goes so far, and if you can connect, it does a ton of damage here, Coach.
I love your excitement, and we're seeing Crying Man push the equation on my favorite Black Pudding Cookie, trying to dive the backline yet again, this time with a different cookie, as Carbon Finn has elected to change things up and rep a similar cookie. But this time, maybe the pilot was the answer for who should be running these cookies. So far, though, your favorite's winning. Blueberry Pie Cookie in the lead here.
Yeah.
With 2 total eliminations for the team.
Such a good team comp coming out right now from Team Bobby. That is the winning team comp. You got Blueberry Pie in the back line, just chunking them down, taking in the damage, and then the 2 tanks in the front here, Coach.
Yeah, Crying Man yet again trying to dive the backline without an objective. Might be a bit easier to back him up, especially when you've got Royal, an Ice Pop Cookie potentially to go in for the DPS, especially with the ult, be able to freeze the opponents. But you're right. Look how much chip damage we're getting from Blueberry Pie. And they call in the spirits. The ult comes in.
Mowing him down. If Bobby gets a freeze off and then Ashton just ults, I mean, that's the easy two eliminations right there.
Yeah, it's a great team comp. I totally agree. Being able to pair up your ults, very helpful. Crying Man yet again overextends, unfortunately. Perfect freeze, perfect DPS. Crying Man trying to get a dive in the backline. Unfortunately gets punished for it, and yet again calling the spirits in. Ashlyn, Blueberry Pie Cookie getting so much value with that ult.
Calling in the spirits, baby. Hey, we might as well just hand him the win right now, man. I'm telling you, they're taking this one home with the Blueberry Pie. There goes Bobby. There goes Bobby with the beautiful freeze.
A perfect setup from Bobby. Bobby was able to call in that freeze after actually the auto attack came in from Blueberry Pie Cookie, but because of the slow roll of that damage, lined him up and got so much value.
Yeah. The problem is Crying Man can't get in the back. You know, they're doing such a good job at protecting Ashlyn.
Whoa! Blue team just scored.
Freeze over the top. Crying Man, unfortunately, low yet again and gets knocked out of the park by the Ice Pop Cookies. And it's a battle of the Ice Pop Cookies. And yet again, it goes to Team Bobby, 2 away.
Ice Pop versus Ice Pop. And let them 1v1 each other. You know what I'm saying? But it's Stewart on the Fruit Punch, getting chunked down pretty low right here, trying to get that heal up real quick.
Red wins in 1. They just need one of these 2 and the perfect freeze to clean them up. Team Bobby, a clean sweep and a clean 2-0.
There it is. And we haven't really touched on it, but right there, Fruit Punch Cookie rocking one of the passives, and there's a lot of debate about like what's the best passive, but had the increased recovery. So pretty much when you're out of combat, you gain your health back 50% faster right there. And we saw that kind of play a role right there on that Fruit Punch Cookie. Pulled out the fight because it didn't work out the first time, got their health back, and then dived right back in to get that win there. So beautiful. Listen, I know I was kind of on the Team OJ bandwagon after last game, but Team Bobby, this team's looking mighty nice here, Goj.
I think you're only cheering them on because they ran Blueberry Pie Cookie. I know it's the truth, but you're right. It worked. And listen, your strategies seem to be working. A great call out there on Fruit Punch Cookie. Cookie, by the way. I think certainly that is the passive to choose when it comes to Smash Fight, just because you can back out and you're not punished for backing out of the fight, to be able to heal back up and get back into the mix. So I like that call out. But overall, I agree with you. Team Bobby, it's got to be Team Bobby maybe versus Team OJ in the finals. Is that what we're calling? I mean, we got one more match before we even get to the semifinals. We got a lot of work to do. But let's take a quick look back on why Team Bobby was so dominant in round 2.
It was just too good. I mean, this has to be like the best team comp we've seen here all night. The ice pop cookie, you got the fruit punch cookie, and then the blueberry pie cookie. So pretty much Bobby and Stuart, their main objective, just keep blueberry pie alive, honestly, and let blueberry pie cookie from the back just keep chunking them down. And I feel like that's exactly what they did. And Carbon Fin, Royal, Prime Man, they couldn't touch the blueberry pie cookie in the back line.
Yeah, I agree. Did a really good job of spacing there on Blueberry Pie Cookie. And because of that, Team Bobby has moved on into the semifinals, folks. Team Crying goes down. You will see them in stage 2 with the likes of Team Corey and Team Ray, who have all lost their first round matchups. This is a single elimination bracket. So Team Bobby still in it, still hunting for potentially the win here in our bracket stage to jump past stage 2 and go straight to the grand finals. But before we get to our semifinals, we've got one more first round matchup. Team Drage versus Team Ash. I'm excited to get into this one because it's the same maps and modes. Could be some of the same comps, could be different. Only time will tell.
Only time will tell. Team Ash, though, I know I was gassing up Hyrule Legend, the CookieRun Kingdom, the go-to guy, the knowledge. The guy's got all the knowledge, but we got Drecht coming in here for Team Ash here. And Drecht, I'll talk about him after this because Drecht, though, ooh boy, Goach. We'll get to him in a little bit, but we got Dredge here.
We'll talk about him in a second. Dredge on screen, Sir Tag, and Hyrule Legend. I'm excited to watch this roster. What do you know about these guys? I've had the chance to work with, cast over, talk with in person Sir Tag 1,000 times, and there's one thing about Sir Tag that needs to be made very clear. Extremely competitive. I'll put it that way. Sir Tag wants to win no matter what game, no matter what type of competition. Is it creator? Is it for fun? Is there money on the line? And folks, we got money on the line, so Sir Tag's going to be going hard.
Yeah, Sir Tag, Sweaty, Dredge, I believe plays for Navi too, right? So you got that high-level comp play experience, which will play a factor here. And then you got Hyrule Legend with all of the CookieRun Kingdom knowledge. I mean, this guy's the encyclopedia right here. He knows the ins and outs of every single cookie in the entire universe here, Coach.
Well, let's take a look at their competition. You were hyping them up as well. So let's look at them. Team Ash, who do you think's taking it? Does this roster look like it can handle the damage of their opposition?
Yeah, so first off, kind of cheering for Duncan because he told me he's trying to save up for a trip to Tokyo. So I want to see my dude go out there to Tokyo. But Drecht, I know we're talking about CookieRun Kingdom, but my dude is, I'm telling you, Goach, ranked number 1 in the competitive scene. Ranked number 1 from CookieRun Kingdom. So you already know my dude is locked in here tonight.
All right. You're getting me hyped for this matchup. I think this could be one of the best matchups. We could see our first game 3 potentially in the first round with these two rosters. They both are star-studded. They both got fantastic content creators in the universe here with CookieRun. I don't know. This could go either way. Do you have a favorite of the two? Do you think it's going to be Team Ash?
Well, I think both Drecht and Hyrule, they're both going to use their CookieRun knowledge. I played a couple of OvenSmash games with them too in the past. I think they're going to use that, kind of share that knowledge with their teammates, and it is going to be a close one. And like you said, I think this could be the first game where we don't get a 2-0 right out the gate here. So we're going to see a lot of back and forth, I'm thinking here. Because I already know Drecht, I was reading the chat, he was telling everybody like who's the meta, who to pick, what team comps to go with, really setting his team up for success beforehand. So you love to see it here, Coach.
I respect that. I've got a lot of faith in Hyrule Legend, though. So let's see what these teams can do, folks. We're about to jump into this matchup. And as a reminder, it's the same maps and modes. It's the same thing that we've been doing. It's going to start with Castle Crasher, and then we're going to be moving into Smash Fight right after. Let's see who can push the turtle better in the first round. So the players get their comps ready. Let's jump into it in just a moment. I have a feeling we know what some of our favorites, some of those S tier, if you will, cookies out there that we may see, but every comp has been different thus far, which is one of the most exciting parts of this competition. And I think as we get into the best of 7 later and you start seeing more and more cookies get pulled off the board, that's where things get really interesting. You might see some of those, well, non-S rank and maybe even C/D rank cookies come into play because they work best with the comp of what we have left.
Yeah, and honestly, this might be the first time we see a latte cookie come into play, because latte cookie, especially for Castle Crasher, super underrated, because homie could fly up in the air and not take any damage, but also stay on the point here, Goach.
Yeah, great call. Here we go. Comps looking clean, and an early start for Hyrule Legend. Full health on the point, and our turtle is moving.
Looks like we got licorice on Hyrule. It looks like we got the black pudding cookie on Dredge, and then the fruit punch cookie on Surtag. That's gonna be the blue side here, holding down the points. Then the opposite side, we got the Dunkin' with the ice pop, direct with the melon soda, and then an espresso on Ash here, Coach.
Yeah, good call out. And very early lead, Surtag fruit punch to potentially open things up whenever their opponents roll in. I will say for Duncan and Direct and Ash, they are trying to work together as a team. They're not trickling into our turtle point. We're not trying to overextend, but a nice over the top from Dredge, who's able to pick up the ultimate, a ton of damage and the cleanup. And Dredge, Black Pudding Cookie, cleans up the objective and should push this nearly all the way to the finish line.
Yeah, and Licorice Cookie's little minions could be such a nuisance. I mean, we saw right there pretty much, what was it, Duncan trying to 1v1 the little minion right there. It's just time consuming. You gotta take them out.
Surtag gonna start things off, getting up close and personal. The Bruiser Fruit Punch gets a ton of value down, but doesn't pick up any eliminations. And so finally, we're seeing Team Ash have some nice value here and start chipping away at the opposition's castle and start pushing this back to Central.
Yeah, looks like Ash also picked up a card here too, so we'll have to see how they utilize that one here. Duncan trying to get the heals from the Melon Soda, but Melon Soda knocked out of here, Goj.
Yeah, support down early has a ton of ramifications for this roster. They can't engage properly. Now they're trickling in, especially if Ash goes down. Luckily, or skillfully rather, Ash was able to back away, restabilize, and try to play with the team. Ice Pop Cookie going to go in first. Duncan trying to get that damage down on Tag. Tag picks up a little bit of a shield, but a ult with the top does not connect, and Drek falls. Surtag stays alive with 2 down. What a hit from Tag. Hyrule Legend still on the point. Very well executed from Team Dredge.
Yeah, Tag almost getting the triple right there at the end, and it all started with Tag kind of sidestepping Duncan's ultimate, not getting frozen right there.
A nice call. And still an ebb and flow, but look how much damage has been done to Red's castle. Team Ash in quite a bit of trouble. They need to stay on this point as long as they can. Gonna throw down the heals from Melon Soda. And because of that, Surtag is gonna engage. This time, instead of going for the support, just gonna go for the other two. You can't out-heal Tag, not with the help of his teammates. Hyrule Legend on point, throwing down the extra damage and backing everybody off of it. 12% and counting. Our blue team, Team Dredge. Nice and clean. An easy win. Time is out. Castle is down.
Yeah.
Wow.
That was tough. And honestly, shout out to Hyrule Legends Licorice Servants right there. I mean, we saw little dudes rising from the ground. They have like 3,000 HP, and they just pretty much hunt down the closest opponent and just keep smacking them. So some of these players, you know, you could be locked in on taking the fight up against your opponent and kind of tunnel vision in a sense, but then you're still getting smacked in the back by a little tiny Licorice Servant. You know, kind of chipping away at you. Then next thing you know, the dude takes you out right there. So Licorice Cookie, a great cookie to try to kind of get that zone control.
Yeah, I think technically labeled as a controller in game, and definitely zoning off in an objective-based game mode like Castle Crasher. A perfect execution there from Licorice Cookie to help zone off the entire objective and also the area around the objective, pushing the opponents back, and then we're able to dive into the back line and pick up those eliminations. So complete control there for Licorice Cookie and their team. I'm excited to see what Team Dredge can do in round 2. Will they pick up a 2-0 like the rest of the bracket? Here's a quick look back at some of the replays and why it worked so effectively with Surtag leading the charge on the front side.
Yeah, and you know, I gotta give it to Direct, you know, on the Melon Soda Cookie, really doing his best to get them heals going, right? To trying to keep the team nice and healthy. Right here, prime example, you know, staying on point, but Surtag kind of just going for those eliminations, and the fruit punch Cookie with that shield because of the ultimate, you know, just a little too much to handle there for Solo Dolo Melon Soda.
Yeah, no, it's a good call out. It felt like Melon Soda was doing everything that they could. It just couldn't get enough DPS down to make all of those heals worth it. It felt like Ice Pop Cookie needed to get maybe a couple more ults to connect effectively. The one thing about Castle Crasher that is worth noting, if you haven't played a ton of it, is that turtle will block a ton of damage. So a lot of your auto attacks will not go through our turtle, which means you do have to make sure you line up your skill shots and your auto attacks effectively, or unfortunately, you'll be wasting a lot of cooldowns.
Yeah, so we're looking at Team Dredge. They can kind of pick the same cookies again, right? So Hyrule, we might see them going with that licorice, possibly. Did a really good job there. Actually, no, they won, so they can't go on it, right? Yeah. Hyrule can't play the licorice.
Yeah. Team
That's taken out.
Licorice is out. Surtag will not be able to play Fruit Punch Cookie either. So definitely have to change up the cookies, but may keep the same play style as we go into Smash Fight. Because as a reminder, you know, I really think the main thing with Smash Fight that is worth remembering is that it comes down to the comp. It comes down to those ultimate pair-ups, and that's how you really win usually. And whether you're going Red Velvet Cookie and just trying to pull somebody in and get a pick, or if you're trying to play front to back,
there he is.
Usually it's the comps.
Yeah, it's definitely the comps here. Okay, and then also they can't play Black Pudding Cookie as well. Yep. So we haven't seen a cream soda cookie here tonight. I don't recall. One of the newest cookies to be released here. Kind of like we were talking about during the OJ Terror. I'm going to say pretty similar play styles, right? When it comes to Black Pudding Cookie and cream soda cookies. So for all those Black Pudding Cookie players, you know, I have to go like that's the second pick cookie in my opinion.
Yeah, I wonder if it's because Cream Soda Cookie was the most recent ad. People just aren't quite as comfortable on that cookie compared to the rest of the options out there. Maybe a little bit deeper in the bag for some of these teams. Maybe in best of 7, we'll see, you know, Cream Soda Cookie come out. I don't know.
Oh, you're going to have to. You know, you're going to have to, depending on how much back and forth it goes. I mean, you're going to be digging deep into the cookie pool at that point, right? So we might even see like a jerky cookie come into play. There's a lot of cookies, surprisingly enough, that we still haven't even seen. We haven't seen my big homie Gingerbread coming out here tonight, but we'll have to get to it. Put a pin in it because we got direct on Blueberry Pie Cookie right now, Goj.
All right, Blueberry Pie Cookie is back, and we're still seeing some Ice Pop Cookie in play as Dredge goes down first to the side of Ash. Again, Team Ash have to win this round if they want to keep their dreams alive in the bracket stage. And I want to see a game 3, so I'm cheering on Team Ash.
Yeah, Team Ash is all about the poke. It's all about putting in that damage and trying to make sure to take out Dredge on the Ice Pop Cookie and not to allow Dredge to get up close and personal within the freeze range, essentially. Because if you get frozen, you're going to get taken out. So Team Ash, they got a lot of range here, Goj.
Yeah, a ton of poke, which is actually great against a player like Dredge who's trying to get up close and personal with Ice Pop Cookie. Look at him. Ice Pop Cookie diving in and able to swing one away. Blueberry Pie goes down, and with all this pressure, Team Ash is going to have to back up aggressively. They don't lose too many lives in this engagement. A nice pick there from Tag and the team.
Oh, Drex with the long wombo combo on the Blueberry Pie Cookie ultimate here. Hyrule Legend versus Drex, middle lane. Looks like they're both going to be pulling off.
A lead now for Team Dredge, only by 1, though. And Dredge is getting aggressive. Here comes the push. Surtag trying to follow it up with Blue Slushy Cookie's ultimate, and it connects for a ton of damage, and then over the top, Hyrule Legend. The cherry bombs come across and pick up another elimination. Team Dredge continue to maintain their lead and only need 4 more.
Yeah, and Cherry Bomb Cookie Hyrule is rocking one of the best skins in the game, in my opinion, too. So much personality, but just getting them fadeaways from downtown. Drek kind of out of position here, Goj.
Well, Surtag goes in for the dive and picks up a couple trades, and now it's 3-2. Hyrule Legend and team are okay with that. And it looks like Dredge is actually able to get the card as well, so we'll see what item they're able to play. This could be the difference maker. Technically only need 2 in this next engagement, and Ash and Duncan are low enough. Likely gonna see Ice Pop. There it is. Drage pushes the equation, gets 1, doesn't get the second, but only needs 1 more to close this thing out, and Tag is trying to finish the job.
Oh, there's the cherry bomb, trying to get that damage on the board. Yeah, looks like they just lost track of Dredge from downtown, was able to get in, get that freeze going, and pretty much turn the tides here, Coach.
1-2, 1 bad team fight. Team Ash still have a chance here. Everybody now slowing it down. The pace of play comes to a screeching halt until Dredge opens things up with a freeze. 1 goes down, they get the trade. A 1 elimination game. Ice Pop Cookie does a lot of things right, a lot of damage, but the perfectly timed ultimate allows the team to follow up the damage, and Team Dredge pick up the win. We will not be seeing that. That is it. We will not be seeing a game 3. They actually went back to back.
Ah, man. Hyrule, Legend, Dredge, Sir Tag. They gave it their all, you know what? And it looked pretty good, Coach. It looked pretty good. And one cookie that keeps popping on almost all of our radars every single game is Ice Pop Cookie. Yeah. My dude is so versatile. We saw the gap close with the icy slide, and then the ultimate, of course, we saw with the freezing strike or the freezing swing. I mean, one of the best cookies in the game here, Coach.
No, exactly right. And as we take a look back on those replays, this is why we talked about comps, right? This is why we talk about what comp is your team using? Which cookies are you using that could pair up well together? And Ice Pop Cookie makes things so easy because as long as you get that freeze off, everything can follow up. You burn all of your cooldowns to make sure you can follow up on that freeze. When they're stunned like that, you can drop so much damage from a cookie like Cherry Bomb Cookie to be able to pick up that elimination. That final one comes through, and you can see the frustration from Team Ash as they barely miss out on forcing a game 3.
Yeah, that was probably like our closest game when it comes to the 3v3 game mode right there, honestly, all night long. But, I mean, hey, these dudes, they're not gone yet. They still got that last chance Wild Royale coming in clutch. But so far tonight here, at least in the first rounds, every single match go just been a 2-0.
I know. I'm surprised. I thought we were going to see some more game 3s in our first round matchups, so maybe we'll see it in the second round, folks. We're moving into the semi-finals. It's going to be Team Connor versus Team OJ here on the left side of our bracket, and then on the right, it's going to be Team Bobby versus Team Dredge. And I don't know if I have a favorite. I know we both like Team Bobby and Team OJ. Maybe we'll be seeing those teams in the finals. But Team Dredge is looking really good.
Yeah, Team Dredge, especially after their last game with Hyrule on the Cherry Bomb from downtown, really getting that damage going. Not only that, like the skills coming out for the Ice Pop with the gap closer and then the freeze right there. You know, they're definitely warmed up here, Coach. So I think that's like my third favorite pick. I kind of forgot Team Connor and their juice. So maybe, I kind of forgot, they got overshadowed in my opinion, but that was so long ago that they had a nice opportunity to kind of like watch the competition almost and maybe, come up with like a draft up against Team OJ, because you already know OJ, he's playing Black Pudding Cookie without a doubt. That's just a fact here.
That's right. That's exactly right. Well, before we get into those matches, folks, we've got some exciting news. We've got a lot of things to talk about today with some potential reveals later in the broadcast, but also some giveaways, folks. We've got a giveaway for you to enter. You've got a chance to win a DJ Mia plushie. Go get your hands on your DJ Mia plushie, potentially by clicking this QR code. Again, you can screenshot it if you're on mobile. Bang, there you go. I'm smiling with the thumbs up, and you can click that QR code to go enter into our giveaway. It'll take you over to a different link. You can enter in. It's very easy. It'll take you like 60 seconds or less. Enter in to potentially win a DJ Mia plushie. It'll be sent out to you. So excited for you. These plushies are very cute. You can see an image of them right below me there. Go check out that link and see how to enter. It is very, very easy. Click a couple things, sign up, and boom, there you go. You've got a chance to win a DJ Mia plushie. And hopefully you're a winner for us, and I'll be paying attention to it after the broadcast to see who won. But you'll be contacted via email or however you sign up inside of that link, and so it won't be hearing from us here on the broadcast of who wins, but I hope you do. So thanks for tuning in, folks. We're going to take a very short break here in the booth. While we do, again, sit back a little bit, get some water. Things have been quite sweaty around here, and I'm excited to get into the semifinals where it's only going to get hotter, so don't miss out. We'll be right back in just a moment.
All hero stories are the same. They come, they win, everyone's happy, the end. And the audience still buys this rubbish? Makes me want to say, seriously? I am the beginning and the end. I was, I am, and therefore I will be. This is not some mere revenge. Oh, it's so much more. The perfect narrative. And you know me. Who am I if not a cruel playwright?
What a curious development. Looks like it's finally time to stretch this dough.
Behold! The curtain is about to rise! Noble heroes, revered elementals, ancient monsters of all kinds, and the ever so busy witches. Please take your seats. Rejoice, for you are to experience a brand new vision of the world.
Well, well, the clock of fate has started ticking. Let's see what it has in store, shall we? The Arcana of Truth and Deceit. Wish to see a dimensional rift? CookieRun Kingdom.
My convictions will not falter. I'll follow the blade's lead. With that skill, you were never going to win. Breaking through. I'll cut you down to nothing. Not bad. Almost fun. Meat Boulevard will be safe under my blade. CookieRun, OvenSmash.
Coffee is a magical substance. Any counter-arguments? Be sure it's worth wasting a busy cookie's time. If you want bitterness, I'll oblige. Do not interrupt me again. Witness the pinnacle of coffee magic. Drawn in by the aroma, were you? Everything proceeds according to plan. Let's move. Satisfactory. CookieRun OvenSmash.
Stop this blade.
Enemy triple kill.
Welcome back to CookieRun OvenSmash. Creator Crumble, Goj, and Common Cookie here to call all the action. We have finished our first round of our bracket stage. We're moving into the semi-finals. Common Cookie, what do you think about round one? I think round two is about to get started very quickly.
All right, what I think OJ on Black Pudding Cookie, OP. So, you know what I'm saying? Team Connor, you need to come up with something. You need an answer because you need to shut down the Black Pudding Cookie ASAP.
I know. We know exactly what's going to be happening from the OJ side. Let's take a look at Team Connor, though. And again, remind everybody this was our first matchup of the day. Team Connor won quite handedly, mostly because of Nat with a heart.
Yeah, Nat with a heart coming in clutch with that cherry cookie, actually. And Nat with the heart, actually one of the players who, goes way back, played in one of the first ever OvenSmash lands in Korea. So now I recall. Okay, this is gonna be a good matchup. Team Connor, this is gonna be a good matchup. I was throwing some shade their way just because I kind of forgot But it all came back to me right now, man. The smooth brain cookie, it came back, dude. And it's gonna be a good fight.
I think so too. Let's take a look at Team OJ and again remind everybody of why they were so dominant. It was all three of these players, but it was led by OJ himself on Black Pudding Cookie in the very first round in Castle Crasher, where, well, he picked up like 16 eliminations, I think it was. So it was some ridiculous number. It was very high, and OJ was the star player on the team with great backup from Jimbo and Spraggles. And in the second round, I think it was Red Velvet Cookie that he was repping and was pulling everybody from the bushes, and they were able to pick up the eliminations they needed to win Smash fights. So I'm liking this roster as well. I think both were talented. But I think Team Connor, if they're expecting the same matchup they had in round 1, they're going to be in for a rude surprise. Now, things have changed a little bit, though. Round 2 maps and modes are a little different. Walk me through these, Common Cookie.
Yeah. We got the Castle Crasher. So that's the one with the turtle, with the point. We got the Smash fight as well. With the little different layouts, we're going to be playing the concert hall. So there's different hardcover and points of interest, and then bushes. And then if we do make it to game number 3, it is a drop the beat. And drop the beat, you just want to stay on point and hold it down, Coach.
Yeah, and I know we'll talk a little bit more about Drop the Beat if we get there. So far, we have not gotten a single game 3. So I do want to remind you, if you're just tuning in for round 2 here in the semifinals, how Castle Crasher works. You've seen it a ton. You've probably played it a ton as well. You gotta push the turtle to its destination. To push the turtle, you just gotta be in that zone that's around it. The turtle can block damage for you. You can play around that. It's one of the reasons that Cherry Cookie can be so valuable, to be able to throw those bombs over the top. But either way you look at it, it's going to be a fun one to watch. Castle Crasher should be a blast.
Look at that. You got Ice Pop Cookie right there. Just, he's just lock and loaded, man. He's ready to go. Dude already knows he's part of the team, man. So Cherry Cookie definitely on the side of Nat with the heart. I think both teams just going to go with the same team comps, honestly, that we saw them play in game number 1 and in game number 2. I mean, it doesn't make sense not to here, Coach.
Yeah, no, I agree. Let's take a quick look at it. Break it down for me as we hop straight onto the point and this turtle begins to move.
Yeah, we got OJ right back onto the Black Pudding Cookie. So BD Legend trying to take him out, Coach.
He's getting extremely aggressive, and this time it looks like OJ is going to get punished for it. BD Legend is low enough they're able to get the trade, and now Spraggles and Jimbo have won the point, and they're going to force Team Connor to play way back, and they're giving up a ton of damage right now, and they throw the Cherry Cookie ult down to try to get enough damage onto Jimbo to where Fruit Punch Cookie can't find a ton of value for the backline, but he's going to follow OJ in. They could see a decent amount of value here if OJ can win this fight against Connor.
Beautiful pick right there, playing the Bacon Roll Cookie, I believe a direct counter to Black Pudding Cookie with the knock-up. So really trying to use that bruiser, use that extra health to their advantage here on the side of Team Connor.
Yeah, good shout. We haven't seen Bacon Roll Cookie on main yet. OJ is able to get Bacon Roll Cookie, but unfortunately gets traded out by BD Legend. But Spraggles and Jimbo have done a great job finding a lot of value on the point, 84 to 72%, as Nat with a heart continues to be a terror from distance, comes in with the Cherry Cookie, and then gets cut down.
You saw that little servant right there? That's what I'm talking about, man. Licorice's little homies, they do damage, man. You can't sleep on those dudes. I mean, you ignore them because you're focused on the opponent, but they're just smacking you in the back, taking out your health slowly.
Yeah, Spraggles is kind of the unsung hero of this team. So much chip damage as the support and the controller that is Licorice Cookie. Spraggles able to stay alive, running away, desperately running away from Connor on Bacon Roll Cookie, and OJ has picked up the double kill. This is the OJ we know and love. First to 5 eliminations already for his team. Not quite as dominant as last time, but looking a lot similar. Holy cow, they've got so much value.
Nice ult right there from OJ, pretty much chunking Nat with heart and BD down to 50% HP.
Bang, and that'll do it, folks. Team OJ, they were only stopped for a moment, and they run it back, and you can see the excitement on Jimbo's face. He knows they've got something special.
Hey, I saw right there at the end, somebody threw out the BM emoji with the sad face, man, at the end. I saw that, but they're getting it going, man. They're getting it going. I do appreciate the pick, though, for the bacon roll at the end. I understand, because bacon roll, you got the bacon slam. and it pretty much knocks the opponent up in the air. So if you can like knock up the black pudding cookie, you know, you're taking them out the game essentially for a couple seconds to get some damage on the board. So I did like that. And then you also have the special, which is Let's Keep Playing. That's what it's called. And it gives Bacon Roll a nice little shield and does some damage as well. So I do like, I like the pick. I like the pick and I get it. And I appreciate that they're trying to pull out other cookies here tonight to try to like counteract their opponent's favorite comfort picks here, Coach.
Yeah, they had plenty of time to VOD review. I wonder if they did. Unfortunately, it didn't work out for them, but I like the idea. It felt like the Bacon Roll Cookie could get the knockup, but couldn't find enough follow-up damage to take down OJ fast enough. And in the meantime, while they were all fighting, that turtle was moving, all right?
True.
And those castles were falling. So let's take a look back at some of those replays and break it all down. Common Cookie, it was Team OJ to start, and of course they finished correctly. There was some jockeying and back and forth in the middle. See BD Legend taking down OJ, but Spraggles and Jimbo just basically never left the point.
Yeah, and we talked about it, the licorice cookie, the little servants. I mean, the unsung heroes out there just constantly applying pressure and doing damage right there. And like you said, staying on the points. And of course, with Castle Crasher, it's all about sticking with that turtle here, Coach.
That's right, but we're moving back to Smash Fight, folks. So now our objective is off the table, and with Smash Fight, everything changes because now we're just looking to play, well, maybe front to back, or maybe we look for some Assassins gameplay. Maybe we'll see Chili Pepper Cookie for the first time in a Smash Fight game. Let's see. But of course, I've already kind of explained it. But if you don't know, all you got to do is just defeat your enemies, Common Cookie. That's the way you get your points. Just need to pick up 10 elims.
Or if you're OJ, pull them towards you and let your team just smack them down, baby. Are we going to see the red velvet? You have to assume we are, Coach. You have to.
Yeah, of course. I think OJ knows his play style. He knows his 2 to 3 to 4 potential cookies that he can play. Let's take a look at those cookies that he can't play and the entire team can't play. We just saw them, and we see that licorice off the table. Of course, black pudding off the table, and then fruit punch.
Yeah, those cookies, they did their part for Team OJ. They got game number 1 in the pocket. Now they just need to lock it in one more time. So, you know, they're probably going to run the Red Velvet team comp because it worked. It worked for them in round number 1. They were rocking Red Velvet Cookie with Espresso Cookie and was Cherry Cookie as well. So the strat is get the pull and then just pile on that damage on top of that one cookie and just rinse and repeat.
OJ. Some excitement down there because he knows they're one step away from being in the bracket stage finals. That with a heart, showcasing a little bit of some love to our dear friend Ginger Brave, who may not see any love in today's competition, but we'll see.
Homie just sent me an email, by the way, saying that somebody pick me. I think if we go to like a coin rush, if we go to like a coin rush, we might see a Ginger Brave because you know, he could just zoom all over the place and he's just a healing beast. So it really depends what happens. Hey, there he is. Speaking of Ginger Brave, brother from another, there he is. So maybe in the grand finals, we might see Ginger Brave if we do get that coin rush coming in.
Yeah, Ginger Brave Cookie. Look, at all the tier lists I'm seeing, Ginger Brave Cookie is not near the top, but everybody has a role. And you're right, depending on the map mode we're playing, see a little Ginger Brave Cookie. Not with a heart flexing the plushie. Maybe it'll be Not with a heart that shows us what Ginger Brave Cookie can do. But either way you look at it, our players are getting prepared for this next matchup, Smash Fight. There's still a lot of team chemistry that goes into this mode. You have to pair up your ultimates well. You have to play off of cooldowns. So it's going to come down to communication. And so far, Team OJ have had the best communication that we can see. Let's see what happens.
Same team comp that we saw from Team OJ in their first round playing here. So you got OJ on the Red Velvet, Jimbo on the Cherry Cookie, and then Spraggles on the Espresso Cookie. So they're just going with what works.
Yeah, and it looks like Connor's decided to match the same strategy. You also see a Red Velvet Cookie from both sides this time around. Cherry Cookie ult over the top is going to get Nat with the heart very weak. But still only one elimination to the side of Team OJ.
Yeah, so realistically, if you're on the side of Team Connor, looking at the cookies that wouldn't mind getting pulled, has to be Nat, you know, on that crepe cookie, because you got 8,000 health, and then you can just spawn your waffle bot.
Oh, nice ult over the top. from Cherry Cookie. So get everybody weak. So Connor and Nat with the heart are going to have to run, but Cherry Cookie doesn't care if you run. Just going to throw those bombs over the top and pick up another. It is Team OJ all day, as round 2 is looking very clearly to their side and their advantage. Another nice grab on the max range of that grab from OJ, and they already able to get the cleanup. There's just so much DPS pressure. A hook or not, a grab or not, OJ is infallible at this point.
Yeah, beautiful play right there. OJ got the pull, and then the Cherry Cookie did their ultimate to section off Nat's teammates. So Nat was in a 3v1, and her squad mates couldn't close the gap because of that Cherry Bomb ult.
Unreal. That binding grip is dangerous. And so far, not a single elimination to the side of Team Connor. Another weak play, and it looks like Connor's going to go in on the Jimbo, and unfortunately can't put enough damage down and has to back off. Only 4 more eliminations needed for Team OJ. BD Legend is trying to play the flank here.
Here we go.
And OJ doesn't care about a flank. OJ's trying to engage. Gets decent damage in main, but now finally having to back off.
Yeah, Connor needs to get a pull, and then we need the Peach Cookie just to do their ult and, you know, at least get 1 elimination and hopefully get that momentum going. And we need to wait for Nat's Waffle Bot to come in play as well to, you know, get that extra support they needed. But it looks like Connor missed their pull there, Goj, and then got the reverse pull.
Yeah, Peach Cookie with the bow staff can be very valuable, but right now it's not seeing much of it. Just haven't been able to combo effectively. Team OJ only 2 away, and they're going to engage here. Nat with a heart in deep trouble. Very tanky, and OJ barely alive. Could be a chance to finally put some points on the board for Team Connor, but no! They get both Connor full sins, and that is the cleanest round 2 we've seen thus far. Team OJ with the win, and they're in the finals of the bracket stage for a chance to move straight to the grand finals of stage 3.
Yeah, OJ, the Deuce Man right there, getting it done. And yeah, they get to take a little break now, a little breather, all right? And kind of watch their opponents, kind of see what their team comps are looking like. Look at OJ representing with the K counts right there. Red Velvet, you know, we saw Red Velvet, the ultimate. Oh, whoa, relax. Red Velvet with the ultimate, you actually spawn a couple K counts to kind of help you in the battle as well. So it is what it is.
Yeah. Hey, listen, we said that we'd likely see Team OJ in the finals here in bracket stage, and it looks like we were right. They look like they're in final form. They look like their chemistry is nearly unmatched at this point. So we got to see what happens on the other side of the bracket, though, Comic Cookie. Like, who can stand up to OJ? And before we talk about the other side of the bracket, let's take a quick look back on some of those replays and see why they were so effective and literally infallible. They did not lose a single life.
Yeah, so it's safe to say, like, whoever does, you know, win this next one and they verse Team OJ in the finals, they're going to run the same team comps, right? So you already kind of know what they're going to run. It's just a matter of, like, being able to counter it and, you know, hopefully win up against it and shut them down there. So obviously Spraggles and Jimbo both putting in a lot of work, but both rounds we see OJ's like the center of the squad, you know, when it comes to the Black Pudding Cookie in the back line, getting that damage, getting those picks, or when it comes to the Red Velvet Cookie, getting the pull. So if whoever's versing Team OJ, they got to focus on taking out OJ. Take out OJ every single time you see homie, and that might be able to, you know, get the upper hand on their squad if you take out their core player.
Yeah, if you take down the core player, I think there's a good chance. The problem is on Black Pudding Cookie, especially in Castle Crasher, like, if you're focusing everything on OJ, you're not on the point. You look up and you're down like 40%, and that's what's happened the last couple rounds, whether OJ is finding a ton of eliminations or not. So I like that call out. They just got to get rid of him quick.
You got to get rid of
OJ. Especially in Castle Crasher. But we turn our eyes to the other side of the bracket. We've got Team Bobby going up against Team Drage there in the semifinals on the second half of the bracket. Let's talk a little bit about Team Bobby and why they were able to win so effectively. It's a full team effort, but Bobby IGLing really made this team go far.
Yeah, the Bobby IGLing was popping off, and Ashlyn Stewart with the support in the back line. I think, you know, Team OJ obviously going to be overshadowing everybody right now just because how clean it was. But in that last round, I think you and I were both kind of on the side of like Team Bobby actually looking like the stronger team out the mix.
Yeah, I think it's certainly possible. The roster looked really clean. They were perfect through Castle Crasher. So I don't know. We'll see. But their competition are pretty heavy as well. They will swing heavy with the Ice Pop Cookie. They will do it all as Team Drage on your screen. Sir Tag playing Fruit Punch Cookie likely yet again.
Yes, sir.
I don't know. Hyrule Legend, a legend in the scene. What do you think? Do you have a prediction between these two rosters?
Yeah, so Hyrule was in the back kind of playing that licorice cookie, the controller role. And then on their game number 2, definitely clutched it out with the cherry cookie and, those massive cherry bombs, just constantly applying that pressure, applying that damage. And I don't even think Hyrule got eliminated in that game 2 that we saw from them that helped them qualify here, Coach. So it's going to be a good matchup for sure.
Yeah, it'll certainly be a good matchup. As we take a quick look back at maps and modes yet again, we're going to be going back to Castle Crasher to kick things off over at Serial Docks, and then we're moving back to Smash Fight yet again. We have yet to see a drop the beat, which frankly is the most surprising thing of the entire day today. I'm really excited about Drop the Beat. We'll certainly see it later. Not a single game 3 yet. Do you think this could be the matchup?
Will this be the matchup for? I hope so, man. I hope so, because these clean sweeps, man. I'm starting to get my feels out here. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to see a clean sweep. I got to see that competition out here. So this could be a good opportunity with Dredge and that pro player experience and that competitive mindset. Meanwhile, Team Bobby on the opponent's side, Bobby also IGLing. This could be it. Yeah, I'm with you.
Okay, this could be it. Common Cookie agrees with Goj, and that is we are seeing a game 3 finally, folks. I'm predicting it. Okay, Drop the Beat. Very fun game mode. It could be really fun to see the different comps needed to play this kind of protect the zone in the middle of the map. And we'll talk a little bit more about that if we get there. But we first got to get there for the first time. And these two teams both went 2-0 during their round 1 matchups. And here into round 2 are ready and rocking. And I'm sure we're going to see some similar comps to what they're comfortable on. If you go 2-0, yes, the maps have changed, but the modes haven't. I'm assuming the same comps here, Common Cookie.
Ooh, Hyrule's warming it up, man. You see him warming up them hands. Look at, he's already got all them plushies, by the way, and the cases behind him too. My dude is locked in. And then Ashley, we got the Ginger Brave, we got the cat, and we see Bobby and crew. Like, they're plotting, man. You can tell they're plotting something here. So I'm curious. Maybe we'll see a new cookie come into the mix, like a peppermint cookie or a chili pepper cookie, maybe a brie cheese cookie, or one of my favorites, a camembert. Whoa, hey, camembert cookie coming in. So there's still a couple other cookies that we haven't seen here tonight yet.
Yeah, no, it's actually a really good shout. And we can name like all of them because we've seen kind of the same few cookies in the comps based on what's needed for these different games. But Drop the Beat would totally change the game. You're probably going to see some more marksman-based cookies, some of which you mentioned, come into Final Form on that mode in particular. So we'll keep our eyes out there if we do make it to game 3. It does feel like the battle of the plushies, is
the battle of the plushies.
That one big cute Ginger Brave cookie in the background better than a bunch of plushies way off into the back of Hyrule Legend. I don't know, but I'm loving.
Dude is chilling,
loving
bro.
Ginger Brave.
That is.
Well, he's just chilling. He's chilling, waiting to be called up. Okay, we haven't seen Ginger Brave yet, so he's just waiting to get his flip phone will pop out and somebody will be like, "Hey, you want to jump in and show us what you got?" And Ginger Brave Cookie always says yes. So we'll see. Yeah. We'll see if we see some Ginger Brave Cookie later.
The most optimistic cookie there is, by the way. I mean, if there's a cookie with spunk and a go-get-em attitude, it is 1000% Ginger Brave. So, homies, Max chilling right there. Maybe I know we got the Drop the Beat here, but maybe like in the grand finals, if we end up going to like a corn rush, that extreme hopeful run, he gets boosted. He gets a speed boost of 70%. So he is just zooming all over the place. And then he's healing as well. So he's really a good cookie to pick up for like a coin rush where you want to get in, get the coins, and then get back to safety with your team. I see it all the time here, Coach.
Yeah, it's a good shout. Definitely some different team counts.
I hope so.
Going to some different modes. We'll see. You gotta represent for technically a part of your family. How does that work, Common Cookie? Is that a family
cousin.
Associated
cousin?
Okay, got it. All right.
Yeah.
Respect.
Yeah.
Respect.
He showed me the way. He showed me the way. So much respect. He showed up one day with his business suit. He was ready to go. He got his briefcase. He's like, "Hey, Common Cookie, we need you. We need you. We need more Common Cookies out here representing." So I do what I can. And hey, we're here now, Goj. I appreciate you having me, by the way.
Yeah, man, this has been a blast already, and we're not even done with stage 1 yet. We're about to. Looks like Ashlyn's got her support player, her cat, was trying to maybe start the game because looks like they were maybe readied up, and her cat was like, hey, what if we hit the start button here? Looks like we're finalizing some of our comps. And listen, I know the same. My cat was getting active earlier. I don't think made it onto camera yet, but
what's your cat's
name?
While.
Kiri.
Ooh,
she's very sweet until she's not. Okay, much like many of these cookies, frankly. Some of them look sweet until Ice Pop Cookie swings that ice pop and knocks you into the spawn.
Knocks it out, man. Knocks it out. And one thing I also do like about this game is all the different costumes and customized. That you can do here. But hey, we're in a game, Coach.
Here we go. All right, I'm seeing a black pudding cookie. I'm seeing Sir Tag on fruit punch cookie. I'm seeing some licorice cookie. A lot of things looking good here for Hyrule Legend and Team Dredge.
Dredge got him. Diving in deep on the black pudding cookie, doing so much damage. But Ashlyn has something to say with the cherry cookie, Goj, in the back.
Yeah, watch out for the blue slushy cookie ult. That one does a ton of damage to finally get a player advantage for the side of Team Bobby. They're able to jump on the point for a moment. Nice over the top here for Stuart, unfortunately in trouble as Sir Tag is going to jump them to gain the advantage and also zone off from the point. Tag takes quite a bit of damage in the advance. Get cleaned up there. Nice pickup there from Ashlyn.
Got him. I like the blue slushy plays coming out from Bobby right now with the ultimate, really applying that pressure. Hitting the mark, trying to keep Dredge on the black pudding cookie at bay here, Coach.
Yeah, Stuart in a bit of trouble. One goes down, but the cherry bomb over the top from Cherry Cookie does connect, and Tag's having to back off, so still have a chance here for Team Bobby. This is a little more back and forth than some of the other rounds.
Yeah, the raining arrows from the blue slushy cookie does a little over 400 damage for 3 seconds, so, or 0.3 seconds that is, so it'll really be a game changer.
Oh, Drage able to stay alive for just a moment, then Bobby with a nice pickup. Max range auto attack. Just enough to put him down, but unfortunately still have a ton of value on the point here for Team Drage.
Fruit punch
Hyrule
cookie.
Legend.
Yeah, I'm looking at Sir Tag on the fruit punch cookie, just staying on point, not really being pressured to move off of there because of the black pudding cookie and the ultimate, just allowing the fruit punch cookie to have all that room to just stay on point. When Sir Tag's not on the point, you got Hyrule on the point with the licorice, so they're doing a great job at just playing the objective here, Goj.
Oh, yeah, playing the objective, and Drage, because of so much pressure on the back line, pulled Team Bobby way off the objective. When we blink and we look up, this is what I was talking about. With that pressure from Black Pudding Cookie on the back line, there was nobody from Team Bobby on the point for a long time. That was a 30% margin between these two teams that's slowly starting to tick the other way, but it's not enough. It's looking like Team Drage will likely take this one.
Yeah, that's one thing Team Drage, they're doing great, is that they're like I said, prioritizing the point. You know what I'm saying? They would keep sending out one or two of their squad mates to get some eliminations, but they always had someone on the point. There it is. This could be it.
He's got to be a hero. He can't do it. Oh, it's so close to be able to hold it to overtime and hold it for the respawns. The Team Drage, Sir Tag, Hyrule Legend. They do it again. And you can see the smile on Sir Tag's face. He says, listen, I'm a competitor. We're winning. Therefore, I am happy. A nice first round victory for this squad.
Yeah, we talked about Drage, you know, the player from Navi, a pro esports player, all that competitive experience. I mean, you can really tell helping guide the squad as the in-game leader, kind of making the shots and sending out Hyrule, sending out Sir Tag out there to have a little fun, you know, get a little eliminations, but constantly just keeping somebody on the turtle to continue to push the mark. So pretty solid stuff there, right there from them. But you and I both call them, we're going to have 1-1. We're not going to have a sweep. This isn't going to be a sweep. Not like this.
I need some drop the beat. Before we get there, let's take a quick look back on round 1. And before we head into Smash Fight here in round 2, the replays of this one were a lot of zoning off of the point. Again, I really like this licorice cookie choice here from Team Drage. We're seeing so much value. This kind of unsung hero of the roster is a support player, a control player, controlling the battlefield and making it very difficult for Team Bobby to ever truly get on the point with even more than half HP.
And they're feeling good too. I mean, that's what matters. Hey, but Team Bobby still, you can tell, high spirits. You know, they took the loss, but they still got their spirits high here as we head into the Smash Fight, the 3v3. It's just a all-out brawl, you know, straight up PvP, winner take all right there. So you don't got to worry about pushing the turtle. You just got to worry about hitting your shots here, Goach.
Time for some Smash Fight. Gotta hit your shots, gotta hit your grabs. We'll see what our comp looks like. I don't know if you remember, I'm wondering what Sir Tag decides to play here. I know Fruit Punch Cookie is his favorite, but now that it is off the table, let's take a look at those locked characters, those locked cookies that we just talked about. Of course, we won't be seeing Black Pudding Cookie, we won't be seeing Fruit Punch Cookie, we won't be seeing Licorice Cookie. What will we be seeing? Cookie, do you know?
Yeah, I think if we're talking about Sir Tag, you know, loving Fruit Punch Cookie, kind of being up close in your face, like that's the play style. I'm thinking Madeline Cookie could be a good one. You know, with that sword, you got the health, and you can kind of also be up in their face, you know, shaking them up here a little bit and still having some solid damage output. And also a team player too, because if you get that ultimate with the shield, you can kind of shield your squad mates as well to kind of help them push a little further. So yeah, good call out right there. Like, who is Sir Tag gonna play next?
Yeah, definitely we'll see an Ice Pop Cookie on one side or the other. I think we've seen so much value from Ice Pop Cookie. Obviously, I think most people, if they were ranking these cookies, which, hey, look, the tier rankings are all made up. Everybody has opinions, but in general, there's some nice combos, especially when you got a full team of 3, and Ice Pop Cookie is one of those. That ultimate is just too strong not to play, it feels like, especially in Smash Fight, where the only objective is to go for eliminations. It's a perfect setup for your team.
Yeah, and as long as, if you're making a tier list, Coach, and as long as you got a blueberry pie cookie at the top S tier, hey, I'll agree. You know, you're onto something. I'll agree to that tier list. But yeah, we'll probably see Hyrule. Hey, there's a cat again. We'll see Hyrule on the cherry cookie. I know Hyrule tonight's been rocking licorice cookie and cherry cookie as kind of like those comfort picks too. So looking forward to kind of seeing if we get a mix up though, you know, a new cookie, like a latte cookie, or I saw someone in the chat saying, where's the peppermint cookie love at? We haven't seen peppermint on the board yet here tonight.
I'm a huge fan of Peppermint Cookie. They are a they're a solid cookie choice. They have a ton of support options. You can still do some decent DPS, and that whale knockup is pretty nice for some team chemistry setups, some ultimate setups. I don't know. I'm just saying. I think Peppermint Cookie could be a pretty solid choice.
Yeah, and then you got the sea foam jelly that you can like kind of hold it down a little bit, and the range can go from like medium range to extra long range. And it does some pretty solid damage. Yeah, I mean, versatility wise, Peppermint Cookie, although a common cookie, homie's got heart, you know, and he's an S tier support cookie here, Coach.
S tier support. I think in our tier list that we got to sit in the player chat, that I think is just all made up. I think technically
they had him in F tier.
They had him way down there. I don't know what was going on. But I'm a Peppermint Cookie stan, just like a lot of the chat are. Hey, chat, while we have a moment, again, I'm hoping for a game 3 here in round 2. But while we've got a moment, type in the chat, what's your favorite cookie in game? Favorite cookie to play, whether it's solos, whether you've got a team of 3, whatever you're doing, whether you're playing with randoms or not. Favorite cookie. What's your comfort pick? If you were playing in this competition for round 1, what would you be dropping in with? Which cookie would you be going with? And while you type that into the chat, let's get into it.
Yeah, we're gonna have a map 3. I guarantee it right now. It's Stuart on the Fruit Punch, Bobby on the Ice Pop Cookie, and then Ashlyn on the Blueberry Pie Cookie here, Coach.
Yeah, I'm liking Team Bobby's comp quite a bit better as well. So I like that call out. It might finally be time for game 3. Sir Tag, a Hyrule legend, and Drage, they've got a nice comp here, kind of a classic one here. Drage looking for a few pulls with Red Velvet Cookie. So far, no dice, but One setup here, and all of a sudden things can change. And actually, Drake's just going to go straight into the mix and just get involved. And with that, gets traded out and doesn't find any value. Decent damage, but they can't find an elimination. Sir Tag able to jump away, and finally they get the first.
Yeah, Stuart right there getting a little too thirsty. I'm not gonna lie. Ashton was in the back line, kind of getting picked apart right there. You just gotta make sure the blueberry pie cookie stays alive and just has the room to constantly be outputting the damage right there. It's Stuart. It's your job as Fruit Punch Cookie to guard your damage dealers in the back line.
Yeah, good shout. And like you called out perfectly, Hyrule Legend. Cherry Cookie dropping bombs from distance, just poking and prodding, looking for an opening. Stuart prepared for it, and the grab knocks him out of the charged ability, and Stuart in deep trouble. Some spirit damage over the top. Blueberry Pie Cookie comes in to save the day. Ashland, nice play.
Yeah, so if there was a cookie that doesn't care about getting pulled, it's going to be Fruit Punch Cookie. You know, you just pulled the dude. He's got like 8,000 health. And then if you have the ult ability, yeah, exactly. So if there was a cookie that wants to get pulled, it is 100% the Fruit Punch.
A nice setup and great DPS there from Ashland to answer quickly. Hyrule Legend again poking and prodding. Gotta be careful though. And here's Strage yet again trying to push the equation and get involved. Unfortunately getting punished yet again. Stuart chasing down his Corey. At about half HP decides to back up, but they're just winning every engagement. Oftentimes trading for free.
Yeah, and Stuart just needs to make sure not to overextend. I keep seeing Stuart get a little too thirsty right there, but I think right there was great because Stuart pulled it back just a little bit.
Bobby gets pulled, but is able to dash away using the special, and then Ashland answers back as they try to dive towards Bobby and push it. All of a sudden, Blueberry Pie Cookie is showing why Common Cookie loves them so much. This is an utter domination with a great freeze. Stuart's still up and pushing. Holy cow, Team Bobby crushing it in Smash Fight.
Game 3, baby. Game 3. We're sending it to Game 3, baby. Blueberry Pie Cookie on the Ashland all day long.
And a nice grab here. Won't do much for their totals. It's just too little too late. Couldn't get anything going to Smash Fight. Team Drage finally drop a game. Team Bobby pick up their win that they desperately needed. And folks, we are headed to Game 3 here in the semifinals.
Yes, we are. So the bad thing about Team Bobby playing Blueberry Pie Cookie right there is that they can't utilize Blueberry Pie on Drop the Beat. And Drop the Beat, Blueberry Pie is so strong because you can just spam the ultimate on the one point that is just dead center, and you can get 1v3s like nothing, like slicing some butter, you know. So the bad thing is Team Bobby, they utilize the Blueberry Pie Cookie on their side, so we might see the Blueberry Pie Cookie on the opponent's side here coming in next game.
Yeah, it's a good shout. Let's talk a little bit more about that strat in just a moment as we take a look back on some of the replays from that matchup. It was pretty one-sided. This time, the opposite side, Team Bobby. You called it out perfectly. Right when they came out of the gates, we saw their comp. You were like, we're going to Game 3.
So sometimes you can just tell. I mean, team comps, you can just tell. I mean, you need to hit the red velvet pull, sure, but who was he pulling? 9 out of 10 times, you know what I'm saying? We were pulling the Fruit Punch Cookie, and that really wasn't working out. So, wash back right there. But hey, we're going to get our wish, and we're going to drop the beat here, Coach.
Yeah, let's take a look at it. We are headed to Drop the Beat next. The first time we're seeing it on main stage. I know chat was asking for it. They wanted to see Drop the Beat. This will be a very fun one. Let's explain a little bit about what Drop the Beat is if you haven't seen it before. You got to own the stage here, Common Cookie.
Yeah, so there's a stage right dead center, and pretty much you just stand on the stage, you hover in the middle, and you get the points. And the team with 100 points at the end wins it. You can't contest it though if your opponents are also on the stage. So you got to be the only ones there in order to rack up the percentage bar at the top here, Coach.
Yeah, back to objective-based gameplay, right? And I think, thinking back to something like Castle Crasher, it's similar in some ways, except that zone doesn't move and it's much wider. That is the key factor, and that's why some of our marksmen can be extremely valuable on this mode in particular. So I'm expecting to see a Blueberry Pie Cookie, like you had called out, for the opposite side for Team Drage.
Yeah, you're looking for at least 2 cookies that have like some good AoE too, right? So I know espresso cookies are another strong one. With the ultimate, you can kind of just plop it right there in the middle, and it does a lot of damage on the stage. And a sleeper pick, I would say, might be the latte cookie. You know, I like to see latte cookie on the turtle mode, Castle Crashers, but latte cookie pretty consistent on drop the stage because of the AoE move that the ultimate is, the warm up the latte, which is huge, by the way, and it does about 300 damage every 0.5 seconds. So looking for those cookies that got that AoE here, Goj.
Yeah, that warm cup of latte ultimate. That is, I think it's a really good call out. Could see that if the players are thinking in the same vein. They could be thinking, hey, as long as we can win our team fights, play front to back, just play on the point, we'll be able to win. But I think a lot of poking and prodding and some AoE abilities and everything changes. Could potentially see Brie Cheese Cookie maybe for the first time on main stage with some marksman abilities. If you can hit your shots, I don't know. This will be fun. I'm excited to see which comp. A lot of damage. Yeah, no question about it.
And if you just want to just be like all up in their face, this is another good game mode for Dark Choco. Just send homie in there, Dark Choco Cookie, and just spin the win, baby. I already know we're gonna see dude on the Wild Royale, one of the strongest contenders for that specific game mode. But this is another good one where he's really strong here, Coach.
Yeah, I agree. String cheese cookie, maybe just to throw some DPS down. Call it the
true. You got the turret,
if you will.
Yeah, you got the turret too. Keep that pressure going.
Yeah, making sure they're not healing for free in the back line.
They're plotting. They're plotting.
Oh, I mean, this is probably the most plotting that these teams have done because we haven't seen it on main stage yet. So all of these players, all these creators, while the other games are going on, they're watching the matches. So they're, for those that maybe haven't played quite as much, maybe are learning on the fly. And for others, it's more of like explaining why this works so well. But we're into the matchup. Not as much as maybe conversating as we thought. Break it down for me. We're seeing some of those cookies that we expected.
Here it is. You got the main stage dead center. And yeah, going back to the cookies, Hyrule Legend popping out the Brie Cheese Cookie. Oh, we got the Camembert Cookie. Sir Tag gonna be trying to lock it down. Gonna be hitting him with that one-tap punch snap here, Coach.
I like it. First time I think we've seen Camembert on main. Camembert Cookie and Hyrule Legend, unfortunately, will get cut down. Nice pickup there from Bobby from the distance. We do see Black Pudding yet again on main. I like this pick from Bobby to be able to dive into the backline. It's the same idea. If you're playing around and fighting in the backline, the teammates are going to have to either come help their teammate or they're going to be playing for the objective. You can't really do both. So we see a nice combo here for the side of Team Bobby, and they pick up more value on the point. This is extremely one-sided right now. We need to turn it around if we're Team Drage. We do hit the freeze, though. Decent amount of damage could push him back.
Yeah, Strawberry Crepe Cookie, another solid pick for this game mode because you got that knockback, that pushback special move, too. They kind of knock them off that stage to not allow them to get the stage points.
Yeah, good shout. Sir Tag struggling to get as much value as we'd want to see from Camembert Cookie. But Hyrule Legend finds good value, even just barrel stuffing the opponent and picking up a ton of damage, even close range. Drage is able to heal back up on Ice Pop Cookie and then push the equation. Saw a moment to get quite a bit of damage down on Ashlyn.
Ooh, nice ult.
Oh, wow. Oh, 2 ults in a row, both connect for Team Bobby. Black Pudding Cookie into the Cherry Cookie ult. Back and forth to get more and more points onto the board here. More control of this stage. Drop the beat. Still on the side of Team Bobby, but it's less one-sided as Sir Tag pushes the equation.
And then with the damn wombo combo right there. But then Hyrule Legend on the Brie Cheese had the curtain call, so you can send out some little shield people to kind of block that damage. But 80%. It's getting close here, Coach.
80% for the side of
with the penta.
Bobby is unstoppable. Been talking about Black Pudding Cookie all day, and that could have been the difference maker. Over the top, Team Bobby, they are able to get it done in the final moments. It was one-sided for them to start. It went back and forth, and a huge resurgence by their opposition, but Team Bobby able to close it out, mostly on the back of Black Pudding Cookie.
The Black Pudding Cookie coming in clutch right there. Just doing a good job at keeping his opponent's squad mates just pushed off the point right there, honestly. And then the Strawberry Crepe Cookie, a control cookie with the Waffle Bot, also with the additional support and the massive HP on that meat shield right here, Goj, or that cookie shield, I guess we can say. Close battle though, close battle from both sides, and that was our first map 3, by the way, so that was pretty exciting.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. Honestly, that was one of the faster drop the beat matches I've seen. That was very quick. Both teams were finding a ton of kind of uncontested time on the zone, and were zoning off their opposition away from it. So not a lot of like stalled out time or neutral time, if you can call it that. Both teams soaking up as much time as they could get, and that stage was occupied by somebody, and it just happened to be Bobby and Team Bobby for a little bit longer. I guess, namely, Bobby was not on the point very much, but his teammates were. There was no question about that.
So who's the better black pudding cookie is the real question here. Is it Bobby or is it OJ? Because we already know we're gonna see the black pudding showdown here going into that next map.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's a great shout. We'll talk a little bit about that. Could see a mirror match, but here's a look at Bobby and the replays here and Drop the Beat. Because, again, Bobby playing Black Pudding Cookie was trying to play outside the point to keep Team Drage from playing anywhere around this stage and have to respond to him. Because if you don't, Bobby's just going to clear you up on Black Pudding Cookie. He's just diving your backline. He's diving your DPS. And that's exactly what happened. Just too much time soaked up onto the point by Ashlyn and it's Stewart. And Team Bobby were able to get the victory.
There it is.
And so the age-old question, Common Cookie. Team OJ versus Team Bobby. Who has the better black pudding cookie?
Yeah, that's a hard one, man. That's a hard one. I mean, Bobby, like you said, was doing a great job at just keeping him off the point and allowing Stewart on the strawberry crepe cookie just to keep racking up the stage points right there. So they had a plan, and they executed that plan pretty nicely. But who is the better black pudding cookie? I mean, if we're basing it off of that game 1, I think OJ set the record here tonight with most eliminations, still with 16 eliminations in one match. So OJ's cooking in the kitchen right there with that one.
Definitely the black pudding cookie is a big talking point, but both of these teams have a lot to talk about in terms of what they were able to do. I will say, technically speaking, Team OJ is going into the finals of Stage 1 the favorite, just because they haven't dropped a round yet, whereas Team Bobby did lose out on Smash Fight. But everything changes going into round 3 here, our finals of group stages 1, or stage 1 rather. The winner of this next best of 3, Comic Cookie, is going straight to the grand finals, straight to stage 3. We'll be skipping all of our Wild Royale stage 2. There's so much on the line, but folks, we're gonna take a very short break while these teams prepare. They've got a lot of cooking to do to try to figure out who is playing which cookie and how they're going to play together going into the finals of stage 1. A lot on the line. You're not going to want to miss it. We'll be right back in just a moment.
Coffee is a magical substance. Any counter arguments? Be sure it's worth wasting a busy cookie's time. If you want bitterness, I'll oblige. Do not interrupt me again. Witness the pinnacle of coffee magic. Drawn in by the aroma, were you? Everything proceeds according to plan. Let's move. Satisfactory. CookieRun OvenSmash.
Welcome back to Cookie Run. OvenSmash creator Crumble, Doge, and Common Cookie here to call the action as we move into the bracket finals here with stage 1. This is it. This is for all the marbles to get to the grand finals. You get to skip stage 2 if you win this best of 3. And I gotta say, Team OJ hasn't dropped a round yet. They're coming in the favorites here, Common Cookie.
Yep, you got OJ on that black pudding cookie, a absolute beast out here. But then we saw that last match. We have another contender when it comes to the black cookie mayhem. But yeah, OJ, Jimbo, Spraggles, this team pretty consistent, and you nailed it on the head before the break. The only team to not have lost the match yet here.
I know it's wild to say that they've been perfect throughout the competition and even had, I believe, a perfect round. So this is definitely the team that maybe is the top dogs, but you still have to beat your opponents. And I gotta say, if you're Team Bobby, who's their opposition, I think they've been VOD reviewing. We've seen Team OG a couple times. You were able to watch it back maybe during the break. We know what they were able to do. We've seen Bobby's efficacy on Black Pudding Cookie as well when it got to drop the beat, but it's not his favorite. It's not his choice number 1 when it comes to Castle Crasher.
Yeah, Ashlyn with the strawberry crepe cookie and the cherry cookie as well has been pretty consistent here tonight. So both sides, you know, they definitely have like their favorites, and then of course, you know, Jimbo back on the opposite side with the fruit punch cookie. So everybody has like their comfort picks. So they're gonna come into game number 1 probably rocking that, and then if forced to kind of change it up in the next match, maybe we'll see something new here.
Yeah, who knows? Maybe we'll try to counter pick, maybe try to place a different style to try to put Team OJ on their heels. But let's take a look at maps and modes because everything changes moving into round number 3. Walk me through this, Common Cookie. Still doing Castle Crasher, Smash Fight, and Jelly Race, but the maps have changed up.
There it is. So yeah, Castle Crasher, once again, you got to hold down the turtle and just walk that bad boy to the opponent's side to continue to let that cannon just chunk them down. Or if you know you need to go into overtime, then we'll go into overtime. All right, we'll get there. And then the Smash Fight, you got the PvP, the straight up 3v3 all out mayhem. But if we do make it to match number 3, which I think we will, is the jelly race. So you want to get them jellies and then deposit them back to your outpost, or your opponent's outpost, that is, to try to raise that flag. So that's a new twist, a new game mode that we haven't seen here tonight.
Yeah, I read that off so quickly, and I was like, wait a minute, it's Jelly Race on the third one. So let's see if we get to game 3 and see if we see Jelly Race for the first time on main stage, or if we'll have to wait until that best of 7 in the grand finals to see Jelly Race. Now, again, Team OJ haven't lost a round yet. There's definitely a decent chance they could lose one here. Team Bobby, they had to battle their way here. They go perfect in the first round. In the second round, they do win out 2-1, but they start down 0-1. They actually lose the first rep. They lose Castle Crasher. So this is an opportunity to get a bit of revenge on a different team this time and hopefully win Castle Crasher this time around. Talking about strategies, talking about comps, the best thing we've seen right now is having a cookie that can dive the back line, force a team to respond so that they're not around that turtle, and while you're doing that, your team is pushing that turtle and you're looking up and it's 40% ahead of your opponents. That's been the best strat so far, especially with some of the chip damage of somebody like Cherry Cookie throwing those bombs over the top.
Yeah, it's all about showing that turtle some love here, Gojin. We haven't seen a successful black pudding cookie counter implemented yet. You know, we saw, you know, a bacon roll thrown into the mix, and you know, I appreciate it, you know, that knock up, that the mindset and like the ideal was there. But like you said, like we got the knockups on the black pudding cookie when OJ played it, but we didn't have the follow-up. So bacon roll doesn't do that much damage. It's very good with the utility, but lacks in the damage department, and really didn't have the teammates to be able to take out OJ. We kind of theory crafted it, like how do you counter Team OJ? And it's simple, all right? It's take out OJ early. Take out OJ. That's how you counter Team OJ.
That's right. Take him out early and take him out quickly. That's the key. You can't spend too much time fighting Black Pudding Cookie in your backline. It's the same story. You've got to play around the turtles. So we'll see some of the meta picks, the different comps. Maybe somebody will shake things up. I've been watching chat, okay? And I've been seeing a lot of love for Peppermint cookie, okay? We need to maybe see a support cookie come into the mix here with Peppermint Cookie joining us. I don't know if it'll be here, Castle Crashers, if it'll be Smash Fight, or where it will be. Maybe, who knows? Maybe it could be Jelly Race. I don't know. But chat's asking for some Peppermint Cookies, so we got to deliver. Somebody's got to pick Peppermint Cookie.
Bro, maybe we'll throw in a bonus game mode. You know, I'm going to send a letter to the CEOs that we need just all out Peppermint Cookie versus Peppermint Cookie madness. You know, winner take all, secret game mode right here. But, you know, everyone's just a Peppermint Cookie, you know, for the people, of course, Coach. For the people.
That'd be so many whales. I am here for it. I am all about it. Team OJ on the top, gonna be in blue. Team Bobby down at the bottom in red. OJ's jamming, ready to rock and roll, as we are. And Jimbo and Spraggles have been the OBJ fiends. They've been playing that objective so well on the backline for Team OJ, so I assume it's going to be the exact same strat.
I'm curious. You know, OJ hasn't won or lost the match yet, so Red Velvet and Black Pudding Cookie, those are the two picks. Say we do go to a game 3, what is that third pick for OJ? You know, who is it? Maybe it is Peppermint.
That's true. How deep is his bag? We will see. Starting it out here with Castle Crasher. Let's get involved. Jimbo going to be playing, looks like Fruit Punch Cookie this time around, as OJ has gone back to the tried and true classic, and Spraggles on Licorice Cookie.
Yeah, 2 licorice cookies, 2 fruit punch cookies. The only difference is going to be Bobby and OJ when it comes to the ice pop cookie and the black pudding cookie here, Coach.
And Bobby actually strikes first there. Ice pop cookie, maybe not the perfect counter, but can certainly meet the DPS of black pudding cookie. Especially can freeze that backline push and help take down OJ faster, which is, I think, what they're looking for. Nice dodge out of the way of OJ's ult that does not connect. Bobby doing a fantastic job of spacing and still playing around this point, so this doesn't get too far ahead of them.
Bobby might have unlocked the Da Vinci Code out here. Yeah, you see OJ coming at you, you smack him down with the ice pop, and you freeze him down, and you take him out right there. And I think we're looking at Team OJ. They already caught on to that, so they're sending Fruit Punch up to try to take out Bobby.
In the meantime, this is much closer than usual, but still, OJ and Spraggles has been playing perfectly on this point to maintain a lead now of 16%. OJ getting back into the mix, and Jimbo trying to buy them some time, gets everybody weak for OJ to hopefully come in and clean him up. Stewart, no, and the freeze from Bobby. It connects with the extra shield, able to stay alive, and Spraggles able to get one pick from a distance as he backs off. But still, nice value this time from Team Bobby.
That was crazy. Yeah, the shield from the fruit punch and the freeze from the ice pop cookie just shutting down Bobby right there. And you got Spraggles in the backline with utility and the tombstone. But it's all about staying on point for Spraggles. So let's see what Jimbo and OJ can do here to take out their backline.
They're just taking these fights away from the objective so that Spraggles can just slowly but surely tick away on this turtle and keep it pushing in the opponent's direction. OJ now getting really aggressive. Gonna try to take down Stewart, but that's Fruit Punch Cookie. It's very difficult to take down, and OJ in a bit of trouble. So you have to try to back off as Spraggles also quite low. Stewart's diving deep right now, but that's what they need to do. Picking him up, Bobby in trouble as Jimbo all alone on the point. Trying to be the hero to just slow things down and keep their lead.
Stewart is just popping off right now. Finally, OJ able to take him out after respawning. But yeah, I mean, we're looking at Team Bobby. They're doing a great job here, Goj, at just shutting down OJ and not giving OJ that room to take him out here with the ultimates.
Yeah, they were able to take down some of that margin. It's only about a 12% spread right now, still on the side of Team OJ. Even though this turtle has moved back this direction, it's still a nice lead in terms of damage on the castle. Jimbo in a bit of trouble. Bobby able to swing him down, and because of that, with a little bit of help from some of those little minions from that tombstone, we've still got a nice position for Team Bobby. If they can keep Stewart alive, just barely, a slow comes in just in the nick of time, and Bobby comes in to save the day. The problem is we're losing time on the objective. All of these fights have been so clean from Team Bobby, but we are just getting outplayed around the turtle.
Team player right there for Bobby, man. Bobby said, that's my Fruit Punch Cookie. You ain't taking him out right there. 1 HP. But finally, Stewart is going to be knocked back to base on the respawn. Ashlyn popping back here on the Licorice Cookie. But we're in overtime here, Coach.
And we got a long way to go still for Team Bobby, so we're running out of room for error. Ashton playing the front here. Jimbo gets frozen. Nice pickup from Bobby to pick up a two-piece. This is going to get a ton of value. Swinging back the direction from Team Bobby towards Team OJ's castle. This is the momentum they needed. It's about to change hands. The lead's about to swing back to Team Bobby, which means Team OJ is going to have to jump onto the point to get into overtime. And that's exactly what OJ does. Pushing the equation. Finds Ashton on the back line. Should pick up one, maybe a second. Could be an opportunity, but no, Bobby hits the freeze at the perfect time. The cooldowns come through flawlessly.
Oh, Spraggle's the last one alive with 200 health to keep this game in overtime right there. But Bobby with the clutch ice popsicle combo taking out OJ. I mean, that kept this thing going here, Coach.
3v2, though, should go to the side of Team Bobby if they're able to execute their combos effectively. Jimbo, though, picks up Stewart. Fruit Punch goes up, but it is... No, it goes to who? Does it go to Team Bobby? They win it in overtime? Did Team Bobby clutch it up?
Even they're surprised, man. Overtime on Castle Crasher, man. It is tough. It is tough. Stewart, Ashlyn, and Bobby. The Bobby counter pick with the ice pop cookie. I mean, it just shut down OJ. OJ got some good picks, Coach. Don't get me wrong. OJ put in some work. But wow, Stewart and Bobby combined right there just made sure to not let Black Pudding Cookie get that momentum that game.
That was so close. You know, looking back, I believe the final was 24% to 20%, if I saw that correctly.
So close.
Maybe still 28. It was really, really close, but Team Bobby was able to clutch it up because there was a moment there at the very end in overtime when Team OJ was able to swing it back. Let's see a quick look on the replays and check it all out. It started with this really early lead from Team OJ, just frankly because of Spraggles. Spraggles were just sitting on the point while OJ and Jimbo ran around trying to push everybody off of it.
Yeah, Spraggles, did a good job at really hovering on point. Spraggles, they had an objective, they had a job, and, they did their best to get that job done. But every single time OJ would dive deep, you had Stewart on the fruit punch, and you had Bobby on the ice pop cookie immediately just turned their attention to OJ to shut him down.
Yeah, there it was, 28% to 20%. That's how quickly things could change.
Oh,
great
shoot.
Start.
We're locked in now, man. You saw that determination? OJ is locked in now. That's the first loss for that team, by the way.
Yeah, all of a sudden, everything's flipped on its head. Team Bobby lost their first round in the semifinals and then won the next two in a row. Now it's up to Team OJ to try to do the same. As we move into Smash Fight, let's take a look at the locked characters. This time for Team Bobby. Gonna have to change things up moving into Smash Fight.
Smash Fight. Actually, so OJ can still rock the Black Pudding Cookie, actually.
That's right.
So, yeah, OJ can send it back with the Black Pudding Cookie. The thing is, guess who else can do the same thing? Bobby.
Yep.
Bobby can also pull out the Black Pudding Cookie here in game number 2 in a straight-up PvP battle here, Coach.
Yeah, man, this is actually a really tough call. I think OJ probably sticks Black Pudding Cookie. That feels like the right answer.
Yep.
We know that OJ usually would go for Red Velvet Cookie here and go for some pulls, and which is still really good combo for this game mode. I don't know what I would do if I was OJ in his position. I think it just truly comes down to what he's most comfortable with.
Yeah.
And
I mean, you don't got to worry about like an objective though. You don't got to worry about the turtle, right? So OJ, you can just kind of rely on his Black Pudding skills and just try to rack up these eliminations. I mean, you can see dude's locked in, man. That's the first loss right there. We were vibing all night long. We were feeling good. But to kind of get, put stopped in your place with that momentum here, now Team Bobby, they're showing up and they're going to make Team OJ have to put in some work here, Coach, to keep that $10,000 dream alive. Yeah, they still got the last chance qualifier, Wild Royale, but you want to get directly seeded. You know what I'm saying? You want to use this opportunity to make it right there to the grand finals.
No, I like that call out a lot. This would be a huge win to be able to push your team all the way to the grand finals, skip Wild Royale, which is, again, Last Chance Wild Royale is just such a different way of playing, right? Like, you're in a totally different perspective. You're playing this more Battle Royale style, kind of last player alive wins. And even though both of these teams, which of these teams decides to, clutch it up here and they'll skip straight to the grand finals, their opposition will have multiple players in the Wild Royale section to hopefully guarantee that they will still meet and hopefully get their revenge in grand finals into stage 3. But man, yeah, the comp question right now, is a big one. I'm wondering if Team OJ pulls back out the fruit punch cookie again in Smash Fight. I don't know. What do you think? Because this is again the second or the first time that they are able to use the same cookies from Castle Crashers into Smash Fight.
Yeah, I mean OJ, I think has to stay on the black pudding cookie. That's where we're seeing the most success here tonight. The thing is for me now is that Team Bobby and Stuart, I can't come up with a cookie that can counter black pudding cookie again, right? I mean, Team Bobby, they already played Ice Pop Cookie and they already, kind of checked that one off the list. And we saw how that worked to kind of put a stop to the black pudding cookie momentum. I'm trying to think of like other cookies. Maybe a Camembert can maybe land that ultimate and lock down a black pudding cookie in place. But I'm really not sure if they're familiar or comfortable with the Camembert pick here.
Yeah, or the Madeline cookie, maybe ult. Whenever black pudding's in the backside of your team or something like that, but
possibly.
I don't know.
Yeah. It's gonna be tough to shut them down again, right? That's our point, right? It's gonna be tough to shut down black pudding back to back right now.
Yeah. No, I agree. I like the theory crafting though. That's why CookieRun OvenSmash has been so fun to commentate over and also just play a ton leading up to this event. I love the theory crafting of like, hey, what comps work well? And of course, when you're playing clubs with randoms, it's, well, you just play what you're comfortable with.
Blueberry pie cookie all day, baby.
That's right, blueberry pie cookie, which we will not see.
Oh, OJ's on red velvet, by the way.
Okay. It looks like Stuart is on red velvet as well and wins the grab, the pole war there for the side of Team Bobby to get the early first elimination. We gotta lock in.
Lock it in. Bobby on the black pudding cookie. Ashlyn on the cherry bomb, one of her favorite cookies here. And then it's Stuart, like I said, red velvet. So looking for the pulls from both sides here.
Jimbo back on cherry cookie makes a lot of sense as well. Seeing some pretty similar vibes and what they're looking for in team comps here. And again, it's a lot of poke and prodding until we see an opening. And Bobby hits the ult, but doesn't follow up on it. Didn't get as much value from it as he would have liked, so doesn't... Oh, no! A mistake maybe turned into an opportunity. That was a wild combo of all three ults.
Yeah, you got the pull, and then he pushed him back with the wave right there. Just unfortunate. So Stuart's looking to land these pulls. Same could be said with OJ, but Bobby looking for the pick from behind here, Coach.
Yeah, OJ reads it. He's able to ult over the top, and because of that, Bobby gets low enough for Spraggles to finish him up. Couple ults invested, but well worth it as we tie it up 1-1. This is a very competitive match, and our cherry cookies ult will land as well to get them low, but not a fight that they usually could push up and take, especially with, look how many of these bushes are gone, by the way. Not a lot of places to hide, not a lot of places for this red velvet cookie to hook from, but what about just max range in your face? OJ able to ult back, able to trade out a ton of damage. Stuart goes down to 110, but not enough to get an elimination for the side of Team OJ. Maybe a little scared there from Jimbo and Spraggles. They could have picked up one and traded that out.
Yeah, it's going to be a low elimination game here. I mean, just focus on getting one pick at a time and don't worry about fully committing and diving in here. So if they can just get the pulls with the red velvet, focus on eliminating that player that got pulled. I mean, that's going to be the strat here right now as we're down underneath a minute right now.
Yeah, when you really need side of Team OJ, we got to start getting aggressive here. Down by one elimination, running out of daylight. The onus of responsibility entirely on Team OJ to push the equation. And now that Stuart's low, this might be the window that they needed. And because of that, Team Bobby knows it. They back off, slow things down, try to heal back up. As another cherry ult does land. Nice hook here onto Stuart. Good pull and a nice cleanup. And it's going to be 2-2. We could be headed into overtime if we're not careful.
2-2. The bushes just grew back, but Jimbo taking him out, mowing him down. OJ missing that mark right there. It's Stuart trying to close the gap. Looking for that pull to get that last elimination here, Coach.
5 seconds on the clock. Will anybody find an elimination in the final moment? That would be a no. So time is up. Which way does it go? I don't think there was a lead on either side. But what a finish. And both of these teams look extremely composed in this Smash fight.
It is Sweaty Miller time right now. That's the truth, man. Sweaty Miller time. Both teams playing so passive. really just relying on the red velvet cookie pull, you know, and once when they got the pull, they focused on eliminating that player, taking them down and out. So that's why we saw a very low elimination game right there from both sides, kind of just, you know, letting the clock run out essentially there, Coach.
Yeah, and I'm going to be honest, I'm waiting for the final ruling from the admins of which way that game went, because I believe it was tied as the time ran out, Common Cookie. So
it was tied.
I'm not sure I know who won. It might be a rematch. It might just be a run it back and let's see what happens. I'm getting that final read from the admins behind the scenes, because it's that close. We knew it was going to be close.
You know how you solve a tiebreaker, Coach? You just, you know, everybody just plays peppermint cookie and you throw them in a 3v3. All right, crazy. Just straight up peppermint cookie tiebreaker royale right there. All right, but hey, I'm not the one making the rules. I'm just a smooth brain cookie with jelly in his veins out here. All right.
No, I totally agree. I'm excited to see what happens. I'm hearing bookshelves fall in my house. I'm hearing all types of stuff happen. The whole world is shaking as we wait to see what is about to happen in just a moment. Maybe going to game 3, maybe going to a rematch. Only time will tell.
Only time will tell, and time's going to tell. Where's Ginger Brave? You know, where's Peppermint? Where's Chili Pepper? We still got a couple cookies that we actually might have to see in the grand finals, because the grand finals, that's a best of 7, and we're still going to be rocking the same rules, right? Like if you win a game in the grand finals, you can't use that cookie again. So depending on how long the grand finals go, and the grand finals, it comes after the last chance Wild Royale, by the way. So I am getting ahead of myself, but depending on how deep we run into the grand finals, we are really going to be like looking at the bottom of the barrel when it comes to like these players and their pool of cookies that they're comfortable playing with here. So we might actually see the peppermint, we might see the ginger brave, we might see the chili pepper, but that's in the grand final. So we need to see who wins this here first, Coach.
Yeah, it's a good shout. Now, I am getting word, I believe, a final ruling here from our admins. We'll be moving on to Game 3, and technically speaking, Game 2 was a tie. Okay. So we'll be going to Game 3, but if it's going to be a tied record after Game 3, we then come back to Smash Fight to end it. I love this ruling. I love that we're moving on. Get to see Jelly Race here into Game 3, and then we'll come back to Smash Fight to end things out if it does go to a tie. But that was a draw in round 2. We go to Game 3, and the record is still only 1-0. Common Cookie, take me through Jelly Race.
Jelly Race, baby. So you want to get these jellies and you want to deposit them as many as you can to the flag first. So it really comes down to, I think it comes down to who's the beefiest cookie. You know, the more health you got, the more licks you can take as you deposit your jellies at the flag here. So we might see just a bunch of tanks and bruisers coming in here on this game number 3 here, Coach.
Yeah, I agree. I think this will totally change the metas, totally change the comps for these rosters. And like you mentioned, I mean, you know, it's not coin rush, but it's certainly close. Could see Ginger Brave Cookie finally make an appearance. I don't know. I'm loving it. Let's see what Ginger Brave's able to do. Yeah, latte cookie, a good idea. We still have Fruit Punch Cookie on the side of Team OJ available, because technically nobody won last round.
Technically, you're right. You're right. A latte cookie, the only cookie that is honestly untouchable with the special, because latte cookie hops on the broom and just flies around, just no care in the world, just big chilling out there. And you can't even touch her. You can't even touch the latte cookie. So latte cookie is a strong pick here for the jelly races, in my opinion. You get latte cookie to get them jellies. You send the ginger brave. You send maybe a Madeline cookie up on point as well. There's nothing you can do, man. It's a GG. But we see Jimbo. Homie is thinking deep right now. Jimbo's thinking, who do I pick now? You know what I'm saying? Am I picking blueberry pie cookie? Probably, you know, the best cookie in the game. Am I picking peach cookie? Maybe here, Coach. But if there was a cookie that you'd pick right now for Jelly Race, what would be that cookie?
Man, listen, we're talking hypotheticals all day today.
I'm talking, this is real life, man. Who are you picking?
I know. This may not be meta. This may not be comp, but I'm a man of the people. If there's anything that people know about me is that I'm a man of the people. I'm going peppermint cookie all day, baby. I'm going support. I'm going peppermint cookie. I'm dropping whales. I'm here for it.
Dropping whales, man. Peppermint cookie all damn day. All right, yeah, I like it. It's so funny how the chat's like peppermint cookie, you know, like the peppermint cookie, the fan favorite here tonight. You love to see it here. So with that being said, all these tier lists that we see after tonight, peppermint cookie needs to be S tier. All right, I'm just saying, chat, if peppermint cookie's not there, you know what I'm saying, then what are we talking about at that point? But okay, pretty cool. But yeah, going back, I guess, you know, if we have some time, we can kind of talk about like the different passives that we've kind of been seeing here tonight. You got the Shrub Master, that you get increased movement speed through the shrubs. I don't think a lot of players picked that one. I think a lot of players picked the increased recovery one, which you get 50% increased HP like outside of battle. So it kind of allows you to get back in the fight a little sooner. I know that's like number one, probably the best one. And I think followed right behind that might even be like the special skill KDR, CDR, where it reduces your skill cooldown by 10%. I know a lot of people think it's the HP boost. You get 500 HP, but nah, Coach. Let me inform you as a gold member of Ranked. All right.
Okay.
It is all about the increased recovery, and it is all about the special skill KDR. Someone tells me, Common Cookie, the HP boost is the best one. Listen, I know you're probably in silver or bronze, you know. I mean, you're just calling yourself out at that point.
Cooldown reduction is necessary. I mean, especially in competitions like this where you're playing as a full team of 3, like you're playing off of your cooldowns. That's how you play these types of games, especially here with CookieRun OvenSmash. We've seen the efficacy of Ice Pop, you know, Cookie, their ult, and playing off of that cooldown, making sure everybody else is lined up on it. Like, you've got to use your cooldowns effectively. I like a CDR play. I like that passive. Only time will tell. Our players, it's taking a little bit longer because, well, they had to change up their strats. We're moving straight to Jelly Race. So now they're like scrambling. They're like, okay, what am I running in Jelly Race? Are we going Peach Cookie? Are we trying to get some knockouts? Are we trying to spin our way to a victory? I don't know, but I'm here for it, man. We can talk about every single cookie under the sun.
Talk about it.
Time to see these cookies.
Have you seen a cream soda cookie? Have you seen?
Still no. I don't think so.
What?
Maybe, actually, I think once. Once in end of round 1. Folks, enough yapping. It's time for the game. It's game 3, but the record is only 1-0. Team Bobby. They won round 1, and we saw a tie, and now we're collecting those jellies.
Hey, yo, Spray Goals calling out Ginger Brave. Ginger Brave has been waiting his whole life for this moment here, Coach.
Yeah, Ginger Brave Cookie has finally made it to main stage here for the side of Spraggles. You'll see Ginger Brave running around like the Ginger Brave Cookie that he is.
And we saw Ginger Brave get in there. He got a bunch of jellies, and then he went for the back door and deposited a couple of jellies. So you got to keep your eye on Ginger Brave. I think Bobby on the black pudding cookie, you know, he's watching. He's got his eye peeled for Ginger Brave right now.
Nice pick up there from OJ on the top side, investing the black pudding cookie's ult to pick up the elimination and drop a few jellies off.
By the way, black pudding cookie versus black pudding cookie on both Bobby and OJ. So their strongest cookies we're going to see now.
Yeah, this is what we asked for when we were hypothetically talking about this matchup. Being able to see which of these black pudding cookies is better. Bobby with more jellies, OJ with more health. A little bit of backup. The ult does not land. Nice push and pull here. Engage and then back off from Ashlyn and Bobby. Stewart. Nice freeze from Jimbo in the middle. That's a lot of damage from both sides. And a nice ult invested to get that Waffle Bot out. Bobby will actually knock up and hit the ult as well. So both Spraggles and Jimbo are fairly low. But Ginger Brave Cookie got a lot of HP.
He's got heart, dude. Yeah, in this game mode, it's not really about the eliminations. It's about depositing the jellies. So obviously, if you do get eliminated, you lose your jellies, but you don't really need to take the fight. And Ginger Brave is perfect. I mean, we saw a prime example right there. The ultimate. Homie just zoomed on out of danger right there, still holding on to the jellies.
Yeah, Bobby doesn't even engage. Yeah. Bobby doesn't even engage in that fight because he wants to go deposit jellies of his own right. Spraggles deposited a ton. And now Bobby goes down. This is going to be a lot of jellies. This fight actually could determine a lot. If OG's able to get both, this would be huge. One goes down, the second, yes, the auto attack cooldown comes back. And OJ just deposited nearly enough to win. Ginger Brave finishes it. Team OJ take game 3, which ties us up 1-1. This is the most even matchup you could have. Holy cow.
I'm glad we got to see Ginger Brave make a cameo appearance here tonight on the Jelly Race and really showcase, you know, his use case, right? And you know, where his strong suits are. We saw right there, definitely a clutch cookie to have on your squad right there. So yeah, I mean, it's all about getting them jellies and depositing them bad boys on the opponent's side right there. Pretty quick match. So I'm assuming, Goj, we're gonna go back to the fight one, the smash fight, the PvP one, to really see who the victor is on this stage to send them to the grand finals.
Yeah, the fact that we're going to Smash Fight to close things out because it's a 1-1 tie is wild. I'm pumped about this. Let's take a quick look back on some of the replays, though, of how that all went down. Ginger Brave Cookie, not only a cameo, kind of a hero, dropped off so many jellies in this one. And it was a lot of these team fights kind of through this middle lane that dictated who had at least carried the most jellies, but depositing them was a totally different story.
The first cookie to escape from the witch's oven right there. And we don't even know how dude got it done, but he got it done and he came up here and showed up to deposit these jellies. So what that means is OJ can't use Black Pudding Cookie then, right?
I know.
When we go to the PvP Smash Fight. So it's, in my opinion, Coach, it's almost, for OJ's sake, you almost don't want to pick a Black Pudding Cookie on the Jelly Race.
It's tough. It's tough because Black Pudding Cookie has so much movement, a part of their kit, that it made sense to use them for Jelly Race. And now, as a reminder, technically speaking, I believe OJ actually picked Red Velvet Cookie in their last Smash Fight, which did go to a tie.
Yeah.
So likely okay investing Black Pudding Cookie maybe in Jelly Race to just knowing that, hey, this is what I play on Smash Fight. Let's do this every single time. But yeah, I don't know. Some fun conversations and again, more hypotheticals because these two teams have got to be nervous.
Yeah,
this is
we're stressing right now, dude.
Yeah, I mean, this is the closest we've seen any matchup by far. It's the closest it could possibly go, basically.
So Bobby can go back with the Black Pudding pick though on map number 3 because they have Team Bobby they haven't used and haven't won a game with the Black Pudding. So yeah, I guess you're right. You know, OJ all night long we've been seeing OJ rock the Red Velvet when it comes to the Smash Fight. Like that's been the pick here. But for some reason, I just love watching OJ on Black Pudding, man. I mean, that's just, to me, when you're looking for a game with a high elimination count, like the two go together like peanut butter and jelly. But we'll see what happens here.
Yes, last Smash Fight we just played a moment ago, 2-2 in eliminations when the time wrapped up, which for all intents and purposes here is a draw. There was no overtime accounted for in this competition, so it was a full draw on main, and we're gonna see them go back and forth again. Spraggles, point him out. I can't read lips, but
he said Ginger Brave number 1. Ginger Brave number 1. Yeah,
that's definitely it.
Yeah.
I thought it was your favorite. I thought it was Blueberry Pie Cookie. You moved over to Ginger Brave?
No. I'm not saying that. He was saying that. I can read lips.
Got it.
Yeah.
Right.
I can read lips. Spraggle is saying Ginger Brave number 1. For sure, Blueberry Pie is the best cookie in the game. I mean, that's just a fact. But you know, everybody's allowed to have their opinion. You know, and I'm open.
Right.
So.
Right. Yeah. Don't take anything that you hear in this booth for canon. This is all opinion. We're extremely biased. We're just here having a good time in the caster booth for this competition. But I will say that Black Pudding Cookie is the best and has shown that they are the best with how their pick rate is astronomical. It's almost every single round, if not every round.
Yeah, pick rate definitely high. Same for Ice Pop Cookie, super high pick rate here. So you're definitely starting to see like some cookies that people believe are, a staple when it comes to the competitive side of OvenSmash. Sure, we saw some Peach Cookie thrown in the mix too. Nice kit from Peach Cookie, really being able to like dive deep in there and get that knock up with the ultimate. But we really haven't seen, I think, a team win with a Peach Cookie here tonight, unfortunately.
That's true. Yeah, that's actually a good call out. A couple times they've been picked, and traditionally speaking, especially in like public lobbies and stuff, very valuable cookie. A good Peach operator and pilot, a good Peach Cookie operator is widely regarded. But here we go. A 3v3 for all the marbles, and the only objective is to get 10 eliminations or at least more than your opponent in the allotted time. Let's get into it.
Let's get into it. 2 red velvets on each side. Once again, 2 cherry cookies on each side. The only difference is going to be the espresso on Team OJ and the blueberry pie on Team Bobby.
And a nice grab pull there onto Stuart, who is on the blueberry pie cookie, and unfortunately couldn't follow up for the damage. And because of that, the opposing fight, the fight at the bottom side of the map, goes to the side of Team Bobby as they pick up their first and take an early lead, but will immediately answer back. An ult from both sides here in the red velvet cookie, and I think OJ actually wins out in that trade as Sprinkles is trying to track down this kill on Bobby. Bobby, well done in the spacing.
Yeah, both red velvets just walking away with like less than 100 HP after using their ultimates right there. Get that knock up. Oh, the double kill though. Espresso making this a tied game right again here, Coach.
Yeah, 2-2. This is where we ended last time, but we're getting there much faster this time. A cherry ult over the top does land for both parties, with a little bit more value for the side of Team Bobby. OJ and Spraggle's back up because of it. Everybody playing calm, cool, and collected, not trying to overextend in somebody's fights. A nice pull, max range from Bobby. Spraggle's able to get out with espresso cookies special and the dash, but OJ overcommits on the dive. Stuart with a huge shield to stay alive for a moment, and they pick up all 3 in that trade. Team Bobby go massive. That is a huge team fight.
Ashlyn and both Jimbo just straight up 1v1ing on the bottom with their cherry cookies, but here comes OJ fresh off a spawn. Looking for the deep dive here. They're going to get elimination here, Coach.
3-5 currently. Oh, another max range pull. This is nice to be able to put Bobby low. Should probably trade each other out. No, Stuart gets caught in transition. Spraggles with a huge cleanup there. Spraggles' 4th elimination on this matchup to make things very even, and Bobby answers back with a pull of his own. Spraggles very low. Jimbo able to skate around and dodge a few auto attacks, but how is he still up?
Yo, Jimbo can't get a touch right there. Both Ashlyn and Stuart missing the mark. Jimbo's still alive, but nice pull on the side of Team Bobby, followed up by the blueberry pie ultimate here, Coach.
Team Bobby only need 2. Team OJ still need 4. And only 20 seconds remaining, which means we have to engage off of OJ, but OJ gets pulled in max range. Bobby perfectly spacing and ults to finish the game. Invests everything for the final moment and gets both of the eliminations. It went the distance, but Team Bobby make it out alive and will move straight to stage 3. What a way to wrap up stage 1 in our bracket. Team Bobby against all odds. What a wild finish.
What is it, 100% win rate if you pick blueberry pie cookie? I mean, you're saying it's my opinion, but it's just a fact at this point, man. I mean, every single team that picks the blueberry pie cookie comes out and wins it right there. So yeah, that's going to be Team Bobby, our first team or our only team to automatically slot right there to the grand finals, best of 7.
Unreal. And again, Team Bobby, their entire team, all 3 players will skip our last chance wild royale and move straight to stage 3. The grand finals awaits. It's a best of 7 this time around, and we'll see what they're able to do, especially when you start thinking about those cookies being locked once you win rounds. That best of 7 is going to go crazy. I'm excited to get there. But first, let's take a look back on this wild matchup and a great Smash fight to close things out here in the bracket stage.
Yeah, and honestly, both sides were doing a great job. Looking at Bobby, looking at OJ, they were connecting their pulls. They were doing a great job. It's just what happens after the pull, right? The damage that comes after the pull. And I think Team Bobby, they were just a little more in sync with the red velvet on their side, because every single time Bobby would get that clutch pull, you already had blueberry pie, you already had cherry bomb, just applying that damage to the opponent that got the yoink essentially. And on the side of OJ, it was taking a little longer, right, to get that damage output going. So the synergy was there. Team Bobby locked in, and well, they're going to be sending it to the grand finals here, Coach.
Grand finals awaits for Team Bobby, but we still have another team that needs to join them, and it could be any of the 7 remaining teams. Now, I want to talk about Last Chance Wild Royale and how it all works now that our bracket stage is done, because things are about to change, folks. Wild Royale, if you've played it, you know it. It is a totally different game mode. We're headed to Battle Royale, last individual player standing. So everything changes. You're only sending one captain for each of the 7 teams into this Last Chance Wild Royale. And you might be saying, Ghost, but Wild Royale is 10 players. Well, the 3 other teams that made it to semifinals that didn't win, aka not Team Bobby, but Team OJ and the like, they will send a second player to also join the battle to round out our even 10 players. So a couple of the teams that made semis will have an advantage, but it doesn't mean a team that maybe got dropped in the very first round that hasn't played in a while, they could potentially still win it here and still make the grand finals. I'm loving this Last Chance Wild Royale. We'll continue to talk about it in a moment. And while we've got a moment here to let the players adjust and get ready for this new format, I do want to remind you that we get to reward you just for being here. We've got a giveaway going on right now. It's right down below me. Enter for a chance to win a DJ Maya plushie. It's right there on the QR code. You can scan that QR code. It'll take you to a link. You can enter. It takes you like 60 seconds to register, and all of the winners will be emailed out. All of your information there. They'll reference you on who wins, and I hope it's you for if you're watching this broadcast, because these plushies have been making appearances in the back of a couple of our player streams, and I got to say they're extremely cute and look very soft. So I'm here for a DJ Mia plushie, and I hope you win. So go get entered right now. And I do want to remind you of a couple other things. Of course, if you haven't, how have you not been so entertained by this? You've already downloaded CookieRun OvenSmash, but go download CookieRun OvenSmash. The CookieRun overall universe has plenty of games in it, and OvenSmash is another amazing title in the CookieRun universe that has been crushing it, not only here on main stage, but also just in the wild. So go check it out right now. It's for free. You can download it at the link right here in the QR code. It's also down in the description below as well. All right. And you can drop a follow on all major socials, because of course, CookieRun OvenSmash, we've got a lot of great things going on. Not only some fantastic events that if you haven't heard of it and maybe you just popped into the live stream, you would have had some heads up and you already had your popcorn ready if you're paying attention to those socials. They're also dropping updates on patch notes and potentially new cookies being added into the game very soon, which we may have a sneak peek about a little bit later. Just want to stay tuned, folks. We got a lot of info here in the booth, and I'm excited to share here in a little while. By the way, if you haven't played CookieRun OvenSmash in a little while, most recent updates, they dropped a ranked mode like a couple weeks ago, or about a week ago at this point, and you already heard Common Cookie talking about it. Ranked mode is a ton of fun, and if you like sweaty gameplay and competition like you're seeing on main stage, ranked mode is a great opportunity for you to go try to sweat and win some rounds. I'm loving it. Well, hey, look, let's bring back in Common Cookie, because we got to talk about this ranked mode a little bit more. And also, one of the cookies that was recently added into the game shortly, which was, I think the last week or so as well, or 2 weeks ago, was our cream soda cookie that's very new into the mix. So talk to me a little bit about ranked, Mr. Gold.
Hey. Thank you for addressing me by my rank, by the way. Yeah, I'm running gold. All right, and there's only one rank above that, but yeah, love ranked. It's super fun, super competitive. I mean, it just adds a little more extra to grind. Get sweaty when it comes to playing some OvenSmash. And I know Coach, I'm starting to feel like you don't believe me about the blueberry pie cookie. It's true, man. It's true. Blueberry pie cookie got me to gold. Even if somebody, was to pick blueberry pie, I mean, my second pick is like a strawberry crepe cookie. But for the most part, I squat up and ranked instant lock. I'm that type of cookie. I instant lock right away the blueberry pie. But it's been pretty fun. I've been seeing a lot of peach cookie in ranked game mode. I've been seeing a lot of the new cookie, cream soda cookie, actually as well in ranked mode. And cream soda has been whooping my butt. I'm not gonna lie. If I let cream soda get close enough, I'm done. But I'm looking forward to the Wild Royale, because it is completely different from what we've been experiencing here tonight. You kind of touched on it. It's a straight up player take all, king of the hill. We're only sending in one cookie per team, and they're gonna have to fight for their life here. And there's also little power-ups that you get to make you a little stronger on the battlefield as well, which is like a unique twist too. So I think we're gonna see a lot of cool plays coming out from some of these players here in this next game mode.
Yeah, no, I think that's a great shout. But folks, while our players get prepared here for our last chance Wild Royale, we're going to take a very short break here in the booth. And when we come back, you're going to hear Common Cookie continue to talk about Blueberry Pie Cookie because, well, that's Common Cookie's favorite. I hope we're all aware, folks. You're not going to want to miss this Wild Royale right around the corner. 10 cookies will enter it. Only one will walk out of it, taking their team to the grand finals. We'll be right back in just a moment.
I don't lose my prey. Oven crown, mine. Don't come near. Jump. Hunt begins. We strong. Butter Tiger, come with me. Hunt good. CookieRun, OvenSmash.
You called for me? Time to show what I can really do. Told you not to mess with me. Don't underestimate me. Rise, my ultimate licorice minions. Yes, that's it. Keep it going. Maybe I'll mess with those clueless cookies a little. CookieRun, OvenSmash.
Mastery of the Macheese blend is essential to serve as a proper name. The boss's order is absolute. Target locked. Target acquired. Executing orders. Be gone! By the boss's will! Orders carried out nicely. One day, all of this will belong to the boss. I hope the boss finds me worthy. CookieRun, OvenSmash.
Hey! Move and I'll blast ya! Pew pew! Time to make it burst! Nice and cool! Huh? Are you one of my subs? Woohoo! Valentine! With all my heart, kill! Keep this pace and we're golden! Woo! Time to go live again! Feeling refreshed now? CookieRun, OvenSmash.
Welcome back to CookieRun OvenSmash creator Crumble. We're having a dang good time here in the booth. Goj and Common Cookie. And I gotta say, the bracket stage, it went on for a while and it was so fun to watch. We saw so many great matchups, especially that finals, Common Cookie.
Oh, it was good. It was, you know, if I had nails, it was a nail biter, you know, but I don't. Maybe you could. But yeah, it was good. It was good. And I'm looking forward to the Wild Royale, though, right? Because it's going to come down to like individual skills. So up until this point, it's all been a team game, right? So now it's going to come down to just, you know, raw talent here. And I already know for a fact one of the strongest cookies on Wild Royale, Dark Choco Cookie. I mean, homie,
I like it.
With the HP steal, the Umbra strike, the ultimate is extreme range, so it goes very far. So what my strategy for Wild Royale is to play Dark Choco and kind of just wait in the back line, you know, hover around in the bushes, get the power ups, and then when I see like a fight happening, I third party that fight to try to not take out one but two different opponents, and then I collect their power ups. And honestly, that strat, it works, you know, every time. The strat works every time.
every time confirmed.
Every time.
Write it down. Put it in, you know, your notebook to make sure you implement it in your next rank grind, and especially when you're just playing pubs and having a good time playing Wild Royale. But folks, I do need to give you a quick update on our format and what's going on here with Wild Royale. This is Last Chance Wild Royale, so I do want to remind you that all 7 of the teams that have not made the grand finals already are sending their captain into Wild Royale to face off against each other. Okay, you're right. Yes, it's usually 10. We've got 7. The other 3 players will be a second player from, I believe it is Team Connor, Team OJ, and Team Drage. So you can see them on your screen now. Everybody has been selected, but those teams that made it to the semifinals in the bracket stage have that little advantage of having 2 players from their roster in the mixer. You can see that with Connor and Nat with a heart. See that with Drage and Hyrule Legend, OJ, and Spraggles making it in, and then Ray, Corey, Ash, and Crying Man round out our roster for Last Chance Wild Royale.
Yeah, so it's all about placements as well, right? If I'm not mistaken. So it's all about placing. So obviously you got to get the elimination to make it high in the placing. But you could kind of play passive and just hug the zone and just try to survive as well. Like you said, yeah, we got 2 apples, 2 oranges, and 2 hearts. So they're going to have a higher chance, right, of getting those placement points here to make it on to the grand finals. So if you're a candy cane, if you're a popsicle or a flower, you gotta be careful. You know what I'm saying? You gotta watch out because you're already outnumbered.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Now, a couple of other quick update, by the way. I believe at the top of the show, we said there was going to be 5 rounds, but because we've had so many long rounds in the bracket stages, folks, we got to speed things up. We're only playing 3 rounds of Last Chance Wild Royale. The stakes are even higher. And Common Cookie's right. The scoring works like this. It is just your average placement through those 3 games that will see who the victor is. Now, if it's tied, let's say, oh man, math is hard. Let's say second, that's 6 divided by 3. That's an average of 2. And then somebody gets a couple first places and a couple third places here in 3 rounds, and they tie an average placement, it does go to eliminations as the tiebreaker. So we're already into the match, folks. And like Common Cookie said, you got to get these boxes, you got to get powered up, and you got to take down your opponent to steal theirs. But I think the big kicker is you got to get those cards. You got to get some items to hopefully help out your push here and give you a little bit more of an advantage in some of these fights.
Got to get the power-ups, gives you more HP. You got a lot of Dark Chocos on the battlefield. We do see a Black Pudding cookie, a Camembert cookie showing up as well. So a nice little mix here. Espresso cookie, Crying Man might be at a disadvantage, but we'll see. But Connor, dead center right here on the Ice Pop cookie, up against Nat with Heart.
You know, a reminder, this is Connor and Nat with Heart are going to be playing around each other. The reason they're not hitting each other is because they know who locked in what, and they're trying to play kind of as a duo in Wild Royale. That's the advantage of making it to the semifinals. And Hyrule Legend does pick up the first elimination. I think technically accredited to them. That's a huge pickup, as it looks like Ray has gone down.
Uh-oh, Crying Man throwing out the emojis. Pretty sad, but Crying Man has 40 power-ups, though, so looking pretty good. Connor and Now with Heart chilling in a bush right now, just waiting for the zone, because this is a battle royale, so it closes into center as well here, Coach.
Oh, what a heal from Spraggles. That's why you pick up those power-ups. Dropping the heal mid-fight. Spraggle's able to win the fight against Hyrule Legend, and now we've got 4 players down. Ash gone, OJ gone, Ray down, Hyrule Legend gone. down to our final 6.
Yep, zone's closing on in. Everybody's forced to go to the center here. It's going to be an all-out battle eventually. Corey just waiting in the bush on the black pudding cookie, holding the ultimate. Same could be said with Spraggles. Everybody just holding on to these ultimates to the very last moment.
Spraggle is actually able to get that elimination as we lose Drage. Rage, OJ, Ash, Hyrule Legend out. Half of the lobby gone, down to the final 5.
Who has the most power-ups, though? Looks like Cryman has 42 right now. Almost 7,000 health.
Black pudding cookie, my favorite, especially in Wild Royale. And Corey with a huge advantage over Nat with Heart.
Spraggles.
Picking up another one. Spraggles comes in for the third party, though. Crying Man cleans them all up. Crying Man with the victory is insane
on the
to
espresso.
See on espresso.
Wow. I doubted the espresso, man. I'm not gonna lie. I saw that espresso pick. I'm like, nah, that ain't gonna work. But just kind of being calm and collective and waiting for the end to hold on to the ult there. Hey, got it done. I was surprised. I'm not gonna lie, but much needed placement points right there. Much needed placement points. Considering we only got what, 2 more of these to go.
Yeah, with the limited games here, you're exactly right. Every match actually matters that much more. I could do some even more confusing math to tell you percentages, but it's a lot more, okay? So with that in mind, Crying Man starting out with a victory, especially on Espresso Cookie, I think just played the end game very well, right? Just played nice and slow, looking for third parties. Eliminations do matter, but not if you just get some wins under your belt here when you're only playing 3 games.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, there's only one elimination that matters on Wild Royale, and that's the last one, right? That's the last one to survive here. Unless, you just kind of both throw up the white flag and just see, who gets taken out by the zone first, I guess you can say. But yeah, the caffeine shock at the end on the espresso cookie does a nice little chunk of damage, and it's AoE. And actually espresso cookie is a good pick, because if that zone was to center up to the dead center, you got the AoE ultimate from espresso, so you're guaranteed to get some damage. So now that I think about it, I kind of like the pick, and Crying Man winning that game feels good, coach.
It does feel good. And I got to say, too, winning that game without the help of a teammate, right? In Wild Royale, it's usually solos. We've got a couple teams bringing in a duo because of what they were able to do in bracket stages. I was thinking about Team Connor. I was thinking about Nat with the Heart. They just didn't have a lot of power because they were kind of splitting it. Here's a quick look at the final results. Not only the eliminations, but also the order that these players went out. And you can see Nat with the Heart and Connor do pick up 4th and 5th, but it doesn't matter about your team overall. It's the individual. So Crying Man, of course, is going to be at the top in the overall average, but Spraggles picking up a 2nd place has got to feel good as well.
It's feeling good, man. And the point difference is only 1 tier, right? So with 2 more of these games, I mean, we're looking at oranges, you got Spraggles, you got OJ. I mean, they kind of come together and get a couple points. They're going to be right there at the top as well, sending it to the grand final. So surprisingly enough, Crying Man was the solo from their team, right? Really clutching it out here too for the candy canes. So that's also pretty impressive, considering we saw like Nat and Connor kind of playing as like a tandem duo almost, protecting each other in the bush, and they walk away with no points actually after that game. So that's
no eliminations. They pick up a 4th and a 5th respectively. So if they can pick up a 1st and then a 2nd or something like that, still could have a decent average. I think the biggest problem with playing kind of as a duo right next to each other is that you're sharing the power, right? You're sharing those boxes if you're playing next to each other. And so you saw it in the end circle with 4 or 5 players left. Now with the Heart had 13 power out of the boxes. So really not even enough to really kind of compete at all. It's a huge difference when somebody else, Crying Man, I think ended up with like 40 or something at the end, and there was a couple folks in the 40s.
Yeah, you want the power, you want the additional HP, so it definitely comes in clutch, especially up against like a 1v1. That's Nat. Hey, Nat's got the help with Ginger Brave coming in here, man. Yes, sir. So we got 2 more Wild Royales, and we see how fast. I mean, that zone, it shrinks quick here, Coach, and there's not a lot of time to get those power ups. So you really want to like hover around the outskirts, try to hit as many boxes as possible, and let the opponents fight each other out in center. I mean, that's my strategy here. And then you show up in the late game, just juiced out of your mind with all those edge zone power ups, and you look for that third party, and that's kind of what we saw right there from the espresso cookie, just kind of buying their time, slowly moving in with the zone encroaching, and getting that final move to get it done. So I got a question for you though, real quick, Coach.
Sure.
Because you're the rule master here. So can Cryman use espresso again, or are those rules?
Great question. As we hop into the game, you should see no repeats from any player. You just have to change up your cookie each round. Now, only 3 rounds means you're playing 3 different cookies, but a good call out. It's not just the winning player, it is everybody. So no repeats across the board, as you see quite a few different. Some of the similar, we see 2 players, for instance, on Black Pudding Cookie. They just can't play the same one that they played last round.
Yeah, good. Okay, thanks for that. So it looks like Corey on the peach cookie did send it dead center. The center has like a good cluster of these power-up chests that you can get here, but it looks like there's 3 other people fighting for those same chests right now.
Yeah, and the other thing, as it looks like actually first kill goes to, I want to say that was Hyrule Legend. Yeah, Hyrule Legend picks up OJ at the very beginning, surprisingly. Gotta feel good for Hyrule Legend to pick up the early elimination. That means that they're gonna be at 32 power. You see that Drage really doesn't necessarily want to take this fight unless they have like a cooldown advantage. Connor and Nat with the heart playing next to each other again. And Corey doesn't care, and he didn't ask. Picks up with the ult. Nat with a heart and gets away with it. This is why Peach Cookie can be so good. A lot of mobility is nice to see.
Yeah, Peach Cookie has a nice little jump too to really close that gap. Oh, Hyrule throwing a honeybee out there. Hyrule on the chili pepper. We haven't seen chili pepper all night long. Nice burst damage from chili pepper too. So I like the pick here on the Wild Royale.
Yeah, look at Corey running away at the top of our screens right now. This is why mobility is so important. Wild Royale still alive. Somebody's going to pick him up, though.
See ya.
And down goes another Corey out of here. And I believe 8th place.
You got heart, though. You did good. You did good on the Peach Cookie. Just, ran into the wrong corner, unfortunately, right there. So, Spraggle's up top. Only 10 power-ups. Connor with 30. Or to see the sad face emoji up here. Yeah, they know Spraggle's just chilling in that bush. It's just a matter of time before Spraggle's is forced to push out of there.
The Drage. High mobility as well, playing for placement, but not a lot of power. 17, not a ton to write home about, but more than Ray. Also picking up Ray with the ultimate means that is a free one. That's going to be 21 total power now as another elimination comes through. Black Pudding Cookie, I'm telling you, Wild Royale, it's a ton of fun to play as Connor and Ash are going back and forth.
We got 3 Black Pudding Cookies showing up in the late game. Hyrule with the chili pepper taking out one, looking to get the double. There goes Cryman.
Oh no, Drage! With the combo, the auto attack combo comes through and cleans up everybody. Maybe a hair too aggressive on Chili Pepper Cookie, but either way you look at it, nice win there for Drage.
Nice win. And I do like Chili Pepper too, though. I think Chili Pepper's a good pick because we saw right there the ultimate. It has like a nice little spread to it as well, right? And it does some nice burst damage. So as the zone continues to collapse, the hot chili storm, actually, that range will come in clutch, right? With that Chili Pepper ult. So regardless, GG's though all around. We saw a ton of Black Pudding Cookies. Not even surprised, but was happy to see a Chili Pepper Cookie coming in here to show face.
Yeah, a lot of burst damage. I mean, technically speaking, one of the higher DPS players or cookies, if you can use them effectively and kind of jump your opponent, right? If you hit all of those daggers or use that ultimate or both, ton of burst damage coming through. Really nice for being able to clean people up that are a little bit low in third party. So let's look back on these replays though and see how all these fights went down. Honestly, I'm impressed with Corey's ability to dive that quickly into a team of 2, get one and still get out. Now we know Corey didn't last too long, and here's the final moment. Chili Pepper Cookie got right into the middle of a sandwich, but Black Pudding Cookie just does too much damage there at the very end, getting both of them with that auto attack combo.
Yeah, so close right there. I mean, if Hyrule was able to hit that one more time on the hot chili storm, that could have been it. You know, it would have been a different story. But it comes down to, the placement points as we head into the final game. And like you said, all these players, if they played that cookie in the last 2 games, they can't play it again here in game number 3. So we might be able to see like some special cookies, like a cream soda cookie coming out here, maybe a Madeline cookie coming out here on game number 3.
Here's the order of how it all went down in game number 2. Drage at the top, not only with 4 eliminations, but getting first place, which is the average placement that we care about. Getting first here will help out the total average. And Hyrule Legend, sometimes in Wild Royale, it kind of gets lost in the sauce. These guys are on the same team. So either way, getting first and second here is a huge win. Connor does sneak his way into third there, able to fight in the final moment. Doesn't have any eliminations, but doesn't necessarily matter. And Crying Man does pick up a 4th. So this will put Crying Man at an average between 2 at 2, right? Gets first, then gets 4th. So it splits the difference there. But let's take a look at the overall average placement moving into the final round. Crying Man, average placement technically of 3. I think this is rounded. So it'll be 3, Drage at 4, and Connor at 4, with Sprinkles there at 5, and Hyrule Legend at 5. So it's still very close across the board. OJ out of the picture, Ray out of the picture, and probably not with a Heart and Ash with Ash Brawl also out of the picture. The rest, the top 5 in particular, definitely still have a chance. I mean, Crying Man could get last in this next rep, and all of a sudden this leaderboard is blown wide open.
Yeah, and just thinking of like the different chemistry you can get going on with the duo, right? Drage and Hyrule Legend. Like, I think Hyrule can kind of play protect the president almost with Drage and allow Drage to get the power-ups and just keep them alive to that last battle to maybe catapult them over Crying Man. I mean, that could be a play here moving into the last game. But yeah, still impressed with Crying Man. The solo here outnumbered on the Wild Royale to still be holding down that number 1 spot.
Yeah, by the way, I did bad math earlier. First and 4th combined, an average between 2 is 2.5, if that is even a place. So that's why Crying Man's at the top. Does round up, of course, to 3. So it will be an average placement of 3 for Crying Man. So those are the people we need to watch out for. Got to watch out for Drage and Crying Man in particular. Yeah. If you see either of those 2 players go down early in this next matchup, in this next and final, actually, game, since we're only playing 3, who knows who could take this thing?
Yeah, I think Hyrule as well, right? Because Hyrule can kind of play support almost in a sense to his squad mate, who is currently in 2nd place, with kind of feeding him the power up.
Here we
go.
Let's
get into it. Map number 3. A bunch of ice pop cookies. We got 5 ice popsicle cookies out here.
Oh man, we're gonna see who. Oh, it looks like OJ actually maybe he's just jumping straight onto Drage. When she saw it was Drage, was like, I know that my teammate needs Drage to go down early, so OJ's gonna commit to it, and that's exactly what he does. Drage goes down not first but second as Connor fell in 10th, Drage in 9th. OJ just trying to ruin everybody's days. He's kind of out of the picture, but maybe his teammate could clutch something up here and push up the leaderboard if they take out the top cookies and the top players.
Yeah, Crying Man.
Of our leaderboard.
Yeah, Crying Man, right? I mean, that's the cookie you got to watch right now on the Tiger Lily cookie. So Crying Man does have the Tiger Pounce, which could be good to get away, and also 52 power-ups and has the spear too. So here comes Crying Man. Needs to win this fight up against Spraggles. Needs to make sure not to get taken out by Corey.
Crying Man's still alive. Huge play. This is such a big play. Bringing Spraggles in for Team OJ was just trying to set him up, and now with the heart almost set up a great ult to take down Crying Man, but it's Ash taking down Spraggles. Team OJ in deep trouble now with Spraggles falling, I believe, in 5th or close to it. Now with the heart in trouble as Ash is on 53 power and pushing the fight against that with the heart, who can't hardly do damage to her.
All right. Hyrule Legend going up to the top corner on the Espresso. Crying Man, though, is the player to take out right now. Currently, or at least coming in this game, 1st place on the overall. Crying Man can secure his team a spot to the grand finals if they win this here, Coach.
The only player that could potentially contest Crying Man at the top of the leaderboard is Hyrule Legend. Hyrule Legend somehow with 18 power has to win this, has to third party. Crying Man's on 70, Ash on 58, and Hyrule in deep trouble. Oh no, goes down. Crying Man, it's GG's. Crying Man picks up 2 wins out of 3 games.
That is crazy.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, and going back to the very beginning, Team Crying was the team that was 2-0 up against Team Bobby, right? Like an hour or 2 ago. So they've been on the sidelines for a hot minute. So for them to come into the last chance Wild Royale, win that spot, now they're going to the grand finals here, Coach.
Unbelievable. With this truncated format, there was no room for error. And Crying Man made sure that there was no error. He was going to be at the top by a large margin, winning 2 out of the 3 games. with the way he was playing, I think there's a decent chance Crying Man, if we would have played more, would have won more as well. Perfect setup, had the most power going into the final fights, waited for the right moment to strike, was able to execute. And because of that, Crying Man with his team is going to be headed, like you said, they lose out in round 1. And then as a solo, he carries his team to grand finals. That's going to be Crying Man with Carbon Fin and Royal joining Team Bobby in the finals. Let's take a quick look back on Wild Royale in this final round. OJ was a menace. I really like his strategy of trying to set up Spraggles for success. And unfortunately, Spraggles got cut down.
Yeah, it got cut down early too. And going back to the Tiger Lily Cookie pick, I think it was a great pick because you got so much kit right there when it comes to being a solo. The Tiger Pounce allows you to leap a pretty good amount, and then the ultimate, the Hunt, it gives you a shield, it gives you increased movement speed as well. So there's so much potential to either get into a fight or avoid a fight with the Tiger Lily Cookie there in the end. So really clutching it out and really playing to the Cookie's strengths there on the Wild Royale. So
yeah, no, I like that shout. Here's a look at the overall, folks. It's just going to confirm what we all know, which is that Crying Man is going to stay at the top with a technical average placement of 2nd with 2 firsts and a 4th. Unreal job from Crying Man to walk over the competition. And Hyrule Legend was the only thing that could have stopped him from winning it all and taking his team to the grand finals. And it was close, but unfortunately, Hyrule Legend just didn't have enough power in the end. It was kind of caught between 2 different players and got third-partied.
Yeah, it was close, like you said, but at the end, I still think it comes down to just Crying Man just making that Cookie pick, you know, that Tiger Lily Cookie, just locking it in, just playing to that Cookie's strengths right there on the solo match right there. So yeah, second chance though, Coach. They got the second chance to bring it home to get $10,000 here. So really, Carbon Fin and Royal. Let me ask you this. Say they do win. What's the split looking like? I mean, after that clutch, Crying Man is getting a little more money at the prize pool, right? I mean, you got to give him a little more or something, right? Like, what's the split looking like?
Yeah, I don't know if it's 33% across the board now. Crying Man just put the team on its back. But honestly, it comes down to how the team plays in the finals. I think all of these gentlemen are fair players. They're going to split it evenly, and Crying Man will just give them a bow to get them to the finals. But talk about an underdog story, like you mentioned. I do want to fully rely on the audience. This team got 0-2'd in the first round of the bracket stage. That's how rough it was in the first best of 3. Team wasn't really, fully in not decent chemistry. There was kind of some miscommunication. They were kind of trickling in to Castle Crashers, and nothing could really go their way in Smash Fight either. But moving into a best of 7 after momentum like that from the Last Chance Wild Royale, an underdog story in the making is Team Bobby. They won all their matches in the bracket stage. They won out in bracket stage. Didn't have to do any crazy Last Chance Wild Royale to make it to the finals. It's two totally different stories, man. I'm excited.
Yeah, Carbon Fin might actually get to take that trip to the Philippines after all. Remember, that was the main goal for Carbon Fin, to get that money to book them tickets. I mean, it's already in the cart. It's ready to be clicked and shipped out here. So that second chance coming in clutch here, Coach.
That's right. Well, folks, I have something extremely special for you. We've been talking about all the new updates happening here in CookieRun OvenSmash, and it sounds like I've got an update for you as well. We got to take a look at what will be the new cookie coming to CookieRun OvenSmash. The first look at White Peach Cookie joining us in OvenSmash. Common Cookie, I gotta get your thoughts.
That's looking good. I need that right now. Can I get that early or what, Coach? I mean, I'm here, dude. Just lock it in. Send it to the account, man. Everything I said about Blueberry Pie Cookie, forget about it. It's all about White Peach Cookie, all right? I'm liking that.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I can't give you all the details. We can't tell you all of the abilities, but White Peach Cookie may have some stealth in their kit.
Okay.
May get a little mixy on the map because of that. I'm thinking stealth could be a huge piece of what White Peach can do, and it'll be fun to see what the audience's reaction to it. I'm seeing a lot of folks in chat really excited about White Peach Cookie. Will be joining us in just a few days, if I'm not mistaken. I believe it'll be in, I think, around 3 days from now.
3 days.
June 3rd, technically speaking. Depending on your time zone, folks, that is not a lot of time. Get ready for White Peach Cookie coming June 3rd to CookieRun OvenSmash. Could change the game with some stealth in the board and on the map. Who knows if it could make a difference today. Unfortunately, these players can't use White Peach Cookie yet. So we got to take a look at what's happening today in the competition. Let's get into it. Let's look at our rosters.
That goes the cookie plug out here, man.
I'm excited. I'm pumped about Team Bobby. I'm pumped about White Peach Cookie. And talk to me about Team Bobby, though. Let's own it back in on the competition.
Bring it back.
Team Bobby, Ashlyn, it's Stuart. What went right for them in the bracket stage that could go right for them in this best of 7?
Yep, you got Bobby with the pro player experience, all that esports experience, able to keep calm underneath the pressure, especially now as we head into the grand finals. Bobby also the IGL, and we saw Stuart on some strawberry crepe cookie here tonight, looking pretty good, especially on those objective-based maps. Then, of course, Ashlyn rocking like the cherry cookie with the massive damage here tonight, doing a good job. So, Team Bobby, though, I mean, the best game we saw from them had to have been the blueberry pie game, the red velvet, and the cherry bomb. I think that comp was their comp. That was up against the OJ squad, and they just made it look so good with that team comp here, Coach.
Yeah, that's a really good shout. Team Bobby, a strong team. They won their best of 3, not without some hardship, though. As a reminder, like you mentioned, it was very, very close. We had that draw, but they got it done, and so they're into the grand finals. But now, Team Crying Man carries his team to a victory by playing as a solo. And now it's up to Carbon Finn and Royal to join him in a best of 7, where they've got a little bit of room to get their legs underneath them and push their way to some victories here. My prediction, and this is a little bit hot, but my prediction is that we're going to see Team Crying Man go down early, but then make a late best of 7 comeback, because there's a little bit more room to work with in a best of 7. But we'll see. Let's talk about the maps and modes. Walk me through these. Things are changing for a best of 7.
Yeah, I'm liking that too. Crying Man probably feeling good, right? Feeling good after their clutch moment. But we got game 1. You got Castle Crasher, and we're gonna send it to game 2 with the Smash fight, and then we're gonna be introducing the drop the beat here again, and then we're gonna be running it back to Castle Crasher, Coin Rush, Smash fight, and then the Jelly Race if we really need to at the end. So we're pretty much sending all these players through the gauntlet here right now, Goj, in this best of 7 to crown the champions of the Creator Crumble and give them that $10,000 at the end of this.
Yeah, folks, let's buckle up. It's a best of 7, so we will assuredly see Castle Crasher, Smash Fight, and Drop the Beat. Now, for a team to win in a best of 7, you all can do a little bit of math with me. You have to win 4 total rounds, all right? That's the majority. So we will see Castle Crasher at least twice, but we could see a clean sweep of 4-0. It is certainly possible in a best of 7 that a team drops 4-0. I don't think that's going to happen today. I believe in Team Crying Man.
Okay, so you going Team Crime Man. I, of course, gotta go Team Bobby up in here. So right now in the chat, let us know who's taking the win, who's taking the crowns out here, and who's taking the $10,000 in the next 7 games. So I like it. Why Team Crying, Coach? Lay it on us, man. Why that?
I'll lay it on you. I think they lost out very early in this competition, and they've just been laying in wait, chilling. I mean, we haven't seen Carbon Finn play in like 3 hours almost, 2 hours,
yeah.
Right? They've been chilling. They've probably been doing some reps. They've been doing watch parties. They figured out the comp. They've been preparing. They've been practicing, and now they've got a chance to piece it all together. Carbon Finn and Royal, Crying Man, they're all extremely smart. Let's see what they're able to do. Have they learned something across their watch parties, and can they get an early victory, or will it take a couple rounds to get things kicked off? Walk me through some team comps here,
yeah.
Some similarities.
Mirror matchup for the most part, but Crying Man still rocking the Tiger Lily cookie, the cookie that got him here in the first place. So huge respect right there from them. Hitting the snipe too with the spear, Goj.
Listen, Tiger Lily, a high skill expression cookie, not a cookie you see that often in pubs with a ton of value. But if you hit those spears, it can certainly change the game. It does so much damage. Here's Carbon Finn trying to track down Bobby. And in the meantime, again, Bobby's just stalling for time so that his team is able to start creeping their way back into this. They were down about 20+%, and now we're creeping back a little bit less than that, now about 14% or so and counting.
Yeah, Bobby did a great job. Oh, still doing a good job with the double freeze right there. That's going to be sending them back to spawn and allowing the crew to push the turtle a little more closer, get some more damage on the opponent's castle as well here. Red team's castle destroyed 25%. So the strat right here, Crying Man just hitting them snipes, trying to keep them off a point here, Coach.
Yeah, a lot of zoning here because of how much damage those spears do. You have to dodge them, which forces people off the point. I love that call out. Royal in a bit of trouble. Again, Bobby continues to hit the freezes, though. A bunch of momentum being cut out from Team Crying. They had so much wind in their sails after that Wild Royale win. And now everything being cut away because of Bobby's freezes.
Bobby just hits those. And then you got Ashlyn on the cherry. Cookie with the additional damage in the back line. I mean, this turtle, it's at their base here, Coach.
Hey, Crying Man, it hits the old, gets big, but unfortunately not big enough. Stewart and Ashlyn holding down the point. Royal gonna have to stall out for as much time as they can. Royal actually doing a pretty good job. They allow Carbon Finn to get onto the point as well. But I just think it's too little too late. Ashlyn and Stewart are low enough, though. Crying Man could try to clean up Ashlyn. Getting heals, though. Bobby comes in. Ashlyn picks up a Quadra, but Bobby doesn't fall yet. Another ult and a couple more battered faces. And the battle of the Ice Pop Cookie goes to the side of Royal for a moment.
Yeah, the comeback might be coming, but Bobby, Ashlyn, Stewart, they're doing so good. Their team synergy is just popping off right here. Bobby's just hitting them freezes. Bobby's trying to stay on point as long as possible. Now you got the Waffle Bot in the mix here now, Coach.
The Strawberry Crepe Cookie, some nice knockbacks on the bottom side of the map, and because of that, Bobby is able to push up and clean up too. Finally misses a freeze, but it's because the auto attack did all the damage he needed to pick up that, and now Crying Man, a solo, still trying to stall things out and gets torn down immediately. Enough damage, though, that Stewart can't really play around the point. It's still possible for a late overtime victory, but not if Royal goes down at 72 HP.
Ooh.
Crying Man having to be a hero. It's gonna be close.
They're sending it back. Not. It's Stewart on the point with the Strawberry Crepe Cookie trying to keep this one alive. Ashlyn needs to hit them bombs in the back line, but here comes Big Bobby on the Ice Pop, man. He's looking to seal the deal here, Coach.
Oh no. Blue team's
So close, and it's time for overtime. This castle for the side of red is one hit away from going down, though, so overtime important.
There it is.
And everybody down means that Team Bobby are going to get the first round victory to start things off in a best of 7.
Team Crying almost came back because there was, like 3 moments there where Team Bobby were right there at their doorstep to get the turtle into the mark. But, Team Crying just kept them at bay and gave them the second chance opportunity with the overtime. But Team Bobby with the Ice Pop, just too strong right there. I felt like their team synergy on the team comp was just solid all around right there. So yeah, it is what it is. Hey, but that's only game 1 though. It's only game 1. We got a lot more games to go here. So Team Crying, they can clutch it out. And we got those same rules in place. So now Team Bobby, they can't play those cookies that they won on here.
That is a great call out. We'll come back to that moment right after replays. Let's take a quick look back on what was a very fun matchup because look, it started with actually a nice advantage for the side of Team Crying Man. Look at this. It was 100% to 76%. They were able to push this turtle pretty far, but then once their momentum was cut out because of Bobby's freezes, they never got a hold of the turtle basically until it was right on their doorstep.
Oh, Bobby is ice cold here on the Ice Popsicle, man. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, right there on the doorstep. And this happened like 3 times too. So Crying Man, Royal, and Carbon Finn, I mean, they did a good job at just stretching this game out as long as possible. Because I thought it was a GG a long time ago, but they're not out the picture yet, man. I'm not counting them out yet. Not after that game. I think they got a lot more to go. And you kind of said it. Team Bobby, they've been in the gauntlet since the very beginning, right? So they might be a little fatigued. Meanwhile, Team Crying, they've been kind of chilling, you know, making some dinner, vibing with their audiences on their live stream, and kind of just taking notes on the different cookies and who they want to play. So they might have, you know, a little more energy in the tank here, as we know we got a long way to go here.
Well, speaking of a long way to go, I like the theoreticals. Let's talk about the tangibles, though. We've got some cookies being locked out already. And as a reminder, in a best of 7, there's a whole lot of cookies that are being locked out. I'm seeing a lot of folks in chat talking about metas, talking about, oh, well, that not using the strongest cookies. Well, this is the reason why. We see Team Bobby burning 3 very strong cookies early. Maybe not your favorite, but still strong cookies. They might have not picked the meta on Castle Crasher because they need to save some cookies for the later rounds. We do not see an ice pop cookie. We don't see a strawberry crepe cookie. We don't see a cherry cookie for Team Bobby for the rest of this best of 7. Whereas Team Crying could run that exact same comp right back in the next round.
Yeah, burned it early on. And, you know, fortunate for them, we're going to be going to the Smash fight, if I'm not mistaken. So they might be able to come out with like a black pudding cookie, fruit punch cookie combo. That's been a really solid one here tonight. Maybe even with the licorice cookie as the third. But yeah, I mean, like you said, there's only so many like quote unquote meta comps that we've been seeing here tonight. And Team Bobby pretty much burning through one of them already early on here. So it's going to open up the opportunity for Team Crying to implement those cookies here to maybe, you know, tie this series up here in this next game.
Yeah, there's actually so much strategy because of this winning round lock that we've implemented of the different comps and the different metas. You don't want to burn out all of the bruisers that you need to frontline on some of these other game modes. You don't want to necessarily burn out some of your DPS options you may need for Drop the Beat if we get there as well, or when we get there rather in game 3, like your marksmans. Like there's so much hypothetical that we could talk about, but not seeing Ice Pop cookie for the rest of the match here for Team Bobby.
It's gonna set you back. Yeah, it's gonna set you back. Yeah, you got the win, but you gotta look at the next couple matches ahead, right? So you know, they're gonna have the advantage when it comes to who's up when it comes to the total points, but yeah, it's gonna make that much more harder for them to continue that momentum, continue getting the wins to lock it in, because like you said, they need to win 4. They need to win a total of 4 out of 7 to seal the deal and get the $10,000.
Yep, and winning 4 means you're gonna have a total of 9 cookies that you're locked out. You cannot choose up to 9 cookies in what would be your final round, whenever that is. Now, there is one wrinkle in this rule set that I'm gonna go ahead and spoil for the audience so that you do know and you're not freaking out once you see it if we get there. If we get to round 7, if both teams win 3 rounds and we go all the way the distance here in the grand finals to game 7, all cookies are back on the table for Jelly Race. There are no character locks, no cookie locks for the last round if we go to game 7. Now, that's a long way away, but just warning you, you see a lot of trading back and forth. Could see that Ice Pop cookie again. It just won't be until the very, very end.
I was going to say, who are we playing? There's like 26 cookies. Who are we playing at that point, man? All peppermints for real at that point.
All right, here we go. We move back into Smash Fight, folks, which means the only name of the game is picking up those eliminations. Let's see what happens. A lot of poke. We're seeing, I believe, Rye Cookie. Only seen it maybe one other time, or maybe the first time here for Crying Man. Actually gets grabbed and somehow able to stay alive.
Yeah, I think the first time we're seeing Rye Cookie here tonight. We got the Showdown Time Ultimate, super strong, but you got to make sure not to get grabbed, as it does look like nice little grab coming out from Bobby's side with a follow-up Fruit Punch. Knock him out here, Coach.
Yeah, again, another strong investment here for It's Stewart. If they do win this one, you will not be seeing that Red Velvet Cookie or Licorice Cookie or Fruit Punch Cookie, which are all kind of in our pick rate meta, if you will, of this tournament. Really seeing a lot of investment from Team Bobby on some of these stronger cookies early.
Crying Man's Rye Cookie. I mean, the ultimate, super strong, does a lot of damage, and even the auto attacks go pretty far. So some nice range as we see Crying Man up there, just trying to poke him, trying to keep him at bay, trying to knock him down. Carbon Fin, though, on the Cherry Cookie, picked out, though, and now it looks like Crying Man in the opponent's base on their backside.
Oh!
Yeah, gonna be eliminated. I mean, just out of place right there, Coach.
Unfortunately, almost get away with the trade, and yet again, Team Bobby are starting to run away with this one. No early lead for Team Crying Man this time. They haven't been able to trade a single elimination. Another ult goes a little bit dry there from Crying Man. Doesn't pick up enough damage, but it does force this Team Bobby to back off a little bit, heal back up, and then reassess this fight on cooldowns.
Yeah, Team Bobby already at the advantage, so all they need to do is just keep getting these pulls and taking them one out at a time right here and just burning down the clock, essentially.
Yeah, they
can be passive if they want. Yeah, they can be passive if they want. They don't really need to push this, and they can just look to kind of secure this game and not overextend, honestly, at this point. And I believe that's what Bobby's calling for. Bobby's like, hey, just wait by me. Let me get the pull. There goes Crying Man. Crying Man actually able to get on out of harm's way. So nobody got traded out right there, but that's pretty much the strat when it comes to Team Bobby.
Yeah, I agree. Wait on a pick potential. Of course, there are some comeback mechanics in this mode. That comeback mechanic won't matter if you get pulled, though. Carbon Finn finally able to at least find one elimination, but gets traded all three, actually, out in that team fight, which means Team Bobby just need one more to win or just wait out the time.
Wait out the time here. About 15 seconds to go. Bobby almost got that pull onto Royal. Looks like Ashlyn looking to clean it up right here with the licorice. Gonna be able to connect onto Carbon Finn in the back line and get the final elimination to take him out to make this a 2-0.
Oh, bummer. But Team Bobby feeling very comfortable now. Again, investing a lot of very strong cookies in the first 2 rounds. But an early lead like this has got to feel fantastic. Now knowing that after 2 rounds, we only need 2 more wins, and we're headed to Drop the Beat next.
Drop the beat, and I know you're getting tired of me saying this, Coach. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, I know what you're about to say.
Beat. That is where Blueberry Pie excels, because Drop the Beat is a little tiny area right center of the map, and a Blueberry Pie ultimate, I mean, you can pretty much touch the back end of that stage, and you can kind of just mow them down and get so much damage. But we'll have to see what that looks like after this, because we got the replays.
Yeah, quick look back on the dominance of Team Bobby. Look, I'm not calling you out. I like the Blueberry Pie. I called you out on a transition to break because I thought it was funny. I like you standing for Blueberry Pie, and I definitely agree. We're going to see him Drop the Beat. Again, the replays here were just the chemistry of Team Bobby and how well they executed some of their combos. You even see the comeback mechanic of the plus 20% attack here for Team Crying Man. They just couldn't piece together some of those cooldowns at the same moment to work together enough to get enough damage to even trade out some of those eliminations. They finally got one near the end, but it was really a slam dunk here for Team Bobby in the second round.
Yeah, and when you're playing with the Red Velvet, I mean, you're just playing around the Red Velvet. You know, you're counting on your Red Velvet to hit those pulls, yoink them in, and then you just dogpile them right there. And unfortunately for Team Crying, even if like they were to get a Red Velvet pull on their side, the teammates, they really weren't near to get that additional damage, right, to get the elimination. So yeah, it's a team comp that you need to understand. Like, we are playing around Red Velvet. There is no solo, fights looking for, on the back end here. Like we saw Rye Cookie and the opponent's camp essentially at one point right there. I mean, that's just not the play, but we got to Drop the Beat coming up next here, Goj. Own the stage and score points to win, baby.
Nice and simple, folks. You know it. You love it. Drop the Beat is a very fun game mode where you got to own the stage. There's that big zone in the middle. That's the stage, and you got to drop the beat by standing on it. So own that stage.
Look who's in that
those
picture,
points. And you're right.
Who's in that picture?
What I love about the graphics that we've put onto each of these modes is that it does showcase usually some of the meta cookies that are a part of the mix for something like Drop the Beat. So I like it. But let's take a look at the locked cookies here of which cookies can't be used for the side of Team Bobby.
Yeah, Strawberry Crepe Cookie. Oh, they already used Strawberry Crepe Cookie in
first
game
round.
number 1. Yeah, so I was going to say that's another really strong cookie on Drop the Beat, because you got that knockback. So if your opponent is on the actual stage, you just knock them back, baby. But it looks like this time around, Team Bobby, they're not going to be able to implement Strawberry Crepe. But you know what? Team Crying can. And Team Crying can also use Ice Pop still. Team Crying can use... They can use whatever they want at this point still.
Yeah, exactly. You could run back some of the same comps if you think they're just as viable on Drop the Beat. In general, though, Drop the Beat probably has the most different in terms of comp and meta strategies compared to some of the other game modes. You have to have somebody that's able to control the point, tank the point, and then also a ton of poke to be potentially able to either poke people and zone people off or poke out that tank that is sitting in the middle of that stage. So we'll see what the comp looks like. Does look like Bobby's going back to the tried and true black pudding cookie, my favorite. What else you seeing?
Got black pudding, we got melon soda, and of course Ashlyn rocking the blueberry pie cookie in the back line here. So Carmen Finn on the strawberry crepe, trying to get that punch, just waiting for the ultimate, waiting for that waffle bot to come into play here. But here comes Ashlyn jumping into the stage and just getting a massive amount of damage done right there.
Calling in the spirits. What an ultimate there from Blueberry Pie Cookie. That was a great combo. Be able to set up, and even with the melon soda cookies ultimate there to just make sure Bobby didn't go down. Very well executed to get the early 60+%. Folks, Drop the Beat usually lasts longer.
Drop the beat.
But maybe not this time. I'm about to drop the beat to send this team back to the lobby. Holy cow, Team Crying Man in deep trouble.
Yeah, and there's only so many like pathways to get to the stage as well, right? So with melon soda and with blueberry pie, you can just, spam your autos to kind of predict which route they're going to take to get on that stage. So it does look like Team Bobby. They lost Bobby. Bobby's back in the mix, so let's see if they can make this push.
Yeah, there's so many lanes that you can just zone off for pressure. Like you said, here comes the spirit from Ashlyn to try to hold down this point. Only needs to hold it for a little bit longer.
A waffle bot.
Woo, Wafflebot's scary. It also just didn't want to jump out and throw the game away by playing too aggressive when you only need 4%. You can play nice and patient, play as a team, set up a few combos on CD.
Yeah, and the espresso cookie is another good pick because you kind of center and prioritize like a lane for the push. But here comes the ultimate from Ashlyn. They're on point and they get the job done, man. 100% win rate right there for Blueberry Pie tonight, by the way, Ghost. Just pointing that out.
You're right. You're right. You get the win rate percentage on Blueberry Pie Cookie. I get the pick rate percentage on Black Pudding Cookie, okay?
Okay.
I respect both of her choices, and I also respect Team Bobby because they are dominating it here in the grand finals, making it look easy. Now, I will say,
it's not done.
It's not over. It's not. What did I say before we started the grand finals? I said Team Crying Man's going to win, and I also said Team Crying Man's going to go down early. They're going to lose a couple games, and then what do? They rally back. They've got the chemistry been building this entire time. I feel a comeback. I smell it on the wins. Let's see what they're able to do, man.
Yes,
we are going back to Castle Crashers, though, which I'm not sure that they've won one of those yet.
It might be the strat, though. Let them win. Let them burn through their pool of cookies. You know what I'm saying? And then you're going to show up in game 3 with all the options at your disposal. And you're going to be forcing them to really go for those picks that we really just haven't seen here tonight. So maybe, like you said, it's a big brain play here, Goj, possibly. I see where you're coming from. I see where you're coming from.
I think we might be reaching a little bit, but I'll keep reaching all the way to the finish line, all right? I want Team Crying Man to come back, but let's take a look back on that replay. And really why Team Bobby was so dominant was they were able to get the zone control, they were able to get the stage control, but then like you called out, Common Cookie, you were like, hey, they were able to just pressure these lanes so effectively. Like nobody could walk to the stage without taking a ton of damage.
Yeah, it was a tough one. And, we talked about the espresso cookies, kind of the same mindset with the ultimate to try to section off those lanes, but it just came down to who got to the stage first because then you had the advantage. But we're sending it, like you said, to the Blue Fizz Beach, my favorite place. The chill vibes all day. The sun is out. The palm trees are swaying in the wind. It's Castle Crasher. So it's time to get this turtle to the base, man.
Turtle's going to be moving, but the question is, who's pushing it along? Let's take a look at those cookies that are locked, folks. There are 9 of them locked. Team Bobby cannot use any of these 9 cookies. The question is really not who they can use. It's now who it's not who they can't use. It's now who they can use. Who are we going to see? Some off meta? Can we finally see? It's time for Peppermint Cookie to close out this game. Chat's been asking for it. I'm right there with them.
Yeah, we need a peppermint cameo, and I think the other 2 picks might be like a dark choco, of course, you know, the high output damage.
True.
And, who's the 3rd one though? You know what I'm saying? Who's the 3rd one? String cheese, maybe?
Yeah. I like that call.
String cheese, peppermint, and dark choco. That's a team comp I can get behind on Team Bobby. Yeah, I like that one a lot.
Listen, we haven't seen a couple marksmen, actually. We haven't seen brie cheese, I don't think. We haven't seen some, like, a couple of the mages jerky cookie.
No jerky cookie at all tonight. That's a feeling.
I know. We could see, I don't know. There's a couple other options out there. Honestly, I would be surprised if we don't see a cream soda cookie. I don't believe that's been used, right?
Right, especially if you're like a black pudding main out here and your black pudding got banned. I'm looking at you, Bobby. Yeah. Cream soda. Yeah, cream soda's calling you, right? Like cream soda cookie is just calling you like, hey, I'm here. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to seal the deal and help you win $10,000 here, Bobby.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, hey, you could see a bacon roll cookie come back into the mix to try to counter a potential black pudding cookie.
Bacon roll?
I don't know. There's a lot of what ifs, but
a lot of what ifs.
Run out.
And you know what? Ashland's cat MVP still there, by the way, supporting her.
So true.
Still there. Where's your cat, Goj? Is your cat supporting you throughout the night?
Actually, my cat is currently supporting me by sitting in my lap as we wrap up this competition.
Look at that.
So, you know what? If it's a cat off, Ashland's might win, but mine is really cute. So, we'll take what we can get.
So right here, Royal, thinking, who do we pick here? We haven't really had much success tonight. And when in doubt, as my great-grandpappy always used to say, when in doubt, peppermint it out, Coach. So I'm hoping. I'm hoping.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's
I like it.
Family saying we say around here all the time, man. All the time. When in doubt, peppermint it out.
All right. Well, peppermint it out. Let's see if peppermint cookie is finally in the mix, folks. This could be the last round. Break down these comps for me. I'm not seeing peppermint cookie.
Yeah, 2 dark choco cookies on both sides. We got the blue slushy and the Madeleine on the side of Team Bobby out here. Team Bobby on point. Team Bobby pushing the point here, Goj. And, well, it's up to Team Crying to try to get on point and stop this turtle from crashing.
Oh, no, it's not looking good for my predictions. I need a huge momentum swing, and I need it now. A big moment for Team Crying Man to try to battle their way back into this competition. Down 0-3. Gotta win game 4 in a best of 7. Or we could see Team Bobby as the champion of this event. Nice combo here. Stuart and Bobby both go low, though. But they still are getting so much value on the turtle.
Yeah, the Choco picks on both sides, super strong, but it's coming down to Royal to get that freeze. Royal needs to hit the freeze over here on Ashland and just keep them from pushing the turtle. And after hitting that freeze, allow Crying Man to get that damage with the espresso.
Carbon Fin getting active here, trying to get aggressive, and unfortunately, Bobby punishes him, winning back the turtle point, and now Royal's trying to get really aggressive because, well, frankly, he has to. And there it is. Freeze from Royal finally gets it. Gets one. The second also weak, and Stuart has to back off. Smartly, they're not over-committing, over-chasing this. Just going to start pushing this turtle slowly back the way it came.
Yeah, beautiful combo right there from Royal and Crying Man. I mean, that's what you want to see here. The freeze followed by the ultimate from the espresso. But here goes Madeleine coming from above, right on top of the point here, Goj.
Yeah, it's a great ult from Stuart to just get their health low, get them confused and dazed and not knowing where to go. Crying Man getting a ton of damage down with his ult, though. Gonna swing around the backside and just try to pick up one on the flank rather than playing on the point, waiting for Royal to play the point with him. Just zoning off these other 2 players. Bobby trying to get Crying Man, but Crying Man able to use the special to dash away. This still is a game. We still got a game on our hands.
Yeah, Stuart has ult. Gonna go send it to the back line, try to section off Crying Man on the espresso, and Bobby on point. But the ultimate followed by Ashland on the blue slushy. Nothing but control right now, Goj.
Nothing but control and a ton of damage coming down from a couple of those ultimates. Bobby's ult ate up so much of the health bars of the opponent, said it was an easy cleanup for the rest of the team.
And you got the HP steal too.
Yeah, oh true, yeah, it gets the heal off as well, so Bobby's able to stay up. Here's another Madeline ult. It's going to come in on the backside and make Carbon go down early. Royal going to follow as well. Isn't able to connect or use maybe even the freeze that might have been on CD, but Crying Man running away by himself, just trying to stall things out as long as he can. But this Turtle is moving in quick, and we are running out of daylight.
Turtle's moving. Turtle is shooting that cannon as well. So Ash on the backline with the blue slushy is going to be holding on to all. Bobby getting chunked up, getting pieced out right now. Here goes.
Bobby in trouble. Ashlyn in trouble. Means that Crying Man, Royal, and Carbon Finn still have a chance. It's going to go down to overtime. This Turtle can't be in the hands of the blue team for more than a couple seconds at most. And they're going to start things off yet again with Stewart. Double ult, triple ult, invest it all to win the game and to win the finals. CookieRun, OvenSmash, Creator, Crumble, Champions, Team Bobby in a clean sweep. 4-0 in the grand finals. They're the champions, and it wasn't even close.
There it is. Stewart clutching out on the Madeline with the Night of Lights, just leaping from the back line, dealing tons of damage on the point right there. Ashlyn clutching out all night long with the backline damage, you know, just consistently pumping it out. And then, of course, Bobby leading the charge, always in the front, making them calls and getting the job done here.
Fantastic job. A clean sweep in the grand finals is not what I was expecting with all of the trials and tribulations to get to this point. It wasn't a perfect tournament. They did lose some rounds, but they had resilience when they desperately needed it. Team Bobby crushed the competition. A very fun matchup for them in both sides. Bracket stage was a blast to watch. It went the distance, had the tie, had to replay the Smash fight. But in the grand finals, they had figured everything out. All the wrinkles were out of their game plan. That's a smooth sheet of paper and a clean sheet.
And Team Bobby took out Team Moj too, right? Like you mentioned in the bracket stage finals, which was awfully close. And shout out to Crying Man though, honestly, for winning the last chance Wild Royale, clutching it out with the Tiger Lily Cookie to even get their team here in the first place, right? To be able to compete for the $10,000 in the grand final. So really a star player in their own right here. But just the two Castle Crasher matches here, Coach. We're looking at Team Bobby. I mean, they just played the point and they played it well.
Played it well, and also a well-earned $10,000 for this trio. You guys can do the math. If it does go down to a 33% split with some repeating threes, then hey, that's a lot of threes also in their prize pool. $3,333.33
that's
a
pretty
piece.
good.
That last penny may go to you, Common Cookie. Absolutely crushed it in the booth, man. That was a fun one. All of the modes were a blast. Wild Royale, the last chance Wild Royale was so much fun. Different play style, different mode. Like you said, Crying Man crushed it, but nice job.
Yo, my favorite moment of the night had to have been the jelly race with Ginger Brave making that cameo, dude. Ginger Brave was Spraggles, I think, playing Ginger Brave, just clutching it out right there. That was a pretty good game mode to be able to see here tonight. And of course, all the players competing, all the creators, they're all streaming their point of views. They all got their channels. Make sure you go show some love to them as well here, Coach.
Yeah, no, it's a great call out for everybody at home that was watching. We're like, I haven't heard of this creator or that creator. They're all streaming this event. You can see them live right now, and I'm sure they'll be live again either tomorrow or the next day or the next day. You can figure out their schedule. They got a ton of guides out there. They've all got videos down about CookieRun, OvenSmash as well. So go check out their channels and see what it's all about. And I'm sure they're having a blast today, especially our champions, because my goodness, what a fun competition. I think my favorite moment, I feel like it's gotta be the finals of the bracket stages, because it went to that tie and we went back to Smash Fight. That was obviously so hyped to get to the grand finals. So big shout out to Team Bobby for winning that one. And yeah, I don't know. This was so much fun. We saw like pretty much everything you could see in CookieRun OvenSmash across the board, all the formats, a lot of the modes. Like this was a ton of fun. And honestly, it gave us like a good taste too of like competitive play. Because like you said, we got to see all the different game modes, and some cookies consistently kept showing up, and they were doing well, right? Regardless of who played them. I mean, Black Pudding Cookie was definitely a star cookie of the night on all the game modes. Ice Pop Cookie, another cookie that we saw on all the game modes, and just their overall kit was just clutch to really help their teams
find success there. So it is pretty cool, you know, because like you said, we got all these tier lists, all these metas, and all these theory crafters, but like we got to see it firsthand, right?
Yeah.
And, you know, what Cookie excels here or there, and their strengths and weaknesses.
That's a really good call out. And we also, you know, outside of the game, had a couple fun moments. We're giving away that DJ Mia plushie. We got a first look at the brand new cookie, White Peach, that is coming in just a couple days. Like, talk about a banger stream.
3 days.
This is
exclusive too, by the way. How'd you get that? I mean to ask you, how'd you get that done? You know, how'd you get the exclusive done, Coach?
We had to, you know, put in some work behind the scenes. We got it all handled. All right. The people here, they needed a little bit of an exclusive look, right? A first look at White Peach here on main broadcast, just for tuning in. So, by the way, we talked a little bit about you know, some stealth abilities. I've gotten word I can share just a hair more.
Ooh,
White Peach,
and there's more.
Marksman. Okay, it's gonna be a marksman with some stealth abilities, apparently, or at least that's what I'm hearing. Okay, so a couple days, need another marksman in your toolkit when you get into some ranked matches. This could be your new main. I don't know.
Gotcha. Coach, I'm gonna be honest with you. You promised me some coupons, man. You promised me some codes out here, dude. You know, I only came here because this guy, Coach, told me if I come here tonight, I get some crystals. I'm not gonna lie. What the heck, Coach? What the heck?
Listen, we have a code coming. It is not ready yet. It is coming very soon. Please be patient. We've got a code for some in-game items coming right down the road. You're not going to want to miss it. It's at the end of the show today. Before we get there, I do believe we're going to be having a winner interview with one of the members of Team Bobby, if not the captain himself. Bobby should be joining us. Yes, getting confirmation. It is going to be Bobby. So before you get your code, we got to get that interview going. I believe Bobby's about to be ready to join us. But a nice sneak peek there. I like that. Common Cookie is also a cookie of the people. And so, therefore, we got to reward you for being here. Okay, folks? Yeah. We got DJ Mia plushies. We've got sneak exclusive peeks at White Peach. And we've even got in-game coupon codes coming your way in just a little while. But first, we gotta hear from Bobby, because Common Cookie, here's the thing about Bobby.
What's up with Bobby?
Bobby IGL the team, probably pieced together all the strats. There's so many questions we could ask Bobby getting into this interview because of the hard work that Bobby did going into this competition to get them that win.
All right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. We need to get Bobby clutched up here, Goj. I'm ready.
He's ready.
Listen, I got some questions for Bobby. All right.
Well, let's bring him in. Bobby's ready. First of all, Bobby, congratulations, my man. Your team just won 10 grand. How does that feel?
Really good. That's a crazy amount of money. So we're all really hyped about it for sure.
Heck yeah. Well, I did want to ask you a question as we kind of like look back on the competition. You guys didn't have an easy road to get to the grand finals. And so talk to me back. Let's rewind all the way back to bracket stages. Talk to me about that moment in the semifinals when you go down a map at the very beginning. What were you guys feeling? What were you talking to your team about? What kind of caused that turn and that shift to go 2-0 in the next two rounds?
Well, we felt like we played it really well. We just thought we got countered by the other team's composition. So that's kind of what we told ourselves. Like, we played it good, just keep playing how we do. And we just got to build a better comp. And we did the other two times and it worked out.
Well, Bobby, if you don't mind me chiming in, all right, I got to ask, why wasn't Peppermint Cookie selected at all tonight for Team Bobby? The people want to know, man. Where was the Peppermint Cookie love?
First off, you're a fantastic looking cookie. And second off, I don't know. We just didn't bring it out. It wasn't part of our strategy. I think players today were playing a lot of like high damage assassins and tanks, and maybe Peppermint kind of gets countered by that. So we just stayed away from that.
You know what? I love a good professional. I love a good professional answer. Chat was asking for it. Walk me back. Obviously, a big win in the bracket stages. We then get to the grand finals. Things are going well for you there. Why do you think your team had so much chemistry? Why did it work so well for you in the grand finals to get a clean sweep of 4-0?
When we were playing on Friday, we like worked on our synergy and what cookies works for who, and we just did everything as a team, like especially Crying Man. Like Crying Man was just diving in and like just doing anything and dying 10 times. Like we did not want to play like Crying Man. We did the opposite of Crying Man.
Oh, shots fired.
That was our strategy. Do the opposite of crying.
The opposite. All right. So I know Goj kind of touched on it a little bit. I mean, first of all, congrats to you and the team winning here tonight, the cash prize. But one question I was kind of asking people as well is like, what do they plan on doing with the money? Any plans with the money?
No, honestly, I didn't think we would win, so I didn't like plan anything crazy. I know you guys want a fun answer, but I don't have one right now. I have no idea what I'm going to do with it, to be honest. Honestly, I did tell my chat that I was going to give away a little bit of it to them. So
Ooh, okay.
I'm going to give some back to the community. But yeah, for me, I have no idea.
Yeah. I was in your chat all night, by the way. Just saying, Bobby.
Oh, yeah, totally.
I love it. Honestly, a great answer. I respect that. Now, Bobby, we want to send you on to celebrate and chat with your chat and your stream, but I want to give you a moment to shout yourself out, shout your teammates out. Where can people find you if they want to see you play more CookieRun, OvenSmash, and everything else that you do?
They can just find me on YouTube. You know, we all have Twitter where we've been talking about the game for the last few days. So if they want to head over to mine, Ashlyn, and oh my God, I forgot his name. Oh my God. Well, this is a little bit awkward. Now you guys set me up. Stuart, yeah, thank you. Oh my God, Stuart's gonna be so mad at me when I hop back in and call with him. No, Stuart was the man. Playing at 2 a.m. Oh, he's gonna yell at me now.
Wow.
But yeah, he could find all of our Twitters, or they can find all of our Twitters, and then all of our links are somewhere there. So I'm sorry, Stuart, and yeah, that's where they can find us.
I love it. Bobby, thanks so much for a great interview, man. Go celebrate with your team of Ashlyn and it's Stuart. Go shout them out. Go check them out. Bobby, you're the man. Congrats again. You guys crushed it.
Thank you.
All right. That's Bobby of Team Bobby, who just dominated it in the grand finals. A clean sweep, 4-0. Common Cookie. I mean, a great interview. Solid strats and a humble king.
Humble king, man. Hey, after that, I mean, it's Stuart. He's going to get a little more than that 33.3%. I'm just saying, Coach. But, hey, Coach, I appreciate you having me, man. I appreciate you calling the cookie line and bringing me out here to kind of speak about my cookie brothers and sisters. I mean, it was a great night, man. OvenSmash, a fun game. I love it. And to be part of the Creator Crumble, it was amazing. Thank you.
Look, Common Cookie, you absolutely crushed it. Can I bring Common Cookie back on for just one moment? Common Cookie, I want you to shout yourself out as well. You made great content. You did fantastic job commentating, of course. Where can people find you if they want to check you out as well?
Hey, Common Cookie on YouTube, baby. Common Cookie, the man of the people.
Nice and easy, simple to find, folks. Go follow Common Cookie. Fantastic job in the booth. There's some W's in the chat for Common Cookie. Now, folks, that was a lot of fun. Okay, we had a blast here in the booth, but I did promise you something. And Common Cookie is a cookie of the people, and I'm a man of the people. We've got to reward you with an in-game item coupon, folks. There it is on your screen. Don't worry, you don't have to sprint to redeem this. We've got unlimited amount for those that are watching, only one per account. But all you have to do is use this code, COS Creator Crumble. That is your code. To redeem this, you go to your in-game settings, open up your game, go to your settings, go to your account, and then at the very bottom, go to redeem coupon at the bottom. That's where you type in COS Creator Crumble. Look at this. You've got a ton of stuff you can earn, from coins to rainbow squares. You've got all types of things that you can use in-game. Use your in-game currency to get, I'd be using these coins to upgrade my black pudding cookie, okay? I'm gonna be honest, I'm a little coin broke right now. I need some extra coins, so I might be redeeming this in just a moment, okay? So get all of your in-game items, type in this code, go to settings, account, redeem coupon there at the very bottom in your settings, because congrats, you made it to the end of the show. And for those that are maybe watching in the VOD later, congrats, nice job. You found the code at the end of the broadcast. Big shout out to Team Bobby for winning it all, but a shout out to you for watching, because you earned some in-game rewards. But folks, this is the worst part of the broadcast where I gotta start closing things out. So I do want to remind you that to get your coupon, you do have to download the game. So make sure you download this amazing game that we've been playing all day today, CookieRun OvenSmash. All of our players did a fantastic job. Follow all of their socials, but also follow CookieRun OvenSmash socials. They've got events happening all the time. They've got patch notes dropping. They've got more cookies coming. Shout out to White Peach, exclusive look here. But what a fantastic show. And my final reminder for you is that we couldn't do it without you, the viewer. So thanks for tuning in to our amazing event here with CookieRun OvenSmash Creator Crumble, and I hope to see you in the next one.